Good morning, everybody. Well, afternoon for some of you. We're going to see if this time of the day, if my computer doesn't act up as much. It might be, again, because I have tabs open. So if I start roboting, you guys know, just tell me and I'll bump out and we'll deal with it. Last night was the worst it's ever been. So I don't know what's going on, but let's try to get through this. I want to finish this and put this away because I want to talk. I'm in such a deep rabbit hole with the Tony Mathis associations and everything there that I want to put this Lore Lodge interview to rest and dig into more of it. But we want to finish this one first. So let's get going, and then we're going to talk about some stuff before we restart part number 2. Let's roll. Uh-oh, hold on, you guys. Hold on. Bella tweaked her neck. Hold on. She must have sneezed or something. Hold on. She's squealing, so give me a second. Let me make sure she's okay. Are you okay? I don't know what happens when she sneezes. It must like pinch a nerve. She's walking fine, but man, when she gets this sneeze or cough or something, and it must send like a shooting pain down her neck. And she does this like high-pitched squeal thing where you think it's really bad. Like it'll wake the whole house up, or if you're in another room, you'll come running because it just is the freakiest thing to hear ever. Are you okay, baby? Sorry, I about dropped you guys and everything and ran when I heard that. If in doubt, don't ever think twice that I will close this computer if my animals or my children are ever, if there's a slight little peep, you guys will be just poof. So don't be shocked, but she seems to be doing okay. All right. So we're going to finish up part 2, but as you guys know, last night I had to end it last night because my brain was spinning and misfiring. And the reason it was doing that is because the further we listen to this, the further I'm asking questions of what's the purpose of all this, Tony? When you came into this, Seth was fine answering questions. He was totally confident in his answers. You came into this and his answers got added to, the stories got changed, things got drawn out. We're going to look at you claiming you're the cleanup crew and some of the other things today because I got a lot of questions. And again, we are looking at this from the perspective of how Tony has presented his client. So please keep that in mind when I call Seth a vulnerable father of a missing child. Those are the things that we have been told about Seth Rogers from Tony Mathis and the Green Team, the people who support this man. We have also heard in this already that Seth isn't even capable of managing $50. He has to ask Tony for permission out of his fund. That doesn't make sense. So there are actual laws in some states protecting vulnerable people. One thing I was talking to Am about last night when we got off, I called Am because she has been my Phil and Kyle where I download to, thank God. But one thing I was asking her is, wouldn't missing children be considered vulnerable? And if they're not, they should be. They should be considered vulnerable because there's laws against exploiting the vulnerable. So one thing I would like to look into, and I started digging into it, is laws that govern over vulnerable people. This child was issued an endangered an alert right when he went missing. Some of the children that go missing are at their most vulnerable stages while they're missing. That's something I would really like to look into, though, further, is what is the laws governing vulnerable people? Because, again, Tony wants us to think that Seth is a vulnerable father of a missing child. So we're going to look at it from that perspective. You can have your thoughts and opinions on Seth. Please be respectful as far as, like, we don't make allegations of things we don't have proof of. But we're going to look at it again because I went back and pulled more clips. I went back and grabbed a few more screenshots that I think Betty and the friends might forget about. A lot of these things that they're asking and demanding for proof of happened on Dolly Vision's channel when Seth Rogers went up there. He was on his channel 2 times, and both live streams have been removed by Dolly Vision. But screenshots still exist, like this one. Sebastian was the only child that Katie didn't abort of mine. So when the Lower Lodge is grasping at straws throughout this, just remember that a lot of the stories that they've rewritten, people around Seth who have helped rewrite these stories said a lot of different things in the beginning, such as Yeda. Yeda said, Betty, Katie knew Seth as a young teen. He lived at her dad's home in VB. She babysat for his ex. Then in the comments, she says she lived there as well, but had a boyfriend. So I've got some things pulled up that I want to add in here, but let's get going.
In my time.
By the way, we're picking up at the 121 minute mark. And hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm not going to go through all the comments today and say hello, but thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for hanging out with me. We're going to try to get through this as fast as we possibly can because I'm overhearing these twists and turns.
And it was just a devil plan.
So the man falls asleep. She gets in his phone. She emails the CPS reports to herself.
This is Michelle Cleveland, correct?
Michaela.
Cleveland.
And then the CPS reports end up with other creators, which is why he had to send the first round of cease and desist out, because he had a legal obligation to keep those private.
And these CPS reports, who were they against?
Well,
all right. We just flashed.
It was just a devil plan.
I'm gonna back that up further, actually, so you guys can hear this full conversation, because I'm going to take us into what was actually stated about the C&Ds right after they went out.
He said it was a lie. You know, I was married for a long time, divorced, didn't care to find another significant other. I have things to do called taking care of my son. And now I'm looking for him, and this person comes along, and it's like, oh, well, you know, we really fucked up. Excuse my language.
Okay.
This is a real messed up time in my life, but maybe God put somebody here to help me in my time. And it was just a devil plan.
So the man falls asleep. She gets in his phone. She emails the CPS reports to herself.
This is Michelle Cleveland, correct?
Michaela.
Cleveland.
And then the CPS reports end up with other creators, which is why he had to send the first round of cease and desist out, because he had a legal obligation to keep those private.
And these CPS reports, who were they against?
Well, they were filed with Katie because she was the custodial parent, but they involved
that household.
That household.
So
yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is, were these CPS claims against you, Seth?
No.
No.
Okay. So the only actual CPS visits we have are the one to you in California, and this was while you and Katie were married, and this had to do with Sebastian saying that you said you were going to beat his ass.
Yes.
These other CPS reports, those were involving the Proudfoot household.
Yes.
Okay, and because one thing I saw was I think it was a screenshot of the cease and desist or something. I didn't look.
All right, let's just roll. So we're going to go back to a point in time when he popped into Justin the Nick of Crime, which is Justin on TikTok. But something interesting here when the discussion about the CPS records happened, about the 17-minute mark. The date on this, just in case anybody is tracking the date, is April 3rd.
I think.
Well, there's been people that say that when my sense of humor is gone, the world's probably going to end. But yeah, he's got a sense of humor, and everybody at the school was like, they're wanting him to come back. It's not just me. I mean, he has touched the lives of a lot of people. He has brought joy. His smile. I mean, his behavior, his demeanor.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard. Take your time.
I believe he's alive out there.
Yeah,
And
I know you. Sorry, go ahead.
just needs to be found. He needs to know that there are people in here, and I wish he would have told me. I wish he would have told me what was going on, because I wouldn't have let him go back there.
He might have been afraid to tell you because of what might have happened to him if he did. This is a man. Well, I'm gonna table the comment I was about to make. Let me switch gears just a little bit, and I'm gonna ask you a question. And there's two reasons I'm asking you this question, and it's something that we've talked about. So, in a previous interview, not with you, it was asked what medications Sebastian was on, and I'm gonna ask you that right now, not to be nosy, but so that people can know. And there's two parts to this question. What?
I'm going to fast forward through this part because, again, it's irrelevant to what we're talking about.
I didn't have a problem with him sleeping here, so I never really understood that. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but he just turned around and they removed his tonsils because he had obstructive sleep apnea. So they were trying to, get him to quote unquote sleep. But I remember as an infant, my son, and a newborn infant sleeps like 18 hours a day. My son slept maybe 4 hours. He's always been one that does not sleep, that gets, there's just, medication doesn't always solve all the problems. Sometimes I think parents use medication against their kids because they just don't want to deal with it. I only worked part-time until my divorce because I spent most of my time taking care of Sebastian. He's not perfect. Nobody is. But that doesn't mean he's a horrible person. It doesn't mean he was a horrible child. Had him set with a routine. I could get him to take a shower, eat, take a shower, lay down in bed, and he'd fall asleep in about an hour at the most. And we're talking about at like 5, 6 years old. It was all about a routine. And as soon as she filed for a divorce, first thing she did was take him to get him medicated. Now, not only is the child going through a divorce, because the children suffer the most through a divorce, because at some point in time, they're going to be asked to choose sides. And that is horrible, to make a child choose between their mother and their father. I could never do that to my son. I was good with joint legal custody, because I believe that a child needs both his mother and his father. But she started putting him on medication after medication. This isn't doing enough. This isn't doing what I'm wanting. He's not going to sleep. He's bouncing over. Well, take him out. Take him swimming.
I want you to have full context of what's upcoming so you know that I'm not trying to manipulate his words or anything like that. But we heard in multiple interviews that when he talks about California, he talks about multiple, plural CPS reports in California. Do we know? No. But these are things that people like the Lore Lodge and others are getting so hung up on. And it's ridiculous.
Take him to the park and let him play. He's a child. He's got to have a way to get rid of all this energy. You can't just, go to work and then come home and expect him to, do what you want him to do. He's got to have an outlet for this stuff. He's growing. And medication isn't always, it was just an uphill struggle.
So with medication, I want to say this too, with what you're talking about. I get that. I am very ADHD, and a lot of the medications that they can put you on for that will really just make you an absolute zombie. Their personality, it kills who they are as a person until they're off of it, obviously. Now it was okay, sorry.
Look how happy he is with his snake.
And I'm putting the pictures up because I want people to be able to see what he looks like, because the more pictures, the better. So if you see him somewhere, you can recognize him. You get a lot of different ones. So, he's a cute kid. He seems like a sweet kid. And no kid is perfect, right? Like none of them are. But that's what you're there as a parent for, is to help them, get there and grow into that adult. I want to ask about the glasses. Well, a couple things. One of them I'm going to clarify for anybody who's watching now. Glasses were found during the search for him, and I think it's safe to say now that you were the one that found them. Correct?
It was one of my search teams. I wasn't the actual person to find him. It was one of my volunteer search groups.
Okay. If I understand correctly, sorry.
Go ahead.
And my understanding is those glasses were not his. Is that what they determined?
That's what everybody knew that off of the internet before I did. So yeah.
Okay.
So for anybody that is still running around trying to say that they found his glasses, again, no, that's not true. One of Seth's searchers stumbled upon a set of glasses in the middle of the road it's so weird to me that they had been there for that long with no damage to them in the middle of the road, but what do I know?
There was originally reported that he did not have his glasses. Do you know, is that a true statement? Is he without them?
From my understanding, he has his glasses.
Okay.
That's why when they said they found a pair of glasses and they sent me a picture of them, I was like, that is too close for me to tell. Go ahead. And they told me that nobody was picking up the phone. And so I reached out. I wasn't able to get a hold of anybody, so I flagged down a deputy sheriff and kept him at the volunteer place. And I told him to bring it on. Told him put on gloves, take pictures around them, how they're laying, so on. Take pictures and put on a pair of gloves and bag them and bring them in. Do not touch them. Don't get any DNA transfer or anything like that. And they did. They brought them in so that we could have an exchange, and we could have a chain of evidence.
There was something that you said earlier that you were talking about, and I kind of want, and you and I talked about this a little bit on the phone, and like I said, we don't want to talk too much about, your ex and that side of this. But there is something that I did want to bring up, because information about you and your divorce with Katie was leaked. And some of the stuff has taken the internet to put a lot of accusations against you. And you and I have told the story, or told me the story of what happened. And I want you to kind of.
So again, why did the Lore Lodge need to correct these rumors if they've already been corrected way back when? In my opinion, that was all just to drum up the emotional pull in this. No facts. There's no new facts from law enforcement. None whatsoever. It's all, this entire story is built off rumors and speculation.
You're comfortable sharing, but what I found that was kind of odd between the accusations that are being thrown out about you through your divorce is that those stories are oddly similar, very similar, in fact, to the stories told by Chris when he was basically bragging about the way he treated Sebastian, the way that Nina Gomez, her children were treated and she was treated. It's oddly like it almost mirrors it exactly. And so respectfully, what I'd like to ask you, is there anything regarding those accusations that you would want to address?
I mean, she filed for a divorce. She accused me of domestic violence against my son. Took several months. I ended up, when she filed for a divorce, me being the person I am, I was like, okay, we'll grab a legal pad and let's go ahead and do a divorce. We'll go ahead and split all the furniture and whatnot. What do you want? Obviously things of that sort. And I was like, when it comes down to Sebastian, all I want is 50-50. He's my son. You're his mom, so. And when that part came up, she went and got an attorney. And the next thing I know, I'm being issued a restraining order for domestic violence and a move out order so that I would no longer have a place to stay as well. Initially I thought it was her that I was being accused of being violent against, she told them that I had.
All right. This is something that I don't know if it necessarily changed, but the context and how it was presented was different or has been different since this.
An arsenal. They showed up with like 20 sheriffs in SWAT gear, armed with assault rifles, fully automatic in California. They walked up. I looked at the lady and I was like, "You're coming in here? Who are y'all here for?" Because I was outside with my son and he was playing with the neighbor's kid, and we're sitting there, drinking coffee, shooting the shit, watching our kids play. When they rolled up, he looked at me. He was like, "I wonder who they're here for this time." And I was like, one day they're going to be here for me because Katie's going to call them on me. And that was the time that they were there for me. They rolled up. The lady that was in charge, she told me that why I was here, why they were there, and I was like, okay. I looked at her and I was like, "You don't remember me, do you?" And the lady looked at me. She was like, "No." And I was like, "I'm the father of the autistic special needs child." And she was like, "Oh, I remember you."
First of all, Sebastian wasn't diagnosed with autism until October of 2023. So that conversation right there, he might have said, "I'm the father of the special needs child," but the autistic special needs child, Sebastian wasn't diagnosed when they were in California.
And turned around and told all the deputies there that they needed to stand down. I'd comply with whatever was asked. And they were like, they stood down. There was no need for it, all that. You know, that time I was before she did this, I was an armed security officer, worked in military housing. And they're like, "We hear you have firearms inside." I was like, "Yeah, I have my pistol that I use when I'm at work. And then I have the other pistol that is used for work because work issues your own pistol." And then I had my own. And they're like, "Where are they?" And I told them they were on my desk. And they were like, "But you have a child. Why do you have them on your desk?" I was like, "They're on my desk. You can go get them." 30 minutes later, they asked me to come and point out where they were on my desk. And I walked in and I showed them the secret little pop so that they would drop down so you could actually get them. And they took those, and I still never got my firearms back because that's California. But that was.
They took his firearms and he never got him back because that's California. Miss Leah, I love you too. Thank you for being here for 2 months and thank you for being a great friend to me. Dinky Darling, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you guys. Miss Leah, I hope you're doing good.
Was it. So I was hit with this. I turned around. I was living in my car, trying to make ends meet, trying to make sure I had money to feed myself, which was, it was kind of hard to actually get employment because I didn't even have a residence or an address anymore. Dealing with the court issue, finally turned around and her attorney kept pushing and pushing. And the judge at one point in time just turned around and told both me and Katie that we needed to be adults and remember that we're parents for Sebastian, and told us to go in the hallway and do a parenting plan, and dismissed everything. CPS had done their investigation. Finally, CPS never contacted me. One day I went by there just out of the whim. It was the last day. They were closing the case. And they informed me they've been trying to get a hold of me for the whole time. And I was like, well, my number hasn't changed in years, like 12.
So once again, claiming that CPS had tried to get a hold of him and they couldn't.
And they were like, well, nobody had your information. And I was like, well, his mother did. And she didn't even bother to give him that. They turned around and they were like, well, we can't find any evidence of any abuse. And so they submitted that to the court. The court dismissed everything.
So one thing, hold on, let me try to get this better so we're even size. There we go. One thing that I want to say to the people with this is, oftentimes you want to make sure that you believe victims 98% of the time when they accuse somebody of something, but there are situations where you can tell that things aren't truthful. I will tell you that I have talked to Seth at length about some of this stuff, and I would say this even if he wasn't here, believe him. Because I think there's a couple reasons why. Is you can tell the way that he shares his story, and you can also tell in his actions, which is the fact that he.
Just so we know what's upcoming. I'm going to get right to that where he talks about CPS, and then I'm not going to play the rest of it because we don't need to. We already know what was released on this date in this live stream, which should have never been. But he was getting pushback about the divorce. I want to make sure people realize he was getting pushback about the divorce and CPS calls in California. And then he comes out and states, well, that's not the only CPS call.
He is out there literally every single day. The other thing that I want to share with you guys from just a real quick personal note is that there are women like that who will use their children, fathers too, but there are women out there who will use their children as pawns, as control in a divorce situation. My mom was one of those. She had my dad arrested
There's plenty of men that do it also.
in front of me multiple times by violating some BS contempt of court thing. It just sometimes happens. And I think that that's what he got caught up in. And I truly do believe that, because this is a man who has been like y'all every single day, and nobody has a bad thing to say about him. So I just wanted to clear that up, because I know that there's been, the internet guys can be cruel. Y'all know that. And so I wanted him to kind of clear some of that stuff up. There are some questions that have come in. I want to ask you real quick for the people who are wanting me to share a couple things with you before we kind of go on. So the first one is, so how is he with strangers? Do you think that he would just leave with one if one approached him?
Just no. I don't think he would leave with one because he's apprehensive. I mean, taught him to be aware of your surroundings is what I was teaching him. But I've also taught him that not everybody is your friend. And I had to do that. There was an incident in California before Chris and Katie came back here. There was another CPS incident in California.
There was another CPS incident in California. So when he started getting pushback about the divorce papers, people started reading the divorce papers. They were leaked. They were all over Reddit. Next thing that we know is this information about Sebastian was thrown out on the internet for fodder. I'm going to remind you of the date of this. This is April 3rd, 2024. This is a few weeks before Tony enters the picture as the cleanup crew. I'm going to take us back to this one now, just so you know that he openly spoke about the situation through their divorce, the CPS calls. Again, I have no proof of how many CPS calls on either side, what has gone on. We shouldn't know that information, but they continue to dangle it and take everybody back there when we cannot verify that unless it's verified through social services or law enforcement. We have no indication of how many times CPS has truly been involved. But the story keeps getting added to and changed.
Look too closely at it. I was just looking at, okay, I'm going to probably ask about this anyway. One of them said that you
That's
felt
right.
that these CPS reports were
that's right.
being used as leverage against you, or something to that effect. That you were, and people were asking, well, what is in these CPS reports that Seth is so worried about?
The reason that the cease and desist were done by my attorney
Mhm.
was to show the court system and CPS that I did not have any communication or affiliation with the people. So if they came out with the CPS reports, CPS and the state can take it up with them.
Okay, so he says that the C&Ds were because of the CPS records, all right?
It clears up the fact that I have nothing to do with it.
So
He
yeah,
had a legal obligation to mitigate damages.
right. Yeah,
He had a legal obligation to mitigate damages. So, in honor of that, let's go to here. June 8th, 2024, when Seth Rogers comes on BJ's panel to explain the C&Ds.
Of a child on the
He hops in here. Again, just so you can see full screen. June 8th, 2024, about the 1:07:33
go
minute
to
mark.
her dad's for the summer, and I would go in
It
and
is
clean
sad.
the room. You know, it's just
Seth,
I
do you want to leave your camera on before I put you on panel?
okay,
You want
I'll
to turn
be
it
quiet.
off?
I'll be quiet.
All right, hold on. I can't hear you. Let me put you up. Hold on. Let me let him turn his camera off. It is in. Hold on.
Panel for real quick.
Hey. Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, listen, I promise you here, no one's going to
I'm
disrespect
just going to make this quick because
Okay.
it's 11 o'clock at night. I've been busy all day.
Okay.
And I got an early morning. I've got searchers coming in again next week. Got
Again, this is sped up just so everybody knows.
places to go. Got to get what little sleep I can.
I understand.
I sent out cease and desist. These people are nasty.
Oh, they are.
And no parent of a missing child should ever have to sit there and listen to the people slander him and I've listened to people call my son a sexual offender. I've listened to people call me one.
Yep.
All right. I didn't have any relations with Sebastian's mother until she was way after the age of 18.
Thank
People
you.
need to get off their high horse.
Now it's way after the age of 18. Again, I'm not here to argue that. I think that's disgusting. I have my opinions on that. They will not change. But I remind you, these are Seth's own words. And again, these live streams from Dolly's were damaging and were taken down for a reason. But here is the relative of Katie's, and here is Dolly's own, or not Dolly's, Seth's own statement in Dolly's chat, which more was said too. I'm not here to argue about that. That's none of our business, and it really has nothing to do with Sebastian being missing at this point. But I'm going to take you back really quick because I want you to hear that again, that these CPS, the reason why these C&Ds were sent out was because he had a legal obligation to mitigate damage.
Okay, I'm probably asked about this anyway. One of them said that you felt that these CPS reports were being used as leverage against you, or something to that effect. That you were, and people were asking, well, what is in these CPS reports that Seth is so worried about?
The reason that the cease and desist were done by my attorney
Mhm.
was to show the court system and CPS that I did not have any communication or affiliation with the people. So if they came out with the CPS reports, CPS and the state can take it up with them, and it clears up the fact that I have nothing to do with them.
So
He had a legal obligation to mitigate damages.
right. Yeah, I think that makes complete sense. I guess, one other thing that I
Okay, so back to this. There's a few other live streams that I can pull to that this was talked about, but this one is the most interesting.
Agreed.
Because I'll tell you right now, I don't have to do anything and God will knock you down. But I sent cease and desist to make sure that there is proof in the legal system that I am not connected to these people.
Okay. Yeah.
That way I'm not sitting there and they can sit there and say whatever they want. Defamation is pretty easy when someone.
So he says that he did it. So there is proof in the legal system that he has no connection to these people.
Sitting there for 6 hours on a live panel, letting people talk massive amounts of crap about me and accuse me of everything from putting a nail into Jesus Christ on a cross or pushing the red button for Biden. Yeah. You say whatever you want about me, but when you start talking trash about my son, or you're using pictures of my son and stupid little things for click me bait because you guys want to make money. And when I say you all, I mean everybody who's out there. When my YouTube channel comes out and I sit there and I make people pay for a membership to listen to me give updates, I know that I'm going to receive nothing but negative attention about it. Nothing but negative attention, because Lord knows I'm the child's father. I need to make sure I have flyers. I need more yard signs. I need more materials and more resources. And there's not enough.
Absolutely.
There is not enough until my son comes home. People want to talk about me being at work. That's my personal life. Get over it. You're not going to find out if I'm at work or not. It's none of your business. I've had people infiltrate my home. I've had people sit there and literally lie and have conversations that you just wouldn't have with a person. Not if you actually had a soul. And to have people come in afterwards and call me on a live chat, and I didn't even know I was live, and start asking me questions about stuff that I had no idea what was going on. That's pretty dirty. All right. And then sit there. I get phone calls from Sumner County and from TVI about everything that's going on. Well, they need to stay in their lane. Don't ask me what I have a civil attorney doing for me. All right. They need to be focused on investigating and finding my son. But every time one of these creators open their mouth, and I say that term very loosely, because there's a lot of YouTubers out there that are not creators. All they are is, we'll take what this person did and we'll go over it.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
I'll tell you right now, I have no respect for them. I don't, but that's my personal opinion. And I don't care if somebody has respect for me or not. I'm looking for my son. And I said, I will dance with the devil and show the devil a few moves in order to find my son. And that means I'll do whatever I need to do within the limits of the law, because me going to jail doesn't help my son.
Right.
Did you hear anything about cease and desist yet? Going out in regards to the CPS reports? I mean, I guess you could say the legal system knows that there's not any connection, possibly, but let's continue to listen.
But I will never stop looking for him. And anybody that wants to be an obstacle in my way, I feel sorry for them, because karma's a bitch. And God will knock them down.
You're right about that. I want to clear something up with you while you're here. This
just so you know, I sent 6 people cease and desist. 6, not 50. Okay. Yeah, 6, not 50 like T-Rev is talking about. And I'll tell you what, anybody that's out here on a YouTube, whether they're a creator or whatever they want to classify themselves at, if they're literally out there spreading Sebastian's case in a positive light, not a negative light. There's enough negativity in this world. People say I start drama. Don't ask me questions to start drama. I'll give you an honest answer. You may not like the fact that I give an honest answer, and other people may not like the fact that I am brutally honest. But they'll even say one of those declarations that Katie wrote in my divorce, that I tell people the truth. And I literally will sit there and state whether it has anything to do with it. And that always used to piss her off. She hated it when I talked about anything that was going on in the house. She was like, that's a random stranger. I'll be like, well, I can't talk to you about it. I'm going to talk to a random person that doesn't know anything and bounce the ideas off of them, because they might have the answer. God may say, this is how you should answer this gentleman, and give me the answer, because God works in mysterious ways. That crazy person that's asking for change out there on the street corner, that person could have an answer. The first places that I hit were homeless encampments. I've been homeless before. Thank you to my ex-wife for making me homeless. Why didn't I get full custody? I was homeless, living in a vehicle. I praise God every day. I got joint custody. Do you think I wanted full custody? Without a doubt. I should have my son living with me right now. But yeah, I'm still a suspect of my son's disappearance. You guys don't know what kind of effect that has on a person's psyche. To know that I'm getting phone calls from law enforcement about me sending out cease and desist from my attorney, who is doing her job because she wants to make sure that people in the legal system know that these people do not represent me, and therefore they have been sent a cease and desist.
So law enforcement did not want you to send out those letters?
No, law enforcement has called me about it because everybody's up in arms that I sent out a cease and desist. Some of these people live right there in Sumner County. 3 of them do. T-Rev lives there. Kumati lives there. And so does T-Rev's girlfriend. I'm not even going to speak her name. She ain't worth it.
Whoa.
All 3 of them
I'm not even going to speak her name. She's not even worth it. Okay. All right.
live there. And you know what? T-Rev has never showed up for a search. Oh, he bought hot dogs and buns. Appreciate it, buddy. I didn't appreciate everything else you did, like taking a picture of me while I was in my recliner in my house, stepping into my sanctuary and violating my sanctuary. Because not only did you violate my sanctuary, but this is also my son's sanctuary. I didn't appreciate that. Klumati showed up for, one search, only one search. And she acted all nice and friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Introduced herself by her name, not by her, never once told me that she was a YouTubist, none of that sort of stuff. But I treated her like a regular researcher. Hi, thank you. I appreciate your help. And then she turns around and plays, I want to be number 6 on, CP's list of marriage or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. People want to talk trash about me, but people want to look at me and tell me I'm trash and that I'm despicable because I have an opinion and attitude.
No, you don't deserve.
My son is missing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody who's never been in my position has the right to tell me anything. All right. Those that do have been in this position, I've spoken to, and I get different opinions from other people. And people you need to get rid of this person on your team. No, I get rid of people that I watch their activities, I watch their actions, I listen to their words. And when actions and words don't meet up, something is wrong. I've always been a person that explains to my son that anybody.
I agree that when actions and words don't match up, there's a problem. I do. I agree with that.
You can say anything, but your actions will speak louder to your words. What CP did to my son is horrific. My son cleans his room. Why? Because I use logic with him. Sebastian, you can't find this toy. You know why you can't find this toy? Because I had to come and clean up your room while you were gone. Now, if you clean up your room and you put things back, when you come back in here, you will know where everything is because you've put it in its special spot.
Exactly.
You didn't make him clean it up and go take his things to the trash, right? Make him throw his
Hell no.
things away. Yeah,
this might be seen kind of selfish, but I'm a parent. I'm on a limited income because I work for the county. All right. I make $50,000 a year. I work 12-hour shifts and I deal with murderers and inmates that I believe can change.
Absolutely.
All right. And I treat them like they're human beings.
Yeah.
Because I expect them to change. Are my sights set too high? Probably. But that's not for me to judge. I'm there to make sure they're safe while they're in jail before they go to prison. All right. I have a badge. I'm supposed to uphold that badge. I don't hide behind that badge. I am the representation of what the badge is supposed to be. Honor, integrity, courage, commitment.
Speaking of the room cleaning, though, I just want to take us back here really quick. Let's talk about this.
Borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled with me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive, and to thrive.
And they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic, but with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand that. And it's not even for autistic children. It should be all children. All children need to have a routine, and it's a foundation, because then it's stability. They already know what's going to happen as the night progresses. No surprises. You got to go, you got to take a shower, you got to get to bed, so that you can get plenty of sleep, so you can wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, get ready for school. You need the sleep for your mind to recover and your body to recover so that you can absorb the information that's being taught to you at school.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
How did that affect your marriage?
Stop for a second.
I prefer not to speak about her personal stuff.
Okay.
I still consider myself a gentleman, whether other people do or don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that is her personal life. And that is something that, for me to say anything of it, would be disrespectful for anybody to speak on how somebody else has been as it.
My, that changed. My, that changed, didn't it? Well, hasn't had a problem speaking of it recently.
Gotcha. Well, then let me ask you this. Do you, and this is going to be a pointed question, and you may want to answer it, you may not want to. Do you believe Katie would abuse your son?
Am I talking about SA, my son?
No, abuse your son. Just abuse him.
Mental abuse?
Physical, mental, verbal?
I mean, for my son to sit there and have told me while we were living in California that why does mama hate you so much? I wouldn't know. Son. She's never said that to me. Oh, she said that on the phone to you. Well, no, she didn't. She had already hung up before she said that. Things like that are mental abuse to a child that was called my mini me. And whether she realizes it or not, every time she said something that was negative about me, I'm pretty sure my son took it to heart because he's my son.
What about every time you say something negative about Katie, Seth, or allow your team to set up all these rumors, set up an entire live stream that you were going to go clear up rumors? Again, Tony wants us to believe that you're this vulnerable man missing your child, incapable of even making proper decisions about finances on your own. Why are you allowing your team to constantly degrade Sebastian's mother? Because doesn't that work both ways? When you're talking poorly about the mother of the child, wouldn't that be the same thing? Wouldn't that be abuse? Asking for me.
Well, I have to. How when you hear Katie talk about your son, and this is one thing that's really kind of rubbing me a little bit raw. You know, she talks about some, in my viewpoints, the way she talks is disparaging. Are you getting that same?
You're talking about her interviews and stuff since this has gone on?
Yes.
I can't sit through any of her interviews. I can't. I cannot listen to her. She won't even say my son's name.
No, she won't.
And there's a reason why I say my son, because my son has a name. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Okay, I want to go back to the part I was actually looking for. I guess that just bumped. My computer's got a mind of its own. It's just telling us, let's look at this stuff. Here's the part about the room cleaning.
Which would those be?
Favorite activities?
I think I already know the answer to that, but
Well, again, it really kind of depends on his mood, because here I'd say his least favorite activity is going to bed, but his favorite activity is sleeping.
interesting. I was rolling the dice on video games and cleaning his room.
His room is actually when they came in on Monday that he disappeared, they trashed his room. Flipped mattresses over, took sheets and blankets and stuff off of his bed, went through his stuff. And I told them when they came in, I said, listen, his room is probably a mess. You know, just bear with it. And when they walked in, they were like, his room is cleaner than my kid's room. Well, needless to say, when they left my son's room, it was like he had been in there a week and never left. And it took me a minute just to go in and clean up his room. Put everything back where he had it. But he doesn't like cleaning his room. Very rarely does it. You just get him to understand that if you pick it up and you put it away, when you're done playing with it, you know where it's at when you want to play with it again. And, you know, when he's awake, he loves playing with his Legos. He'd be underneath the bed playing on his little Nintendo Switch thing.
What?
I also found an interview, speaking of devices, about a PlayStation 3, a PlayStation 4, and other devices, if you guys want me to go back and pull that one too at some point.
What are some of Sebastian's allergies? We hear a lot about he's got some allergies.
So he doesn't like to clean his room. I mean, it's just constant, like switches and story, minor details that don't matter. These don't matter in the big picture. In my opinion, they're not big picture. Why is Sebastian missing? Where is Sebastian? They're not. But these things are problematic. They are problematic because there's no need for this shit. All that interview did the other night was give Tony a platform to restart a bunch of the rumors that he himself and his buddies have kept pushing and pushing and pushing. We saw last night, Tony is the source of the whole Katie was in contact, or Sebastian was in contact with Katie's mom. Never, ever has there been proof of it.
Only I can do that. I've had inmates, oh, you hide behind the badge. No, I'm the same person. When you see me at Walmart in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, grabbing a gallon of milk and orange juice to go home so that my son has milk and orange juice to drink. Pick him up, whatever he wants to cook for dinner or whatever he wants me to cook for breakfast, so on and so forth. I work, when my son is here with me, I work with him so that everything in this house is his. He knows what is his. He has to have room to grow. You cannot sit there and keep somebody trapped in a cube and expect them to grow. That does not work.
Absolutely.
People want to give me grief for how I raised my son. Well, I am sorry. I didn't think I should take him out on the street corner and pick a fight with somebody and show him what a real beating was. Yes. Did I tell my son I was going to bust his butt? Sure did. Did I use that exact verbiage? Probably not. Hello. I'm a first-time parent. It's a never-ending, everyday learn something new.
Yeah.
So I used a video game, which is better than watching an R-rated movie with a bunch of people being shot and having heads cut off or, things like that. No, I took a video game that we have played and I put the blood mode on so you can actually see it, because before there was none. I turned it off. He doesn't need to see all that. But yet I get criticized. And most of these people that criticize me don't even have kids.
Yeah, I honestly don't hold that.
I have never once said I was perfect, nor will I ever say I am perfect. Sebastian, my son, may think that I walk on water, and I never want to lose that. I never want to lose that, because that means I'm his hero.
That's right. You're right. And you don't deserve
Have I failed my son? Oh, yes. I am my worst critique ever. None of these people out here saying anything can make me feel worse than I already am, until they sit there and start talking about my son being a sexual offender or any. My son was with me all last on the Christmas break. Faith wasn't here. I saw that rumor going out there. Sebastian was with me before Faith even got here. So people need to shut that.
Oh, 5D. 5D, you dumb fucking bitch. First of all, let me just call you what you are. First and foremost, you better learn transformative content pretty fast and how to transform stuff, because you're just waiting for all of us to decide on a whim. Just so you know, because you've got plenty of stuff. But how dare you use that child's name in a title of a video and say that this other child didn't touch her? You sick, twisted, weird individual. Talk about demonic. You're using 2 minor children's names about a situation you don't know shit about. Shit about. Same as me. I don't know what truly happened. It's not our business. But you are a fucking gross bitch to use 2 minor children's names in a title of a video saying he didn't touch her when you have no fucking clue what went on. You didn't live in that house. We have no idea. 5D. Sassy. 5D. Betty plays her. She's a Betty friend. She's the one that did the Where's Waldo shit that we reviewed like months and months back. She better learn how to do transformative content, because she's wide open for just a strike fest.
Rumor up.
We
All
did.
right.
Trust me, we have fought
And I don't even know how to do that, but I might learn
diligently to
That's
make
a
sure that that's
15-year-old
not
kid
true.
that's missing.
That's right. And that should have never come out of anybody's mouth. And believe you me, here and in a lot of places I know, Seth, it won't be spoken, and we shut it down. That there's nothing to even.
But there are YouTubers.
Christine, somebody thought that. I think it was Lynn from Breaking Chains that thought it might be. But that person uses their voice in some of their older videos. I actually went back and showed that. In some of her older videos, she's actually got her voice in there. And she's got a very distinctive voice. Very distinctive voice.
Out here that promote that stuff. They got cease and desist because they're nasty and vile things.
Well, they have an agenda, right? They're playing.
Wait, I thought it was because you had a legal obligation to do something in court. Or is it because they're nasty human beings? Let's hear that again.
There's nothing to even.
But there are YouTubers out here that promote that stuff. They got cease and desist because they're nasty and vile things.
Oh.
Well, they have an agenda, right? They're playing up to Christopher Proudfoot. They want.
Just so everybody knows, Granny didn't get a cease and desist in the first round, and Granny didn't get a cease and desist in the second round. Barbecue got a cease and desist in the second round, but the first round didn't even have any of those people. It was CJ, Evil CJ, T-Rev, T-Rev's girlfriend, Cluminati, Chloe, I think. I'm not sure. I'm missing the sixth one.
Wanted him on panel because they're getting the views from him being there because he acts like such an ass.
Yep.
You know, we could all act like an ass, and that there is nobody in this world that can't act like one. But what it comes down to is that he's not looking for Sebastian.
JLR's wasn't from Seth. It was from, he got a letter from Seth's mom.
His family's not looking for Sebastian. His own mother.
Trevor Lee.
Sebastian's own mother.
Trevor Lee get one?
Is not looking for Sebastian.
It's insane. It's craziness. To
Seth,
get in a camper To get in a camper and go 3.5 hours away from your house with your child
Well,
missing.
come on, it's 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. How foolish of me. You're exactly right. That was
You know, let's break this down because Lord help us, we may or may not get stuck behind a semi on Route 40.
Yeah.
Oof. Oh, I got a clip. Ooh.
No, it's stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid just because
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna play this while I find.
nothing is ever finite. Everything is infinite. There's no, it takes 3 minutes to do this. That's bullshit. You ask anybody. There's too many holes in their stories.
Oh, it's just incredible. It's
I
incredible.
know where I was at, and it really upsets me that they haven't cleared me. They have literally pulled over a year of my phone records. They have taken all the electronics. Yeah, I want my son to have his stuff back. I want my son to be found and walk into his room and it be set up just like it was when he went missing, so that he can start readjusting back to life.
That's right.
Okay. And if nobody has an autistic child, then they don't know what I'm talking about. But my son, when he came home, he would walk into his room and everything is left just like he picked it up and put it.
Yep. That's his comfort.
That's his sanctuary within our sanctuary. And what's funny is when he's at my house, he spends more time in the recliner than he does in his own room. Because he'd rather be out here in the living room where I am than in his room like he is at his mom and Chris's. He stays in his room there.
Yeah.
Here, he lives in my shitty 2-bedroom with a garage, 900 square foot place that I pay rent for. That my rent has increased since I moved here in October of 2020. My rent has gone from $700 to over $1,000, and I don't move because he is used to this.
Yeah.
And
He
I
has
want
his
to say,
own room.
I want
He
to say
has his own-
something on your behalf about that real quick, okay? Because I'm tired of everybody saying everything you say has something to do with money. No, what he's saying is he's willing to rip himself off by not finding something cheaper because he
Or
wants
bigger.
his child to have a home that he is safe in. And I have a child on the spectrum too, Seth. So I get what.
So you know how it is.
Yes. I do.
Change is constant, but if you can limit what little change,
Yes.
then it does them so well.
Yes. And then when he comes home to you, he's home where everything's where you left it. I understand. Yes. More than you know. And I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I tell you, it grips
tell
my
you what,
heart.
If I get my son back, I don't care. I'll go through even more. But I want my son. I want him found. I want him returned home to me. And all these people out here, I hope like hell you never have a child and have to go through anything resembling what I'm going through. Not even for 30 minutes. Been over 100 days. For me, it's been even longer because it's been 7 more days.
So sorry, Seth. So sorry.
And it's just there's evil people out there. There's people that are negative naysayers, ones that just love to start drama. Well, you ask questions and I answer questions, and the questions you ask are meant to start drama. And I can't help that I answer questions, but if I don't answer the questions, I can't win for losing. And I'm not trying to win anything. I'm just trying to find my son.
Seth, I just want to tell you one thing. I am with you 100%. And I know that you love your son. I know that you are 100% into finding your son. I'm not, from the very start, that's how I felt. And I am not going to change my mind.
Mm-hmm. I need to ask you this because I want to clear this up. It's been going around that you are asking for money for interviews. Can you clarify if that is true or not?
Nobody's giving me nothing for interviews.
There you go.
Wow.
I didn't even go to CrimeCon because I was out searching that day. I couldn't see myself going and being around people instead of being out trying to find my kid.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah, there's probably been some really good resources for me there.
Oh, I'm sure.
But you know that most of those people that were there, except for some of the FBI agents, I have their phone numbers. I could call them.
Yeah.
Because they've already reached out to me.
You could call them, but instead you choose to work with a spokesperson that's a salesman, an advocate, a brother, an uncle, and trained in none of it. Okay. All right. Just setting the stage here.
I just didn't see the point of being there.
Well, I mean, in all honesty, I'll tell you, you weren't even there and people were already losing their mind that you were. So it probably is a good thing that you didn't go. It's ridiculous. This is what YouTube is. It's nuts. And when you have grievance, it makes me so mad.
For the longest, people have been drilling this into my head for a couple months now. YouTube is social media. But when I opened up my first YouTube account back in the 2000s, it was to listen to music, people.
Yeah.
It was just watch music videos, do it yourself videos. There wasn't all this stuff that's on it now. So yeah, I never really classified this as social media. To me, MySpace, that was social media. A lot better than Facebook because at least you had to know how to code. And I had a MySpace. I've had Facebook too, but it's just horrible. You know,
Yep.
it's been years. It's been years since I had a Facebook. I used my Facebook account to save videos of Sebastian and pictures.
Yeah.
Because I had hard drives fried on me and I lost pictures. And I was like, I need someplace digital. You know what? I can use my Facebook profile and just make it private and nobody can see it.
Yeah.
And I saved pictures there. I've got pictures of me and Sebastian at the zoo, videos of me and Sebastian at the zoo watching the piranhas eat because that's what he wanted to do. So we had to make sure that we were one of the first ones into the zoo. We had to make sure that we had gotten all the way over to the fish area in there before they fed them, because they fed them at the same time, every morning. And we were there to watch all of like 15 seconds of them devour this huge chunk of meat. And he was
Oh
like,
my
that was
goodness.
awesome. And I couldn't even get my phone up, which was one of these old flip phones, to record it fast enough before they devoured it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you want some pictures of you next to the piranha? It was like, sure.
He loved the
And then-
piranhas. Bless his little heart.
Again, just in case anybody is just coming in, this is his explanation of why he sent the C&Ds out. Because the other night on the Lore Lodge, they stated that he needed to do that for legal purposes to mitigate any damage. Wendy, just want to show some support for your efforts today. I can't stay to watch. My objectivity is gone. His conduct was the match to all this YouTube-ish. It sure was, Wendy. Thank you for the support. It sure was. And I've got so many things to add today.
And then off to watch the snakes, off to sit there.
And I really appreciate you stopping by, Wendy. Your input is always very, very, I'm very grateful for it.
And look at all the other animals, you know?
Oh my goodness.
He's an animal lover. He's always been. Yes, cats are his favorite. We had a bearded dragon when we were in California. Whose was her name? She was beautiful.
Okay, I might come back to this one again in a little bit, but I think you got the point of that.
I was wondering, and this is more to do with Sebastian and the situation after he went missing. But on the Pascal show back in, again, I think it was March or April, you had said that Chris approached you, or you had approached Chris. There was a conversation that occurred where Chris told you something along the lines of, if people found out about such and such thing Sebastian said or did, they would want to stop. They wouldn't want to look for him.
Correct.
Do you know what Chris was talking about?
I do.
All right. Is it something that Sebastian did or something that happened to him?
Something that Sebastian was supposedly doing.
Okay. Did this involve anyone other than Sebastian?
No.
Okay. So it was just Sebastian.
Yeah, we're not going to go into that.
I'm trying. The main question I had was that there were some accusations that had to do with
He
Chris's daughter or
basically-
something like that.
He was basically threatening to do more harm to Sebastian other than what he had already done, which was to his reputation.
Sebastian loves faith. Sebastian considers faith.
So first and foremost, again, it's hearsay. The basis of that conversation between Chris and Seth, none of us were privy to, none of us were a part of. So we don't even know what the conversation entailed or was around. He used that conversation to open up and weaponize Sebastian's trauma that happened in California and intentionally misled people on the basis of what that incident even was, claiming that the child was 13 years old when Katie has came out numerous times and corrected that the child was not 13 years old. But that's continued to spin. And here we are.
With his little sister. Sebastian has
But that is why 5D did her video stating that in her title that Sebastian and Faith, it's just disgusting.
never touched, hurt, or harmed a hair on Faith's head.
So
And I can tell you guys,
that's what I need to know.
I spoke to Nina, which we all know who she is.
Yeah.
And if you heard Nina talk about how Faith feels about Sebastian, she
She's
misses,
heartbroken.
She misses him dearly.
Yeah. I feel horrible for her. I mean, just genuinely terrible for that child. I can only imagine what kind of effects this is having on her too. So
I know it's really hard to not pay attention to what Seth's completely saying, and we are going to just do some side-by-sides through this because it's here. But Tony is extremely problematic to me. I'm sorry. I have a major issue with the way Tony set this whole stage about who Seth is, how vulnerable he is. And then we watch this man completely manipulate the situation for his best interest, not his clients, but his. Seth has he knows he's opening the door here. This was intentional. They didn't correct any rumors. They just added to and compounded things. Again, I find it to be very intentional, very calculated. These were pre-screened, pre-agreed upon questions and answers. The day before the filing or the slap filing went to court in Pennsylvania. again, Tony is also a plaintiff in that filing.
So I've actually been keeping a close eye on that case as well. The custody battle that's going on there. And I'm happy that for the most part it has not gone in any way in Chris's favor. But I think that that's an important thing. And this is another thing that part of the reason it frustrates me. There's all these rumors going around about you, Seth. Meanwhile, there is an entry in the New Mexico court record saying that Chris Proudfoot needs to take parenting classes, conflict resolution classes.
You are too young to even understand life. Do you understand in Idaho when parents get divorced that both parents are required to take parenting classes? Part of the law, just part of the conditions. I don't know if it still is, but it was a few years back, like 7 years ago. It was just a requirement upon of a divorce and co-parenting or through custody agreements. That often happens to both parents. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. But I guess that goes from your ignorance of actual life, right there, Aiden? Because what are you, a whole fucking 26, wet behind the ears and dumb as fuck? You might be book smart, but you're definitely lacking wisdom of life experience.
I think 24 and 12 hours. And he took them. He tried to fight it, but they forced him to take them. So I think like when we're sitting here tossing out rumors, and, he said, she said from 10 years ago. Meanwhile, just in the last couple of years, one of the people who lived in this house with Sebastian was told he had to take parenting classes if he wanted to see his daughter.
Oh my God. This little fucking nitwit. Casual Art, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. So many people have had to take parenting classes and have had zero issues whatsoever.
That is extremely relevant. That is...
It's not. It has nothing to do. A completely different state. Again.
Especially when, because let me get to the bottom of this one. Seth, when did the conversations about Sebastian coming to live with you begin?
2023.
Okay. With fall 2023, maybe
2022, Seth.
Was it 2022?
Tony has to correct him on a date, a simple date.
2022.
Yep.
They wanted to come live with me. I'm all down for my son to come live with me.
Were you going to be sending him to any kind of, there was some talk that you guys were planning to send him to some kind of facility to spend some...
Seth was looking into conversion camps. Yeah, I mean, we heard all about that. Tony proudly got on there and listed the names of the conversion camps. Sorry, those aren't camps for mental health or behavior issues. They are pray it away and act like it doesn't exist. Do you know in Tennessee, actually, hold on. Let me just quote this really quick. Tennessee has a law. Well, in their laws, it's actually, let me tell you what it is. Let me find it again. It is, shit, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There's a law in Tennessee, and it states that nothing in this chapter, it's talking about abuse, endangerment, and everything of minor children. It goes on to say, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to mean a child is abused, neglected, or endangered, or abused, neglected, or endangered in an aggravated manner for the sole reason the child is being provided treatment by spiritual means through prayer alone in accordance with the tenets or practices of a recognized church or religious denomination by a duly accredited practitioner thereof in lieu of medical or surgical treatment. What the fuck, Tennessee? It's time to catch up. Just because somebody's a spiritual advisor or a pastor doesn't mean they should be doing any type of things, and it can absolutely be abuse.
Sometime there.
That wasn't until later.
Okay.
They wanted him to come live with me. I couldn't get him enrolled in online school, and as everybody knows, I work 12-hour shifts at night. That doesn't allow me to get back here in time to make sure that he's up and ready for school.
Right.
So my idea was Clarksville, Tennessee has an online school system.
Mm-hmm.
So that way the child can stay home
right.
and do his online classes. And then.
Okay. Baseline of this whole thing, though, is if it's a public school system, if it's still within the public domain, like public school systems, you cannot be enrolled in two schools at the same time.
And he was supposed to be getting ABA therapy and they were going to be doing in-home therapy. So to me, it was easier if I could just get him into the online classes.
Okay.
I watched during COVID-19, he excelled in the online classes. So I wanted to set him up for success, not for failure. And while he was doing the ABA until we got him where he needed to be up here.
And just so anybody wants to know what I'm talking about, it's Senate Bill number 504, House Bill 918.
And then by then I could have changed and done other things so that he would have been going to school.
Online school or in-person school?
In-person school.
Okay. So what is ABA therapy?
It's therapy for autistic children.
Okay. So the plan was
applied behavior analysis. What? You don't know what that is, Aiden?
as I'm understanding it currently, that Sebastian was going to remain with the Proudfoots until he completed this therapy program.
No, he was staying with the Proudfoots until the end of the last school year, and then he would have been coming to stay with me.
Okay, so at no point was he being sent to any kind of boarding facility or anything like that.
They brought that up to me, that they were over his behavior, and they were looking into sending him to a place.
Y'all know what I'm doing. March 20th, 2024. Here you go.
Tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 2020. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
I want him here. He wants to be here. It's.
Could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly?
See, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. His godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number.
So there's that.
And it was like, well, how long are you talking about? Is this going to be like summer program? Is he going to go for a couple months during the summer? What are we talking about? And they were like, no, they were talking about in a live-in facility.
No, Aiden, were you asking what ABA meant as in the acronym?
I mean, yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's applied behavioral analysis is what it stands for.
Gotcha. So basically, they were going to sit him down and work with him to get him up to speed so that he was in a position where he could go to public school, private school, maybe, and fit in.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's the help with the socialization part.
Right. Makes sense. I mean, and that would have been.
ABA is a very common practice used. Never mind. Everybody freaking knows. I don't even know what we're doing here with this. Let me take you back to March 11th. Here's another conversation about the school and what was going on there. Here you go.
Express anything about his mom and dad's stepfather's place.
Okay.
He liked the.
Oh, let me back that up. He didn't express anything. Make sure you guys are on regular speed yet.
He never expressed anything about his mom and dad's stepfather's place.
Okay.
He liked the dogs. He was supposed to come live with me at the end of school. Summer break, he was supposed to move in with me full time.
Oh, wow. He was supposed to. Oh, wow.
This is this is what both me and him have wanted for years.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Cheech, I've heard people talking about that. If that happened, it had to have been on like Dolly Visions, which have been removed. I don't recognize that off the top of my head. I know a lot of people have said that it happened, but if it did, I'm assuming it must be in the deleted ones of Dolly's.
I understand that. And now
Now you're out looking for him.
Now I gotta find him so he can come live with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Of course, I'm not trying to point any blame or anything of that sort. But the situation in which he just vanished into thin air
I'm going to back it or move it forward to the 50-minute mark.
are really tight. And that they were planning. That's one thing that really broke my heart. There was plans on him moving in and living with Seth.
Pascal's just giving a wrap up of what Seth said.
After the school year, after the end of this school year.
That's that on that one.
And alongside everything else, I take it that wouldn't have been any kind of special inpatient facility. That would have just been something he did.
It would have been something he did, but where he was going to get it. They have a headquarters here in Clarksville.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have been in home. They would have came to the house, and they've been working with him for an hour or two every day.
Gotcha. So as I'm understanding, it was Chris and Katie's idea to have Sebastian go live in kind of a live-in facility. And then you said, well, why doesn't he just come live with me?
He was already supposed to come live with me.
Okay.
But because I was the wait list to get into online education here in Clarksville, the 6-month waiting list.
Gotcha.
All right. So when I say he disappeared, I already had him enrolled here in Clarksville.
Gotcha.
To begin the next school year, because that's how long. I mean, I had him enrolled. What?
Aiden, there was a report filed right before.
Tony takes over and takes it back to the CPS reports. A report was filed. Let's listen to this one more time.
Tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 2020. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
I want him here. He wants to be here. It's.
Could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he?
So once again, we heard him say he gave him another chance. It is what it is. Tony takes it back, distracts to
They
this.
decided that they didn't want to wait till May to get rid of him.
Mhm.
So there was a report
A
filed.
CPS report?
Correct.
This is the one where Chris hit him with a belt, correct?
I'm not sure if that's the one, but there was one filed right before they
And we have no indication of what is actually in these reports whatsoever.
started firing off, emails to Seth that they were going to basically send him off to one of these behavioral centers. So, it appeared to me, in my opinion, to be a retaliation for that report getting filed, that they weren't going to wait, 4 or 5 more months. They were going to go ahead and send him off, November, December.
All right. So just let me try and recap a little bit here, just for our sake and for the audience, to make sure we're all on the same page. The process here is that Chris and Katie say they are fed up with some sort of behavior from Sebastian. Was he just being rambunctious? Was this related to the thing Chris threatened you with?
Well, we can't get into all the family counseling reports.
Yeah.
But I can tell you in jest.
It was the abuse that he was suffering there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Was it? Okay, let's go to Betty's from the 30th of May. What was said here?
Why we lose our minds once in a while.
Yeah. Okay. So this is.
My house is not a home. He should be here. School's already out. He should be here enjoying summer break.
It's so weird. It's so weird, Scooter.
He was going to be moving into your house this time. Like he was supposed to be coming to you and living with you full time, like right about now.
Several days ago, 2 weeks ago, he could have been here. He'd have been out of that situation, and he'd never have to go back.
Now, this is kind of another dovetail. You had received reports. I know you can't discuss the reports, maybe you can answer this.
I know you can't discuss the reports. Meanwhile, it has gone on to discuss the continued to discuss the reports since May.
Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
I
And
was
I know
even
that.
shocked more when my name's not on any of the reports because they didn't bother to call me.
Yeah, and that's been a because you had. I mean, I want the audience to understand.
I would venture to say that's not true.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Betty, I think it was just as big of a shock as to the fact that they didn't notify him as to what was inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. I don't know, a father that has joint custody. I don't understand why he wouldn't be immediately notified unless that information was withheld from the Department of Children and Family Services. Sometimes they don't have those details.
I mean, if he had no custody whatsoever, no custodial rights, is the only way it makes sense to me.
Right. And he had to hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. He did.
Yeah.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me. The only thing I can say to those records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal quagmire. So I'll let you speak about what you're comfortable speaking about, but just.
I can't really mention anything about him. It would help me if DCS contacts my attorney one more time. I'd already told her what to do if they contact her one more time. I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
Right.
Yeah,
and you're not doing anything to violate the confidentiality. You're happy to have those reports. At the end of the day, you now know what happened or what is alleged to have happened, at least for whatever incidences those cover.
It's more insight. It's more insight in figuring out what was going on, because it's obvious that the communication that was given to me wasn't proper communication.
Have you ever been contacted by DCS at all? Ever in the past?
Not here. Not here. I'd had it at CPS in California.
All right, I want to take you back to, let me find my tab. Any guesses of how many tabs I have open today? Way too many. April 25th, 2024. From News Nation, Sebastian Rogers' disappearance due to a domino effect of events. Seth PI.
Sebastian's father, and Heather Cohen, a private investigator who is now working with him on the case. Thank you both for joining us. Seth, I have to start with you. First of all, I can't imagine being in your shoes. I'm so sorry that you're experiencing this, and I'm grateful that you're joining us tonight. I think our viewers need to understand Sebastian was not physically in the home with you. You are no longer married to his mother, but I just want to check in with you, see how you're doing, and if you know anything tonight that you can share with us.
The correct answer is 39 tabs. That's not including my StreamYard tab.
Just know that he's still missing. I know that there's been really no leads that have been shared with me by law enforcement.
When you say there's no leads, are you working with law enforcement? Are they communicating with you?
Not communicating with me. They're communicating with anybody who'd be my private investigator.
Okay, Heather, I want to weave you into the conversation. You started working with Seth. Why are you working with Seth, and what can you tell us so far?
Well, I had received several phone calls, people asking me to get involved in the case, but I wouldn't do it until I was invited in by a family member or law enforcement.
And if he is talking about the family lawyer or the family law attorney from Nashville that he hired to do the 6 C&Ds, that is who he's referencing in that. That was a female family law attorney out of Nashville that he had draw up the 6 C&Ds that also, from my understanding, helped him gain access to these reports.
And I did end up getting that.
Heather was working on behalf of Seth at this time in April, and what they're about to talk about is interesting. So just keep notice of this, that this was done on News Nation with Seth sitting right here.
Phone call. A friend of mine said they had talked to Seth and he was looking for somebody, a PI to hire, and he had referred me. So I called Seth and here we are. That was about
that friend would be Burton Staggs.
2 weeks ago. And yes, law enforcement was standoffish at first with me. And I think that's just because, they had some Seth can be hard to deal with because he's going through a lot right now.
Well,
you
yeah, I
know?
mean, it's a lot of trauma. So what can
Right.
you tell us so far about your investigation? What have you learned? What were the circumstances of the home, of his mother, of his stepdad, the thud that they heard?
Well, I can tell you that from my investigation, I believe that this is a domino effect of events. I believe that we have to go all the way back to probably December and January are going to be key months. There are a lot of events. There was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian. We know that Chris Proudfoot was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time. We know that that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February to the Stafford home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time.
Did you catch that? This was his PI working alongside of him. Let's play it one more time.
Stafford home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time. I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call and he has been unsuccessful in doing so. But I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about Chris leaving Katie. And I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian. So there may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered. Could these things have led up to maybe Sebastian just feeling a certain kind of way and leaving? You know, if he overheard a conversation between Chris and Katie where Chris is saying he can't deal with it anymore, he's out, whatever, you know, that could have been motivation for Sebastian to just leave.
Seth, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Was Sebastian safe at his mother's home?
I've heard some things. I have mixed feelings about that.
Were you addressing it with your former wife?
Information that has been brought to my attention has been information received since Sebastian has left.
And the morning after he left, what happened in the home? Can you answer that?
I know that I received a phone call on my cell phone that I didn't get until I got off of work. Everything else would be law enforcement or speaking to Chris Proudfoot to figure out what happened.
Thanks so much for watching.
Okay, back to Lore Lodge.
And he was having problems at school.
I think you heard very clearly what Heather stated, likely to be unfounded, and the case was closed and it was restricted. All right, so let's carry on.
You know, again, he just lived a different life over there, right? I mean, you know, the 15-year-old child was wearing diapers and, you know, I mean, it caused a lot of mental issues. I mean, this kid comes to live with his father and there are no diapers, there are no accidents.
So Seth was knowing all along that incontinence briefs were a thing. He spoke about that numerous times himself, but it wasn't abuse or termed as abuse up until now.
What I was going to ask is, Seth, did he need these diapers?
Not in my house.
So Chris and Katie put them in these diapers. Did they have a reason? Did they explain this to you?
He was having accidents. At one point in time, Chris was upset that I had sent him back to the house, not in a diaper, in actual underwear. And at another point in time, Chris got upset, so he gave me all of them.
Again, just the level of disrespect. They know that they're called incontinence briefs, but they continue to diminish Sebastian in any way, shape, or form that they can.
So Sebastian never needed diapers at your place, but
no.
Okay. So just get back to my recap here. So Chris and Katie approach you. They say, Sebastian, we can't take this behavior anymore. It's not working out at our house. We want to put him in a facility. And then, or they wanted to go live with you.
That was a phone call.
Okay. So
And that-
what was the first thing facility, or was the first thing go live with you?
First thing was come live with me.
Okay. So they approach you, they call you, they say, we can't take it anymore. We want Sebastian to come live with you. You say, well, right now my schedule
They
is
weren't
not-"
at their quote unquote wits end. I was approached differently. I was approached on the basis of, hey, do you want what do you think about Sebastian coming to live with you? Sending.
Yeah. Did it seem like this was Chris's idea, Katie's idea, or a joint idea?
Before the information that I have now, it was coming from Chris.
Okay.
The information that I have now,
it was a joint venture.
All right. We're
really quickly, and at this time, had the questions or the idea of putting him in online classes, had that ball already started rolling, or was that after that happened?
I was already working on that from the year before, because they were like, hey, can't get him in now, but what you have to do is on this day, you need to call up, you need to go ahead and apply. So I was just waiting for time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was waiting on dates so I could get applications put in, and then
This was after they suggested he go live with you.
No.
Yes.
Wait.
That's why I was clarifying.
Okay. Yeah. Because that was my question.
They were at their wits' end with Sebastian's behavior.
Yep.
They approached Seth. They asked Seth, hey, can Sebastian come live with you? Seth, my understanding, you say, I would love to have him, but with my work schedule right now, I can't be home at the times I need to be home. Can you hang on to him for a year so I can
he
get
was
my
already
schedule
in.
together?
Well, he was already in school.
Yeah.
And pulling him out of school is not. I didn't want to do any more detrimental. He was already in school. He needs to stay in school until the end of that. All right.
So you felt it was best for Sebastian if he remained in that school, in that, not knowing necessarily everything you know now, but in that school, in that home, until you were able to get to a point where you could get him into online school and then adjust your schedule so that you could be home with him at the proper times.
Correct.
Okay. That's
Now what happened in between that and the next school year was supposedly Sebastian got back on track, and they didn't have a problem with him going to Beach High School.
Okay.
All right, let's pop it back to Jennifer Koffendorfer. Let me make sure I'm not muted yet. You're good. Okay, sorry. Once again, fumbling to find the right tab. But it's important right here. Here we go.
Most infant.
This is from May 13th. Another time he talked about the school situation.
Gator. If it interested him, then he's right down the gator's mouth. He's never been one to skirt at learning something new. As long as, again, and with most people, it has to be enjoyable for them, or that you got to want to learn it. Otherwise, there's no will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Sebastian is definitely one of those that will trudge the way.
And so what are Sebastian's sort of top interests? He likes to do that. In other words, things he really enjoys doing.
Besides playing video games?
Yeah.
I do know that he likes to cook. I know that he does enjoy, he really likes his Legos. He loves building things. He's got several containers of Legos. He likes to do that sort of stuff. He loves to build. He likes to cook. He likes playing video games. He did like doing the heavy equipment. We would go fishing, and touching the fish is kind of icky at times for him. But that goes back to the fact that he doesn't like to have his fingers dirty. He doesn't like his hands dirty. But it's like with him doing Minecraft and telling him that, hey, I needed you to do online schooling, and he didn't want to, but I spoke to him, and it's like, it's not permanent. It's just a little setback. Not to mention, it will open plenty of doors. You like Minecraft and the system that they have up here for their online schooling. It opens up college courses at Austin P, where they teach them how to do data programming and things using Roblox and Minecraft. So it's not like it's going to be a dead, you're sitting at the table all day long. His God brothers in it. He does the online schooling, so he's going to have somebody that was going to be there with him. And I wanted him to get his therapy, so that way he could start correcting his own behavior through therapy and everything else, so he could see where he needed to change.
So a couple points. You're talking about, so in the summer, you were supposed to take full-time custody of him. Is that right? And then he was going to do online schooling. Make sure I got that right.
Yes, at the end of the school year, he was supposed to come up here. I'd have him for the summer, and I already have him enrolled in school, because you have to start the process up here for enrolling in online school at the beginning of the year, because there's such a wait list.
And Katie and Chris were fine with that. Oops, sorry, you okay? And Katie and Chris were on board with this plan.
Yes.
And that was supposed to happen June 1st, the end of May, something
Whenever
like
the
that.
school at Beach Academy was over.
And so it sounds like Sebastian may have been, like everybody is whenever there's change, a little bit apprehensive about online schooling. Did he have friends he didn't want to leave at his other school?
We really didn't discuss that. One of the things that I've discussed many times with my son is that no matter how much you don't like change, it's the only thing that is constant in life. Nothing will ever stay the same. You have to be able to adjust. And autistic children don't adjust well. It takes a lot of reinforcement communication-wise and get them to see the brighter side of what's going to happen. Normally, when something starts happening that's different from his routine, it takes a minute to adjust. But as soon as he adjusts, because he does, then it's just same old thing. And he becomes adjusted to it and he excels. You have to have the right type of foundation.
What was his best subject? Was there any subject that was easy for him?
A couple years ago, I told you math. This year, he pretty much was done with math. Numbers were his favorite subject for the last, I want to say, 2 or 3 years in California before he came up here. I think, in my opinion, he liked it, but I think it's just try teaching me math in school nowadays, and I'm going to look at you like I don't know what you're talking about. I know how to do add, subtract, multiply fractions, so on and so. Some of these things that they're teaching our kids now just does not make sense to me. But I'm not a rocket scientist, so I don't have to worry about that.
And so you mentioned that you were really looking forward to him being able to go to his therapy to sort of help correct some of the things that were going on that were of concern. What were his top concern issues, if you will?
Inappropriate discussion and inappropriate behavior. Having the wrong type of discussion, like certain things you don't discuss at the dinner table. Religion, politics, those things that your parents always told you we never discuss at the table. Having inappropriate conversations.
Oh, yeah, like religion and politics. I'm sure that's exactly what Sebastian was doing. Are you fucking kidding me? Ooh, sometimes it's better just to be quiet.
School year begins. He's there. Stuff gets worse at the house, and it's affecting his behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still waiting. I've already done everything I'm supposed to do. So now I'm waiting on the school system here to give me that acknowledgement that he's going to be into the online school.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, we want to send him into a facility, a program thing.
Okay.
And when they sent me that information, I was like, you're not going to send it. This place kids have died here.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to send my son to any place where kids have died and have been abused.
Right.
Not knowing what's going on in that house as it was.
Right.
So when they approached me with that, I contacted a enrollment lady that dealt with a whole bunch of facilities for special needs and autistic children. And when I contacted her, I was like, listen, if they're going to do this, there needs to be animals there. There needs to be a good structure there. And it needs to be beneficial for Sebastian, not some facility.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to have actual hands-on with what's going on. And she sent me the list and I forwarded it to Katie. And I never heard back.
Okay. So, and excuse me for rehashing this so many times. I just want to make sure that we really have the series of events nailed down. So 2022, they approach you about Sebastian coming to live with you, correct?
Yes.
You say that you need some time to get everything in order so that he can go to online school and that you can properly take care of him.
They contacted me. I said yes. And the next thing I did was contact the school.
Mm-hmm.
The school's what told me.
Actually, what you said was this, sir. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Wrong tab. What you said was this.
Sure.
Why I won't stop.
Look, man, I've followed this from kind of the beginning, and I have no doubt that you will find your son and that you'll be the reason. I truly think that. I mean, it's terrible what's going on, and Tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 2020. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
I want him here. he wants to be here. You know, it's
Could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly?
see, and that's what I don't think.
I mean, that's what actually was said, but let's go back to this. Thank God we're getting closer to being done, but I'll throw in a few additional clips throughout.
That I'd be able to apply on these dates, and I let them know that.
Okay, so Proudfoots come to you. They say, we want Sebastian to move in with you. You go to the school. You say, okay. You go to the school. The school tells you there's a 6-month wait list. You then go tell the Proudfoots that there's a 6-month wait list, and because of your work schedule, you can't be home with Sebastian at the proper times.
Because I'm like, well, it takes me an hour or so to get home. If he's got to be at school at 7, I get off at 7.
Right.
It takes me 8:30 for me to get home, depending on traffic. Well, again, then my son's late to school. That's detrimental to his learning program.
Right. So was it after? So what happened next? After you find out that it's going to take some time for him to get into online schooling, what was the communication with Chris and Katie from there?
I let him know, and then all of a sudden they're talking about sending him to a facility and everything.
Gotcha. So it wasn't. They didn't. It sounds like they didn't want to wait. So when was the facility conversation? Was that 2023?
Yes.
That's 2023. And then you are getting him enrolled. He's good to go.
That was December. That was December, I think. November or December of 2023.
November.
It was right before he went missing.
Which is interesting because that's about the same time that Chris started trying to get custody of Faith again. Which, as you very well know,
yes,
I think factors into this heavily.
Well, then just locking down the date. So the first time it comes up is 2022. You start going through that process, and then that's when
We could go back and pull the ease conversation when Tony went on there if we need to. Also, I mean, Tony went on there. It wasn't Seth, but Tony has to fill in the dates.
you mentioned earlier, where after like a month or two, however long it was, things kind of died down from them because essentially things got better in their house. Things went back to business as usual. And then a year later is when they came back up. They started talking about the facility, things like that. Just to make sure that we got that timeline right.
And Seth didn't know this, but they start talking to him in 2022 about Sebastian coming to live with him. First CPS report was filed on or around the same time in 2022.
Okay, so the implication there would be that this conversation happened because a CPS officer or agent visited the house.
Correct.
Okay, so
we have a very detailed timeline.
Yeah,
that's been created that shows cause and effect from the CPS reports for the behavior and the family counseling reports, and it's a very
So reports that he's not supposed to be sharing with anybody have now been dispersed to create a timeline of events. Meanwhile, all right, makes total sense, right? Okay.
a compelling story, to say the least.
So
Makes a compelling story, to say the least. You're not going to convince me that they're not trying to build a circumstantial case against Katie and or Chris, and they need to play this public sphere of sorts to gain public sympathy and public attention so they can build this circumstantial case. That is what I believe they are trying to do. I believe that they don't have any evidence of a crime. They know that there's nothing that they can really do. So they are absolutely attempting to build a circumstantial case, and they're using the public sphere and public emotions and manipulating the audience to believe, because they think with that support, they will be able to strong arm law enforcement into doing something. And then they can potentially taint a jury pool by saying that it's corrupt or all of the things. That is my opinion. It has always remained my opinion. I think the rest of it has been smoke and mirrors and games by people around him, and he's been willing to play the games. You're not going to convince me elsewise. Okay, let's go on. Those are my opinions, and I'm sticking to them.
the way I'm understanding this, CPS incident. They approach Seth about Sebastian moving in with Seth. Seth says, yeah, sure, I'll take him, and starts working on getting him enrolled into schools, figuring out how it's going to work, all of that. School year comes. Sebastian is, I guess this would be the 2022-2023 school year. Sebastian is still with the Proudfoots. Things die down a little bit, and then things are good for most of 2023. And then at the end of 2023, as far as you guys know. And then at the end of 2023, they start talking again. We can't take it anymore. We want Sebastian to move in with you. Sebastian still can't move in with Seth until he's properly enrolled in online school for the 2024-2025 school year.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think there's a key piece of information there. So you looked into the online schooling from the initial conversation, and then when they told you things were okay now, we're comfortable with him going to that high school, then you had no reason to continue to pursue it. So when they brought it up again, you then had to go back onto the wait list to get him into the online school.
When they brought it back up to me, I had stated.
So you did stay.
I stayed in it. So I had him already registered for the 24-25 school year.
But you didn't want to pull him out of school midway through the year.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So they approach in 2022 after the CPS incident. They say, hey, we want him to go live with you. Seth says, yes, he can come live with me. Let me get him on the wait list and enrolled. He gets through a little bit more of that school year. They decide, all right, you know what, it's okay. 2023. So you don't have him enrolled for 2023.
No, he actually said he needs to get his behavior together. That's what he said. But carry on.
2024 because he's still living with them. And then you enroll him for 2024, 2025 when they approach you at the end of 2023.
Correct.
Well,
Okay.
the calendar year 2023, not the school year.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So then the plan is that he will finish out the 2023-2024 school year with the Proudfoots, and then he will move in with you, I assume, over the summer, and then he will start with the Clarksville school district that
Yes.
you had him enrolled in.
Moving in May.
Got it. So I think that's a very important timeline for I think everybody to know about, especially now that, of course, you know, I understand you guys can't share the details of these DCS reports, but I think that is a very important thing for people to know, that this was a conversation that was not just, you know, hey, we think he'd be happier at his dad's, but we can't take it anymore. We need him. Can't
share details of the CPS report, but the PI that was working on behalf of Seth back in April said that the last case that she's talking about, which again, we don't really truly know how many cases there are. If it's one case, multiple things, we have no idea. We shouldn't know. None of this should have ever been brought out here. Law enforcement knows. But we heard his PI state that the case was closed, likely unfounded. The case was closed and restricted. If there was more, they would have known then at that time. They would have made a big deal out of it at that time. I believe that's one of the reasons why she got let go.
Him out of here. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts about the diapers. None of them are good, and for that reason, I'm going to refrain from talking about that while you guys are on here, because I don't want to cause unnecessary pain. But moving into the actual,
can you tell I'm over this? Can you tell that I'm over all of the fucking lies and all of the helping to create these stories that Tony is sitting there just like, Tony is excited about this because he knew that this was going to garner a bunch of attention and pushback, and then they could claim the victimhood again. Oh, look at, they're attacking a grieving father. And it would get all these emotionally driven talking points back out there in the sphere. So people would run crazy with all this shit. Meanwhile, back in April, most of the shit was cleared up and shut down or talked about and addressed. It's disgusting. And Tony just is relishing in it all. Look at him.
Timeline of the disappearance, because this is another thing that I think people have brought up. Seth, when was the last time Sebastian spent the weekend with you before he disappeared?
The weekend before.
Okay, so you saw him the weekend before he went missing. So the
No. I saw him. Yeah, the weekend before he went missing.
The 18th.
He had him the weekend of the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. President's Day. Shouldn't be that hard to remember.
All right. Do you know when?
Remember the bruise that Betty made a big deal out of? The bruise that they said was a thumbprint on his neck in the picture that she zoomed in on and was trying to say a date range, which would have, Betty's logic would have fallen right in the weekend that Seth had him. You know, the bruise on the neck that they kept trying to tell everybody was a thumbprint. But when Betty was talking about it, she openly stated a timeline that would have been consistent when he was with Seth. Maybe you should have checked into all the people that sit alongside of him and what they've said there, Lore Lodge.
The last time Chris saw him was?
I don't.
Okay. What was that weekend like with him?
What, with him here?
Yeah, you and Sebastian the last time he was there.
Let's see, I think we ordered pizza on Friday night. I think we went over to my buddy's house on Saturday, played pool in the arcade that they got over at their house. That was Saturday, and then Sunday back at the house. I think we played 4 or 5 games of Magic, and then that morning,
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah,
I know it.
Okay,
I know it. I'm not making fun of you. I used to play.
I still do.
I'm going down to do a giant LARP event this week. So you're
action roleplay.
Yeah, you're not going to hear any laughter from me aside from like, I get it. I'm there.
Yeah, like the communal spirit.
Yeah, that was very much like I get it.
Sebastian's got the core books for D&D. I bought those for him. Not only did I buy them for him, but I bought him duplicates, 2 of each. So he had a copy at his mom's house, and he has a copy here at my house.
Dungeons and Dragons.
All right, play D&D, play Magic the Gathering. I mean, he would come here. We go for tournaments. He has got an elf deck. That is a green elf deck. It's probably a $300 or $400 elf deck, and it is just nasty. Okay, yeah. I had him playing Magic the Gathering in California. We'd go to tournaments. We knew the owner of one of the stores, so we went there. There were people there that would not play my son because of that deck. We're like, no,
it was just so stacked.
You know, and it's like, why not? And it was like, no, you give him one turn, and all of a sudden you got 15 elves that are 4/4s coming over to smack you with trample.
Right?
No, we don't want that. And it's like, well,
I thought they asked. We saw it last night that they asked for them to get the focus back on Sebastian. Have you seen any of that happen yet? Still not. No, me neither.
let's make this even better, son. You know, and that's his deck. Like, I buy cards, and it's like, what do you want to add into it? You know.
Just for those who don't know, Magic the Gathering is very similar to like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon.
Way before.
I know.
Before
I'm just our generation would be more familiar with Pokemon. So it's the same kind of thing. Trading cards, you get little booster packs, you buy name decks, and you know, I used to play that when I was a kid too. So I didn't really have anybody to play it with after middle school though, so I stopped.
Well, it came out in what, 96?
Yeah. So the game's older than we are.
And I was in high school.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it must have been awesome back in the 90s.
Yeah, my mom did not like that game. She thought I was into summoning demonic things and tore up my cards. And I was like, yeah, Mom, that was a bird maiden, you know. It's a 10-cent card.
Not sure what you think you did.
Yeah. But Sebastian loved to play D&D. He liked to play Magic the Gathering.
Was he good? Aside from just the deck?
Yes, he was good because, well, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 12 commander decks.
Mm-hmm.
And he's played all of them.
And he knows his way around the game.
Yes. It's good for reading. It's good for memorizing. It's great for math. It's good for actual school. And because you got to play with people, it was good for socialization.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, and that's the thing is especially with a game like that.
At a tournaments.
Yeah, no amount of being on the autism spectrum is going to make you stand out at a Magic the Gathering tournament. Like those are going to be your people.
Yeah.
You know.
Except for my son smelled better than them.
You probably smell better than the ones that weren't on the spectrum.
He knows what deodorant and soap was, and I tell you.
Wow. What the F?
Hey. D&D.
My son spells better than those people. Really?
It's like COVID-19, wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes they just, I mean.
Well, you guys are losing your audience fast.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but these are important things about Sebastian. Because also, I mean,
this is what me and Sebastian did. This is what when he was here, if we weren't fishing, we were playing Magic, we were going out and doing things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, one of the things that gets me is that everybody in my neighborhood, my neighbor, they know Sebastian. If me and Sebastian go to Walmart, the people that work at Walmart know my son. And this is before he went missing.
And he knows them. Does he knows their names? He can.
Oh, he doesn't know their names, but he knows that that's the lady that slices the lunch meat really good. All right. So, you know, and it's just people that he interacted with. And then nobody in that neighborhood interacted with my son.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of structure is that?
That's what
Seth is actually like talking about Sebastian, and Tony looks irritated that they're not talking about the rumors and speculation and setting more of a tone against Katie and Chris.
I was just going to say is, you know, the stuff we heard from Chris and Katie was that Sebastian didn't really have any friends. He wanted them, but didn't know how to make them. He didn't really talk to anybody. But it also sounds like they weren't really trying to enrich him. They weren't taking him to Magic the Gathering tournaments. They weren't taking him to D&D night.
No. And when Katie said that Sebastian said he wanted friends for Christmas,
mm-hmm.
Well, that's not what he told me he wanted for Christmas.
What did he tell you he wanted for Christmas?
All he wanted to do was a road trip to Texas to go see his Mima and his Pat Pat. That's it. Because we didn't get to go the year before.
Right. Did he have, like, I mean, maybe friends in the common sense wouldn't be the right word for it, but did he have friends where you were? Was he able to interact with people?
There's no kids around here. They're all adults.
Mm-hmm.
But when we went to D&D night, there's 3 adults and then the other are all kids.
Yeah.
Like his age kids. Parents drop him off for D&D. So he's interacting with children that are his age.
And so was he fine doing that?
Yeah, he played.
Wait, what? So there's D&D nights and gatherings and parents just drop their kids off with grown what? That's weird. Sorry.
The barbarian.
There's a lot of people in the chat right now who are going to get exactly why that's funny. And a lot more who won't. Oh boy. Yeah, we did a one shot just about a month and a half ago where, what did I get? I was what is something I do not.
Well, look at Tony. Tony's like, I have no idea what they're talking about.
I always play Bard.
Yeah.
He had me when he was talking about fishing and then he lost me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll kind of bring it back. But yeah, so I mean, but I think this is good. This is the stuff people need to know. They need to know that Sebastian wasn't a low functioning kid with autism who could barely express himself and was awkward around everybody. He was a kid who could go and play Dungeons and Dragons, which is an incredibly social game.
Oh, extremely.
I mean, with kids his own age, with you and your friends, these are important things for people to know about this child. because it tells a different side of the story. The side of the story we've had this whole time is that he was a loner and he didn't get along with people and he had incontinence issues and everything. And everything I'm hearing right now is that Sebastian, they weren't taking care of Sebastian. They were keeping Sebastian manageable to themselves.
Really? Let's go back to Seth's own words from the lab.
Nothing. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I can tell you things, but those are personal.
I
You know,
understand.
he is a child. All right, he is 15. He is not an adult. He's got a good another 10 years. So, I would classify him as what's the word I'm looking for? Scientifically mature.
Sure.
Brain developed, finished developing around 24 to 26 for males. So, he's got a while to go. I know how it goes for me. I mean, everything that my mom and dad told me, I when I hit 24, 25, things started clicking really, like, oh, that's why they said not to do this. Oh, that's why they said to do this. Like, I kick myself every day for not listening to my parents when I was younger.
Right.
But again, that's hindsight's 2020.
Right. And you're he's your only child, correct?
Yes, sir.
It'll be back on
So-
in a minute.
At any point, so is it? I did find
There's another one where he talks about how Sebastian is functioning, his level of functioning.
They were. That's what it sounds like to me.
Aiden, let's
That's
just
how children grow.
yeah, let's just we've laid all the cards out on the table tonight. I think you guys would agree with that.
Yeah.
So let's just continue to lay the cards on the table. You guys have both Aidens have probably had pets at some point, correct? Dogs, etc.
I do.
Have you ever rescued a dog before?
Rescued a cat, technically. Well,
My girlfriend and I did rescue a husky. She started the rescue, but then she moved in 3 weeks later. So
yeah, my girlfriend and I adopted a cat that just kind of wandered up to the house one day and kind of claimed us. So
So if you rescued let's just say a dog, a puppy, etc., that's been beat, that's been abused, whatnot, and then you bring it into a good home for a long time, when you reach down to pet that dog, what does it do?
it's skittish, runs away, or
It
snaps
flinches.
at you.
What else does it do?
Pees itself pretty frequently.
Correct. There you go.
That's yeah. I
So you're comparing Sebastian to a rescue dog? Is that what the fuck just happened here, Tony? Did you just compare Sebastian to a rescued animal?
rescued a cat, technically. Well,
my girlfriend and I did rescue a husky. She started the rescue, but then she moved in 3 weeks later. So
yeah, my girlfriend and I adopted a cat that just kind of wandered up to the house one day and kind of claimed us. So
So if you rescued let's just say a dog, a puppy, etc., that's been beat, that's been abused,
gross,
whatnot, and then you bring it into a good home for a long time, when you reach down to pet that dog, what does it do?
it's skittish, runs away, or
It
snaps
flinches.
at you.
What else does it do?
Pees itself pretty frequently.
Correct. There you go.
That's yeah. I that's along the lines of what I meant when I was saying I didn't want to go too deep into it with the incontinence, but yeah, that's
That's
like
the heartbreaking part.
everything to me just sounds like it was an abusive situation. Which I mean does give reason for him to run away,
But
So it's abusive now if you choose to protect the dignity of your child and let them wear or have them wear incontinence briefs if they have incontinence issues. That is abusive now, according to these motherfuckers. I am so glad that these people don't actually have any children.
as you were laying out earlier, Seth, the only
And I'm talking about the Aidens
logic behind the way in which he could have run away if that were the scenario
and the other two fucks. Well, the one does. The one has.
would be under something that would be
Oh, I'm mad.
a kind of
Basically, like-
dire situation, at least by his perception. And in that instance, like you said, there would have been to some extent.
It sounds like there could have been an ongoing issue and then a straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I got angry at my parents and ran down the block several times when I was a younger man. So
Seth, you made the comment that Sebastian had never done anything to harm Faith, and of course we know that from talking to Nina, but he had never done anything to harm any child for that matter, had he?
No. I taught my son that we're men. Men are protectors. You protect those that are
What the fuck, Tony?
are dear to you that you love.
Mhm.
Period.
Yeah, I
What the fuck, Tony? What the absolute shit is this?
I'm dealing with a lot of emotions right now. I apologize.
I can only barely scratch the surface, I'm sure, as compared to what you're dealing with on your end.
We've got till 8:30 tonight, guys, and we've
Yeah.
got to be off by then.
That works.
Trying to because I've covered, essentially everything that I wanted to ask.
I think so one of the reasons I think it's important that we talked about what life was like for you and Sebastian at your house, and hearing a lot of these positive stories kind of helps the audience and anybody that would watch in the future recognize
Positive stories? You just sat there and let the national spokesperson, the advocate, the salesman, the uncle compare Sebastian to a rescued animal. Positive stories, though, right? Okay. All right.
who Sebastian is as a person, what he's like, and kind of what you alluded to much earlier in the night is like he is approachable. He is someone that you could have a conversation with. So, for people watching, if someone were to, by chance see him or encounter him, what would your recommendation be?
He said call the police.
Call the police, but
Call 911 immediately.
Yep.
Because a lot of people don't want to get involved.
Yeah, the bystander
Because
is crazy.
Just call 911. Tell them, hey, look, I think this was Sebastian Rogers. I'm at this address. And let law enforcement show up and do their job.
Yeah. I am curious. If he were to have run away, is there anywhere you think he would have gone? Or at least tried to go to?
My house.
Your house? Is there anywhere else?
Not that I know of.
Would he have an idea of the route to your house?
Yes.
He would know it well enough to try and follow it?
Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, it's straight down Long Hollow, make a left, make a right at the Sonic, take it all the way to the interstate, and then take 24 all the way north.
Gotcha. Is there any chance he would have asked for or accepted a ride from someone to your house?
Bobby, he seems to always have that hat on. And thank you for the support, but he seems to always have that.
Only if he knew them.
Okay. Did he have any experience with public transportation?
No.
So he wouldn't have known how to get on a bus?
No, and you got to be a particular age to get on a bus.
Really?
Yes.
What age is that?
Must be a Tennessee thing.
It is a Tennessee thing. And I think
Of course he did, because this guy, Saturday Search. Is there anything else important in this that we needed to see? I will say I am tapped out of this. Like I'm so disgusted by Tony. I want to go through that screen. And the fact that Seth didn't even remotely flinch at that comparison bothers me. I want to take it back to when they're talking about games, though. Would you guys be okay with that? Is there anything else in this that we need to really watch? You guys tell me. We can speed them up faster too, I guess. I'm beyond livid right now, and I want to talk about the gaming devices.
I think it's 16.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're from much more metropolitan areas, so
Yeah.
that's probably to do with it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Any trains that go that
There
way?
are-
Like
No.
regional trail, like rails? No.
No.
I was thinking, because that's what I was thinking is if you knew that there was a rail stop, you might think to follow the rail tracks, but
Nope. And we checked the Greyhound bus stations. We checked the CTS. I mean, and we're talking about 3-4 weeks every day, driving 24 all the way to their house. Well, not to their house, but to Goodlettsville, Long Hollow Pike. Every day. Driving every day looking for him. Just to see if he was en route. Law enforcement had me take them the route that I drive after I pick him up. And yeah.
Yeah, forget the fact that he had sensory issues. Forget the fact that he didn't even like going outside in the summer without shoes on because he had stepped in a pile of fire ants. I mean, we're talking about the 25th of February, and even in Tennessee, it's cold.
yeah, I was looking at the weather. It would have been low 50s at the most.
Yeah.
In the day.
So
probably in the low 40s, high 30s at night.
I don't know. I feel like it was low 50s.
It was low 50s that night. It was 2 days later that we hit, 20 degrees and rain.
Yeah, it was. I remember being an unusually warm day, the 26th. But even still, I mean, I don't know what his tolerance for cold is like. But being from down south, I would guess it's not as high as somebody from like Boston. So I mean, I know that I would be cold if I was walking around in a long sleeve t-shirt in 50-degree weather at night.
Boy would wear a hoodie while you're sitting in the living room.
Gotcha. So he was.
All right, we're tapping out. Okay, we're not done because this is a very important stream that a lot of people forget about. I want to remind you of a trigger warning. All right, we're going to start at the 4 minute and 27 seconds. This is from TRev757.
Goodness gracious. Deborah, hi T-Rev and everyone in chat. What is going on? Hold on, let me play this video real quick, and then I'm going to open up the lines because I want to talk to you guys specifically about this case in general, to keep the public eye on this case, because I feel like it's starting to really shadow back. But then you see some things coming out. I seen something last night. Hold on, I'm going to tell you about it real quick. Somebody sent me this. What does it say? It says, I seen Seth saying this was that Sebastian was the only child. What he said? He said Sebastian was the only child that Katie didn't abort of mine. I seen Seth Rogers say that. That was crazy. He said that's the only one, the only child that she didn't abort of his. And that was said in the chat. Somebody sent it to me.
Discovered him missing from his room.
1 second, let me
the
play
morning
this.
of Sebastian Rogers' mother
And T-Rev's not lying there, because it was said in a chat. It was said in Dolly's chat. So there's that. So it had been confirmed by numerous people that that had been said. But I want to talk about the gaming systems, because that somehow got rewrote the other night. So I'm going to just remind you what was said on the Lore Lodge right quick at the 49-minute mark.
That's what okay. At your house, and there's been some hubbub about this, were there any restrictions of the same kind? Did he have access to his own computer, his own tablet, PlayStation, anything like that under his own username?
No.
Okay, so
let me rephrase that. Sure. On the PlayStation, that's everything's under my name.
Okay.
He has his laptop that he uses for school.
Okay.
What he used during COVID-19.
All right, and would that go back and forth between the houses?
No.
That's
Katie wouldn't let him bring his laptop from there to here, which is fine. I went and got him a laptop for him to use for school here.
Right, because he would need a laptop for school. That would make sense. He was 15. He's 15, 16. Sheesh. How long has it been? Yeah, he's currently 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure I have my number straight. So on this laptop, did he have restricted access to the internet, unrestricted access to the internet, parental controls?
He had parental controls. The email address that he would log in, it would tag to me, to my email address, because his email address was a child email address.
Okay.
So anything and everything that he did, I got an email with everything that he logged into and did.
Okay. And did you have access to anything that came in and out of that email?
Everything.
All right. And when it came to internet browsing, were there any restrictions on that, or did he have open access to the internet?
He had open access, but everything that came to was apps that were he was using for school and to log into the school classes. That's all he did.
So you could see what he was searching online.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, just for my own sake, because I might want to look into what the program was, because it might be relevant. Do you remember what program it was for the parental controls?
No.
You don't? Okay. That's understandable.
I mean, he had a Google email address, and all the apps that were on there would literally, he would have to log into the school class in order to log into any of the gaming apps to there.
Gotcha. Okay. So
Because the gaming apps, literally, he would do that and he would get credit at school for playing those games, because it was like math questions, word questions.
He had to go through the school firewall, Aiden.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just writing that down.
Yeah, I had a similar situation with my laptop in high school where, we were able to bring it home from school, and it wasn't like our laptops that we bought. It was, school provided, but it was the same thing. It was like you logged in with your school login information, and due to the way they set up the user interface on those laptops, you only had access to certain things that essentially the school allowed you to have access to.
Yeah. I didn't have quite the same situation, but my parents did have like one of those parental control apps on it. Didn't actually like control what I did, but it did report back to them on anything that happened on that laptop. So it was very robust parental controls. And that was probably, 2012.
Yep.
I could limit his access if he was on for too long. I had a time limit on there that I could set for him. Everything.
Sure. Were there, when he would be playing video games though, I'd say it was not something on that laptop, but because I assume he wasn't playing like Call of Duty or anything on that laptop.
No.
Okay. Were there any non-school related games that he could play on that laptop?
There's none that he could.
Okay. So because you could see all of it, correct. So when it came to PlayStation, did he play any, you said he played online games under your account. Did he have a way to speak to anybody? Also, really quickly, what model of PlayStation is this?
It's a Darth Vader edition PlayStation 4.
PlayStation 4. Okay. Because one thing that people had said was, oh, well, the PlayStation 5 controller has a built-in speaker microphone. And I was like, I don't think it was a PlayStation 5. So I'm glad that's cleared up, because
Glad you're clearing that up, are you? Glad that's cleared up, huh? Okay.
From what I understand, he did not have a way to communicate. You said he didn't have a headset to me when we talked earlier, right?
Right.
So
Okay. All right. Let's go over here. Let's go. Oh. Here we go.
Day two.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't take it day one, because day one they actually came to my house.
Mm-hmm.
They followed to bring my
We're going to bring it back to the 54-minute mark.
somehow. I will walk through fucking fire and hell brimstone, and I will bring the wrath of God to make sure that I can find my son.
Yep. No matter what stone you got to unturn.
Doesn't matter.
Enforcement. Did you, now this question is killing me, but you're probably they're holding this close to the vest too, probably, huh? Law enforcement confirming whether those clothes from Sebastian that night you wore out to dinner. Did they ever find those?
They're not going to tell me. They're not going to tell me because that's definitely something that they would hold close to them. You know.
Did Chris ever take his polygraph? Do you know that?
I have no idea. I don't care.
Yeah, I was just somebody said that reported it a couple days back, and I seen it, and I didn't know. And people were asking if you were retaking yours, but I don't know that either.
I don't care if Chris took a polygraph. I know where I was at. I was in the garage at 6, and I didn't even leave till 7:20. They already took my phone. You know, they look back at over 6 months. And we are not allowed to have cell phones. And when you're in the jail, that's a felony. I don't look good in orange.
Right. Yeah. No doubt.
Every phone call that comes out of that building or goes into that building is recorded. And like I said, they took my phone. I gave it to them.
Day 2.
I also gave him shit after, about 8 hours. I'm like, dude, you need to give me my phone back. You have no idea. Everybody, I mean, Sebastian's godparents up here in Clarksville, and I say there because they're over in the other side of Clarksville, which is 40 minutes from here. They actually called Montgomery County Sheriff's to do a welfare check on me because when they said, give us your phones, and they were like, we'll have them for like an hour. They had mine for 12.
Damn, they had yours for a while. That's crazy. Then that was day 2. I thought you said, right? Remember they said they took
I think it was day 2.
Yeah,
because they didn't take it day 1 because day 1 they actually came to my house.
Isn't this interesting? AKA Jenny, AKA Robin, thank you. Your compassion last night and rage for Katie hit me hard. I also had that at 13. I was feeling all this shame that I had for years of hearing the same male comments. Thank you for seeing what they did was wrong. This whole thing, thank you for the support, but this whole thing is such a chauvinistic, male chauvinistic driven. I don't even have the words. And then hearing them compare Sebastian to a rescued dog physically just made me feel sick.
They followed me all the way back here. I took the route that I would take after I picked him up so that they would know what route I took when I normally pick Sebastian up so that we could search that route. They came here and they took the electronics out. They took the PlayStation 3 out of his room. They took my PlayStation 4. They took the Switch. They took the compact note.
Do I need to slow that down and play that again? Let's do that. Why does the story always change? PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4?
They actually called Montgomery County Sheriff's to do a welfare check on me because when they said, give us your phones, and they were like, we'll have them for like an hour. They had mine for 12.
Damn, they had yours for a while. That's crazy. Then that was day 2. I thought you said, right? Remember they said they took
I think it was day 2.
Yeah,
because they didn't take it day 1 because day 1 they actually came to my house. They followed me all the way back here. I took the route that I would take after I picked him up so that they would know what route I took when I normally pick Sebastian up so that we could search that route.
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
They came here and they took the electronics out. They took the PlayStation 3 out of his room. They took my PlayStation 4. They took the Switch. They took the compact notebook thing that my mom gave him for Christmas back in 2020. They took all the electronics.
The PlayStation.
Oh, so that time they did take all of those things, right? Very interesting, huh? How this always changed. Laura Lodge keeps going back and forth with me on X. He seriously believes that Katie wasn't groomed. That's when she turned 18 that she pursued him. Yeah, he's naive and is choosing to be naive, and he's dangerous to things that really happen in society that he wants to bury his head in the sand because it's beneficial to him because he thinks he's getting content off of it. He doesn't care about the actual reality of what this is. And he also doesn't understand that abuse victims can actually struggle for years on how to, let's just hypothetically say, because we don't know all of the circumstances, but let's say she was groomed. Let's say that this woman was groomed and had a child in common with the father, the person that groomed her. Well, it's really hard to break away from that cycle if that's all you've known your entire life, and to even identify yourself as an abuse victim, let alone that is what has happened to you. So when they try to justify the fact that, oh, well, she was going to let him go live with him, she's going to let it, you know what? Sometimes women don't ever really see themselves as an abuse victim. And a lot of women will think, just because they did this to me doesn't mean they will do it to my child. There's a lot of that happens too, especially because courts often mandate people to go live with abusers. So there's so many other things that go into play here. And it just makes all of me sick. That 26-year-old kid needs to get his shit together before he really fucks up. I feel bad for any women that he's around.
I remember seeing that, or the PI at least talked about taking Sebastian's PlayStation and yours or something like that. I think.
By the way, Jax, thank you. I'm sorry I went off on a tangent and didn't even say thank you. You guys can tell, like, I am low energy right now doing this. I just wanted to get through this as fast as possible. We're going to do some fun ones later, hopefully today, but I want to just get this over with.
She said?
Yeah. They took my PS4. They took Sebastian. Sebastian has a PS3. The first one that came out, the 20 gig, that was the reverse compatible, so it played the PlayStation 2 games. Yeah, they took that. Now it don't work. They took my PS4. They took his tablet thing that my mom gave him for Christmas, and they took the Switch.
And they took his Switch.
And they took my other phone.
Yeah. Well, they got all that. They got all.
They took it all.
They said those lights too were not flashlights; that they were floodlights. That's crazy.
There are videos out there that that are floating around the internet that I haven't even seen, and I don't even know where to start with some of the stuff, because it's like, is that the same video that I watched? Is that the same? You know, that's why getting the PIs helps alleviate me of having to do that research for me to sit there, because I was searching all day, then coming home, scouring the internet to find out what people like Nick Barris was putting out, so on and so forth, information that I didn't have. And then doing podcasts and interviews I was burning it at both ends. I'm still burning it at both ends, only it's burning a little bit slower now.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely did burn it at both. You still are, really, though. You're doing everything that you possibly can. You're keeping Sebastian's name.
I've got more gray hair in my goatee now than I did before Sebastian went missing.
I know you're losing sleep. I've heard it. I've talked to you during it. Voice change and everything. You could just tell that you're.
Didn't we just hear listening? Just sending for screen time. Cash, thank you for the support. Didn't we just hear him say on Aiden's, I'm almost positive, let me just back that up, that the headphones were dusty? That's why he knows that Sebastian didn't use them. Let's go back here, because we already heard a contradiction in the PlayStations. There's a PlayStation 3 and a PlayStation 4, according to what he said on T-Revs. Now he's saying just a PlayStation 4.
Laptop in high school where we were able to bring it home from school, and it wasn't like our laptops that we bought. It was, school provided, but it was the same thing. It was like you logged in with your school login information, and due to the way they set up the user interface on those laptops, you only had access to certain things that essentially the school allowed you to have access to.
Yeah. I didn't have quite the same situation, but my parents did have like one of those parental control apps on it. Didn't actually like control what I did, but it did report back to them on anything that happened on that laptop. So it was very robust parental controls. And that was oh my God, 2012.
Yep.
I could limit his access if he was on for too long. It had a time limit on there that I could set for him. Everything.
Sure. Were there, when he would be playing video games though, I'd say it was not something on that laptop, but because I assume he wasn't playing like Call of Duty or anything on that laptop.
No.
Okay. Were there any non-school related games that he could play on that laptop?
There's none that he did.
Okay. So because you could see all of it, correct?
But was he playing Call of Duty Mobile? That should have been a question there, Aiden, because I can answer that for you. I don't even have to. I'll let somebody else answer it.
So when it came to PlayStation, did he play any? You said he played online games under your account. Did he have a way to speak to anybody? Also, really quickly, what model of PlayStation is this?
It's a Darth Vader edition PlayStation 4.
PlayStation 4. Okay, because one thing that people had said was, oh, well, the PlayStation 5 controller has a built-in speaker and microphone. And I was like, I don't think it was a PlayStation 5. So I'm glad that's cleared up because from what I understand, he
Yeah, a 3 and a 4. So is it cleared up? Because it keeps changing. Alma, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. I need to get in contact with you. Don't let me forget. I need to do that today. Sorry, my brain has just been whoop this week.
did not have a way to communicate. You said he didn't have a headset to me when we talked earlier, right?
Right.
So was it one thing I did want to ask, because there were, of course, a few times that he had stayed home at your place and you were at work. I understand.
Okay, so headset, didn't talk to anybody. You heard that. Let's hear this
These
part.
were times when you either couldn't get off of work or that he came over during the week for some reason. Would these have been at times where he would have had access to the internet through the PlayStation, where he could have gone and got your headset? Would there have been any way he could have communicated with somebody else via the PlayStation Network or via a chat lobby while you weren't home?
No, because I had one pair of headphones and I literally they were in my room. I'm wearing them now, and there was so much dust on these things.
So you could tell they hadn't been picked up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, me and my son had an understanding.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to this. Uncle Taco on the vault.
Because either people will do that or they won't. It's Seth is like, you might not want to do that because that might be hurting him. And then Sebastian was trying to see if it would or not. And it was like, well, yeah, you kind of hurt me, and I just take the wrench. But Sebastian was a special child, and you have to expect that, especially when you're in close quarters. Kids are going to be kids.
Yeah, that's true.
Regardless.
That's true.
I love Sebastian regardless. When Sebastian came here, and he was happy. Uncle Taco, and he up out of the car, running up at me. Stuff yelling at him not to get out of the car, and just funny stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's sad to know that. I woke up one day, called my buddy, and this is all transpired 100 some odd days later. We still.
So let me ask you something. How soon was it? I think she said something. Michelle said
Good question, Revival. I guess they're not tech savvy enough to do that.
something earlier about how soon it was when you all got contacted that your boy was missing.
I had played a game like 2.5 weeks with Sebastian and Seth, Call of Duty Mobile on our cell phones.
Okay.
I lost contact. We stopped contact for like 2 weeks. I ended up calling them up.
Oh, wait. Call of Duty Mobile on your cell phones?
And then he dropped the bomb. And I was like,
So may I ask, how did you lose contact?
just stop. We don't call every day on a basis before this happened.
Okay.
We called and we kept contact. Like, I don't know, my call logs. It's all in my call logs. Just like maybe once a month we hit each other up. We throw some words.
But you say after that, you all talked every day?
Every day. I mean,
Okay,
pretty much every
once
day.
you found out the boy was missing. Okay, you should say,
Right.
I want people to hear that so they don't think you're lying. Okay.
No, I speak to him as much as possible. Some days we don't talk, but whenever we do catch up, we do talk.
Okay.
It might not be about anything, but it's something. I'm trying to distract him. I'm not trying to pull the focus about Sebastian, but everything he's saying to a man that's missing his child is Sebastian. You know what I'm saying? It's hard trying to.
You heard it right there, though. He said that he played Call of Duty Mobile with them. And we've already heard him say that there's a PlayStation 3 and a PlayStation 4, and they took all electronics. Okay. Back to T-Rev.
Stressed out and super tired, but yet you're not giving up. That faith is instilled in you, and you're out there looking. Now, I don't know if you could speak on this or not, but I know the PI spoke on this. She said something about SOs in the area. So what is the current focus of the private investigators regarding registered sex offenders in the area? I don't know if you can speak on that any at all, but I remember her saying during the interview that there was something interesting to her, and that caught my attention a little bit.
Yep, close to the vest.
Close to the vest. Keep that close to the vest. That's good. At least it's being looked into. That's all we care about. At least it's being looked into. And I'm glad that you hired a PI that's digging into everything and actually got to sit down with that, county sheriff.
I can go and knock on people's doors and ask them if it's okay if we search the property, but they don't have to let me. They don't have to let my PI.
Yeah, that's true.
But normally if I call the person and I ask them, hey, is it okay if we search the property? We're looking for my son.
Now,
I haven't been told no yet.
Yeah, that's good. At least you ain't been told no. At least you haven't been told no.
The death threats and stuff that were coming to 150C, they walked onto private property in the dark at night. After I already told them, stay off of private property. If there's a place or location that needs to be searched, bring it to me. I will find the person's name and phone number, and I will call them. Standard operating procedure. I need people to be safe. Permissions need to be asked and granted.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
They didn't do it.
Damn.
I mean,
I'm muted. I'm going to take us back in this interview to another part where Seth first comes on the interview. We're not going to listen to the full thing, but you heard the contradictions in the gaming consoles that they had access to, or Sebastian. Again, I don't know why these stories are changing. I don't know why there's additional information being added to them. I don't get the big... I don't understand why any of this is happening except for distractions, emotional manipulation, and a lot of it's Tony conducted, in my opinion, and you won't change that, how I feel about that.
And I see people saying, don't dance with the devil, don't do, but
we're going to bump it up here. And then after the T-Rev segment that I want to play, we're going to go take a look at when Tony came on BJ's panel.
all my license and everything had been suspended because of the accusations that were given to me. I was doing armed security. I was in California. All of a sudden, I had a domestic violence.
Oops, hold on.
Bringing Sebastian. I could put my ego.
There you go.
Was, you know, I thanked everybody. It was played in the wrong order, in my opinion, because we had the vigil. I thanked everybody who was supporting, everybody who was donating, everybody who was going out there with flyers and handing them out. I appreciate all that. But I need answers. And if I have to work with Chris and Katie, I can put my ego and the issues that I am dealing with them aside, because Sebastian deserves that. Chris approached me, which meant Chris wanted to be on the same page as I was.
So he approached you that day?
Yeah, that was him approaching me at the vigil.
Yeah.
I had just moved my truck up there.
Chris approached Seth and wanted to be on the same page, wanted to work together.
I mean, and I'm glad that you guys could at least talk or work together. And I see people saying, don't dance with the devil, don't do. But again, egos put aside, I don't blame you for, even engaging in the conversation, because at the end of the day, it all is about Sebastian. It is. That's all it's about. Finding Sebastian, bringing Sebastian home. I mean, I know everybody out there wants to talk trash about me. I'm cool with that. Obviously you ran out of flyers. Now you want to talk trash. Or maybe you need some more flyers. I don't know. Handing out flyers is a good way to get information and to TBI. What do you want to say to those people who are going off of those wicked papers that are flying around of Katie's words? I mean, people keep bringing that up to me, and I just don't, I don't know. Are you talking about the divorce declarations?
Listen to what he's about to say here about the divorce declarations.
Some of those, yeah. I've been sent tons of different things, but, we've talked about it on the phone. You know that.
Yeah, she wrote some nasty things.
Yeah.
I represented myself. I did not have an attorney in that case. I did not have an attorney for my divorce. I represented myself. She wrote declarations. Some of them are leaked. Obviously, not all of them are leaked. And I don't care. That was her writing things against me. I went to court. The court system knew I was homeless. Court system knew that all my license and everything had been suspended because of the accusations that were given to me. I was doing armed security. I was in California. All of a sudden, I had a domestic violence.
Damn.
It was, California, they take the firearms. They literally suspend all of your license. Next thing I know, I'm living in a car.
Damn.
Living in a car. Can't see my son because she did that. And it was like, okay, well, it's just another challenge sent to me from God. The devil's trying to play his cards. But God's got a hand of aces.
Yeah.
I showed up in court. I showed up at GPS. I let them do their investigation. They spoke to me. They, it was like, you ask whatever questions you want. It was all unfounded. They gave me joint legal, joint 50. The judge literally stated, you two need to remember that your parents were Sebastian and go out into the hallway and come up with a parenting plan. Yes, Your Honor. Case dismissed.
Yeah, and you know what? People are assuming, people have been assuming that, I remember I've talked to you about this, but I'm just bringing it back up for the simple fact that it's still being talked about and people got it mixed up, is that the agreement between y'all didn't have any arguments with him coming to you for the summer. That was agreement from both sides. And you've said that before. That was a mutual agreement between both of you that you were getting him for the summer.
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear because some people were thinking that it was like, some fight. And I'm like, Seth didn't tell me they argued. That was an agreement from both sides and they both agreed on that.
Katie moved here. She asked my permission to move to Tennessee with Sebastian. I told her that's fine. I wanted
100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice,
the political and the violence and the crime and everything that was going on in California was, COVID was going. I was listening to a scanner every night. I was working 12-hour days, and it was like, okay. I mean, I was break-ins, shooting started happening as soon as business started. Nobody was working. Everything was closed down. Things were getting extremely violent in California. I was like, yeah, get him out of California. Take him back to America. Take him to Tennessee.
We heard this part last night too. Take him back to America.
I know.
I know a lot of people that live in California, and they're pretty fucking cool people.
I see that hat.
The state's got some issues, just like every other state. Welcome to America.
Take them back.
But, you know, I wanted my son to be safe. It took me 4 months. 4 months, and I moved to Tennessee. You know, there wasn't a long time. I spoke to him every chance that I got over the phone. I was working. I was trying to get things saved up. My vehicle that I had that I was sleeping in during the divorce was starting to, you know, it was leaking oil out of electronic components. Not good, you know? So I had to make sure that I could get a vehicle. I got my truck. I got rid of that. As soon as that happened, I was out. I loaded and packed everything up in my truck and moved up here. 4 months. 4 months I didn't get to see my son.
Damn.
And I had the mindset that, hey, 4 months that I don't get to see him, well, that means I got 24 hours of work. So I hit the grindstone. Took me 4 months because I had to pay for a whole year's worth of rent up here in Tennessee because I didn't have a job coming up here. So I had to pay a whole year's rent. I had to sign everything before I got here. And I moved here. I got here in October.
Sam, I agree with you 100% on your comment.
Oh,
turned around, got me.
Yeah, keep going. You're good.
You know?
Yeah. That shit's crazy, man. It's something that,
you know, there's a lot that I do. And it's not to talk about me. It's, but I'm a parent. There's a lot I do so I can make sure I can provide for my son. He is my life. He is my grace.
Man, I'll tell you what, this has been a tough 59 days on you. I can tell you.
And, you know, I don't blame Katie for some of these declarations that she wrote. I'm pretty sure most of it came from her attorney.
Right.
Attorneys are,
I don't blame Katie for a lot of these declarations she wrote.
you know, some of them are just downright disgusting, evil little creatures. Her first attorney that did all this stuff, he was convicted of fraud and lost his license to practice in California.
Damn. That's crazy.
Pretty much. I didn't appreciate the tactics he was using. Signed my name on a couple, you know, legal forms in the court instead of actually speaking to me for me to tell him, no, I don't want another continuation, you know, continuation after continuation after continuation. And I finally went into the court and I was like, listen, I am not signing these things for a continuation. What's going on here? I'm trying to get in front of the judge so we can get this taken care of. And they turned around, they told me that they knew that it wasn't my signature and that the attorney was committing fraud.
Damn, committing fraud. Signing.
Oh, now the attorney this is why I go back and play these things, because you see how stories change and they evolve over time. The attorney was committing fraud by signing his signature.
Signed my name on a couple, you know, legal forms in the court instead of actually speaking to me for me to tell him, no, I don't want another continuation, you know, continuation after continuation after continuation. And I finally went into the court and I was like, listen, I am not signing these things for a continuation. What's going on here? I'm trying to get in front of the judge so we can get this taken care of. And they turned around, they told me that they knew that it wasn't my signature and that the attorney was committing fraud.
Damn, committing fraud. Signing your signature? That's crazy.
You know, and I'm pretty sure Katie didn't know about it because me and Katie were still talking.
Cash. That part just blew my mind when I heard it.
We would still have some type of communication. And I was like, why are we doing this? Why is it still going on? I don't know. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, the longer the continuation in this was up in the court.
Did you know Nick back then? Just asking. And no, I do not believe that I'm being sarcastic as fuck. Do not start that rumor that they knew each other. No, please don't do that. I'm being sarcastic.
Couldn't get my license reactivated.
That's crazy.
So I had to take care of that so I could get my licenses back. And then I had to turn around and pay to get my licensing back. It wasn't just a renewal. I had to take all my classes all over again.
And that was probably thousands, huh?
It wasn't thousands, but, you know.
Still cost.
The initial start off, it was, you know, yeah, because you're paying full price. And it was like $700 plus a week's worth of class. And it's like, you know, I have to do all of that. Then I had to go back through. And that's just for the pistol and the sidearm. Then I had to get my certs for my shotgun again. Then spray, baton, handcuffs, everything you have to go back through the training to get your certifications for everything that you do.
But I thought he never got his weapons back. I thought that's what we heard him say and another one that he never got him back.
Oh man.
And that's just private security.
And that's not including what the type of work you do now.
It's not including going to the range to make sure you qualify for everything too.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, you go through the class, but then you got to make sure that you get, you know, you got to wait for the range to be open.
Just Debbie, this is Seth. This is Seth talking to T-Ref.
You got to make sure that you can get there and do that. You got to buy the ammunition because you got to bring your own ammunition because they're not going to provide it for you. Ammunition costs a lot. I mean, there's just so much that goes into it.
Hey,
and
Sammy.
it's not just, oh, this is what I want to do now. And, you know, you spend $50 on a license. Don't happen that way. I was doing military housing as it was. So not only that, but I had to make sure that I had all my clearances for military housing.
Denise said the strength of this man is all inspiring. I said the same thing.
I love to inspire people. I
said the same thing.
There's too many people in this world that like to trash people in the.
By the way, you don't inspire me to do anything besides stub my fucking toe. Stubbing my toe is less miserable. Stubbing every single one of my 10 toes repeatedly on a metal bed frame is more tolerable than listening to this bullshit. And you allow your PR person, your spokesperson, to compare your missing child to a rescued dog and say that wearing incontinence briefs is abusive. The fucking audacity.
Push them down. And I don't mean to trash people at times. I do get heated. I am only human. I am not perfect by any means.
Yes, sir.
I have my faults. I know what my faults are, and I try to work on them. And every day I just wake up, and in God's grace, I try to be a better person than I was the day before.
And that's all you can do. And I think you're doing a damn good job at it. I do. I think you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I got you as an example too. You know, everybody I speak to on the podcast, y'all are an example.
I appreciate that.
Well, you know, you, Pascal. Oh, wait a minute, we're not supposed to mention other creators. Right?
No, you can mention them. You're fine. You can mention them.
I've seen podcasts where people don't mention other creators. It's like,
it's all right.
You guys are in the same profession.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I'm glad that you're talking tonight. I'm glad.
Benny Ray, thank you for saying that. The whole thing about calling them diapers just makes me see red. If a child has incontinence issues, we do whatever you need to keep the dignity of the child first and foremost. And whether you have to use incontinence briefs or whatever the case, that is not abuse. That is actually protecting the dignity of the child, the patient. The lack of understanding here and the fact that 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndromes actually have issues with organs, like they can cause issues. The chromosomal deletion can cause issues with organs. And they're just over here just fucking, oh, it's abuse to make him wear, oh my.
Glad I could talk to you, man, because it's a privilege to talk to you anytime. And something that's bothering me specifically, and I won't shut up about it, is the damn footage of what is law enforcement telling you that footage captured by the Rain camera that on the night that Sebastian disappeared. Are they committing to that being him off of Katie's word, or are they committing to that being him because they got some type of different footage? I mean, I don't know if you can give us some insight into that, but that has been bothering me because
I know that I don't have all the knowledge and information that they have on the case.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So they may have some other
footage. You know, they're going to keep things close to the chest. They're not going to tell me everything.
Okay.
You know, this is an active investigation, and what people need to realize is that it's an active investigation. It doesn't matter if it's a criminal investigation or a civil investigation. It's an active investigation.
Yeah.
It's an active investigation. You know what will tell us if it's criminal?
What will tell us that, Seth? Let us know.
They arrest somebody.
You're damn right. Well, you know, that brings it to another thing. I had a friend that put in a Freedom of Information Act on the case, and she got this letter back that said open criminal investigation. Are they doing that by mistake?
I don't know. I'm not involved with the department, man. I mean, that's Sumner County. I'm with Davidson County.
I mean, and this is the thing to me, has there been any evidence to suggest that Sebastian left the house after he was last?
Well, Jen, he was kicked out of the command center for trying to look at their computers. His own statements. he lost trust from law enforcement and had to rebuild trust because he refused to do stuff. I can pull that clip of Tony speaking on Seth losing law enforcement's trust.
I seen on that rain footage.
I know that his shoes were there when I walked in. I know that his backpack was there. I mean, if my son left, we just got to figure out why he left.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
A lot of people, unless you're actually a parent of an autistic child or you've had dealings with autistic children, their brains do not function like normal people do. All right. And something could happen to him. And then it could be anywhere from later on that day to 2 years.
It's interesting to me in all these initial interviews of him, he states, you want to hear that, Jax? I gotcha. He states in all these early interviews, he left. He refers to Sebastian as he left. At one point in time, he switches that up. But before, he used to say, if he left, he left. We just got to figure out why he left. Things like that. And then over time, that wasn't working anymore.
From then, even longer, that the brain all of a sudden will pull that information back out because it's ready to process it. You know, I hate bringing up his essay again, but it's like that happened. And then at the same point in time, he's approached me, and then 4 years later, and all of a sudden he wants to talk to me about it, and it's like, speak with me. Let me know what I can do to help you, son.
So this was something that he opened up to you about.
He's still dealing with it. You know, but the thing is that he has a small little conversation about it, and then look, there's squirrel. And it's gone back into his brain. And when his brain is ready to deal with it some more, it will come back up. Until it's no longer coming back up, and he has accomplished what he needs to accomplish for his brain.
He found any way possible to continue to bring it up, and I feel like that's why they did the Lore Lodge the other night, was to push that back out into the ether. Jax, you asked me to pull the one of Tony talking about Seth losing trust from law enforcement. Here you go. This is a screen recording from May 16th, 2024 on TikTok.
On hearsay.
Oops, let me bump it back. Sorry. Got a little wonky there. Here you go.
Oh, that's Katie's, right?
Let me tell you how, Ocean. Do you remember me telling you guys last night that Seth had been accusing them of not giving him the same information that he was giving CP and KP?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So walk with me down this path. Early on, they asked Seth to do some things in their mind to gain their trust. He didn't do those things, and they cut him off for a long time with communication. He was not getting communication through his PIs. They weren't getting communication on his behalf. Nothing to do with anything their fault. It just wasn't happening. So CP and KP might have had, well, if they chose to share this with them, they might have not shared it with them for obvious reasons, but they may have had information for a long time that we didn't have, Seth didn't have. I can tell you that the 3 things I shared with you tonight, 1000% Seth did not have that information.
That's horrible. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. If it does not matter if Seth didn't build the trust, he's the father. And if this information is correct, it is so wrong for them to put that out there to a stranger, Stephen, i.e. Stephen, than the actual parent. That's horrendous.
I agree. But I'll tell you something. I would bet you that after tonight, and if you guys don't think that they don't have law
And again, what was stated to Stephen is incorrect.
enforcement watching all these content creators, I learned that the easy way with Caleb. I could bet you that after tomorrow, in the spirit of keeping things where they want them, I bet that line of communication opens up.
See, and that's the thing, though. Like with the Soto case, people pressured them for a press conference, right? There was no information for a long time, even prior to the actual arrest or pending charges. And then they came after everyone scrutinized them. They came out and they literally just gave a press conference and gave no information. But they were pressured to do that by the media or by social media, so they did it. And they had no answers for no one, but they still did it. I feel like to be ahead of the game, they can't be watching social media to see when we're going to pressure them or someone's going to pressure them. They need to be ahead of the game, even if they.
I'm going to take you back one more time just to hear that again, so you guys know what is being said. I'll do it normal speed. Here you go.
Let me tell you how, Ocean. Do you remember me telling you guys last night
that Seth had been accusing them of not giving him the same information that he was giving CP and KP?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So walk with me down this path. Early on, they asked Seth to do some things in their mind to gain their trust. He didn't do those things, and they cut him off for a long time with communication. He was not getting communication through his PIs. They weren't getting communication on his behalf. Nothing to do with anything their fault. It just wasn't happening. So CP and KP might have had, well, if they chose to share this with them, they might have not shared it with them for obvious reasons, but they may have had information for a long time that we didn't have, Seth didn't have. I can tell you that the three things I shared with you tonight, 1000% Seth did not have that information.
Because none of it's true. And that same live stream is the where he creates the rumor about Sebastian being in contact with Katie's mom. No source. And they tried that the other night too on the Lore Lodge. Those are all Tony rumors.
Organized that he was a victim, and it was not supposed to be that way. And for him to no longer feel like the victim and be empowered with himself because he has control over himself.
Mm.
And that's where the right type of therapist helps him. But at the same point in time, you don't know how long it's going to be. It's not, victims of SAs, each person is different. So how they're going to handle it is going to be different. And when you mix in with the chromosomal deletion, and then you mix in on top of it with the autism, and then you put in environmental, what's going on around him,
Mm-hmm.
it makes for a complicated puzzle.
It sure as hell does.
I was on Peter Hyatt the other day. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you saw it.
I watched it, brother. I watched it in a,
I like Peter Hyatt. I mean,
do. He's
if you
very
notice, he brought me up on the panel, and I just sat there and I just listened because he is an expert.
Might have been Terry Lynn's Marcy. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh my God, dude. He was, and what he talked about on that panel, and we watched it here live. It blew me away. And it just blew me away in a sense of just his theory and the way that he was breaking it down. It just, for me, it was like on the button. And you talked a little bit right after him, and you were like, man, I was married to her, I know. And you spoke a little bit, but you didn't speak much. But what you did say,
right,
it definitely caught my attention.
I know what I said.
Yes, sir.
And well, it also caught Chris's attention. And this was after, and Chris called me, and I tried to explain to him that what I'm talking about is there are three sides to every story. There's this side, that side, and the perspective of how it intermingles.
Dude, I hit that on the.
Katie tells her side, but what I need her to do is to put her story aside and think about his behavior, his body language, the tone that he heard in the voice. Was he smiling? Did he come out to get a snack and he was being extra quiet? Like, was he trying to be ninja? Was he in that mindset? What was he going through? And that's what I mean by she's not telling the truth, because she's not seeing what I'm looking for.
Mm.
It's not that she's not telling the truth with her story. It's the fact that she's not telling the truth of the situation.
Oh, wait, let's hear that again. It's not that she's not telling the truth of the story. Oh, let's play this again in real speed so everybody can clip that and run with that, because that's important. This piece right here is important.
That what I'm talking about is there are three sides to every story. There's this side, that side, and the perspective of how it intermingles.
Dude, I hit that on the.
And Katie tells her side, but what I need her to do is to put her story aside and think about his behavior, his body language, the tone that he heard in the voice. Was he smiling? Did he come out to get a snack and he was being extra quiet? Like, was he trying to be ninja? Was he in that mindset? What was he going through? And that's what I mean by she's not telling the truth, because she's not seeing what I'm looking for.
Mm.
It's not that she's not telling the truth with her story. It's the fact that she's not telling the truth of the situation. And I explained that to Chris. And I hope he explained that to Katie, because I was talking to Chris.
Yeah,
I've had communication with Katie, but I haven't had a chance to actually speak to her. And I didn't mean it derogatory when I sat there and I stated she wasn't telling the truth. She wasn't telling the truth about the whole situation because we don't know exactly what was going through Sebastian's mind. And he's my son. What I need to know to help me figure out this puzzle is to understand his body language. I need her to express to me what his body language was. You know, was his hands in his pockets? Was his head down low? Was he, was he being quiet? You know, what was he doing? So I didn't mean it derogatory. I was not trying to sling mud. It's the fact that Peter Hyatt's right. And it clicked on me on what I was missing. And that's why I needed to speak to Katie.
Oh, so Katie was telling the truth about her story? Oh, isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, I knew, you know what? It's funny you said that because I said, as we watched the video, I was like, damn, there's going to be a problem with what Seth said on here. And you just said exactly what I said on the live. I was like, man, Chris called you. I was like, damn, I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if they stopped talking after this. But you said the opposite, though. He actually called you and you talked about it and you explained it. So that kind of makes sense. But I did.
Oh, wait, Chris reached out for further communication, was still trying to, shocker.
Say that. I was like, damn, this is going to cause something. It's going to cause something.
And I wasn't trying to cause anything. So when he called me, I tried to clarify it for him. And I'm going to clarify it for you so that you understand where my mind was and where it is. You know, because the whole goal is to bring my son home. I will walk through fucking fire and hell, brimstone, and I will bring the wrath of God to make sure that I can find my son.
Yep. No matter what stone you got to unturn.
Or the wrath of Tony.
Doesn't matter.
Enforcement. This question is killing me, but they're holding this close to the vest too, probably, huh? Law enforcement confirming whether those clothes.
Tell that mofo to buckle the hell up because he hasn't got the attention he deserves. And I think it's time that table is turned and people highlight who Tony Mathis is as a spokesperson. He's proudly a national spokesperson, right? So that means he's a public figure, correct? I love research.
From Sebastian that night you wore out to dinner. Did they ever find those?
They're not going to tell me. They're not going to tell me because that's definitely something that they would hold close to them. You know.
Did Chris ever take his polygraph? Do you know that?
I have no idea. I don't care.
Yeah, somebody said that, reported it a couple days back, and I seen it, and I didn't know. And people were asking if you were retaking yours, but I don't know that either.
I don't care if Chris took a polygraph. I know where I was at. I was in the garage at 6, and I didn't leave till 7:20. They already took my phone. You know, they look back over 6 months, and we're not allowed to have cell phones. And when you're in the jail, that's a felony. I don't look good in orange.
Right. Yeah. No doubt.
Every phone call that comes out of that building or goes into that building is recorded. And like I said, they took my phone. I gave it to them.
They too.
I also gave them shit after, about 8 hours. I'm like, dude, you need to give me my phone back. You have no idea. Everybody, I mean, Sebastian's godparents up here in Clarksville, and I say there because they're over in the other side of Clarksville, which is 40 minutes from here. They actually called Montgomery County Sheriff to do a welfare check on me because when they said give us your phones, they were like, we'll have them for like an hour. They had mine for 12.
Damn, they had yours for a while. That's crazy. And that was day 2. I thought you said, right? Remember they said they took
I think it was day 2.
Yeah,
because they didn't take it day 1 because day 1 they actually came to my house. They followed me all the way back here. I took the route that I would take after I picked him up so that they would know what route I took when I normally pick Sebastian up so that we could search that route. They came here and they took electronics out. They took the PlayStation 3 out of this room. They took my PlayStation 4. They took the Switch. They took the compact notebook thing that my mom gave him for Christmas back in 2020. They took all the electronics.
The PlayStation, I remember seeing that, or the PI at least talked about taking Sebastian's PlayStation and yours or something like that, I think she said.
Yeah, they took my PS4. They took Sebastian. Sebastian has a PS3.
Sammy, I don't know specifically if Seth acknowledged that Chris passed the polygraph, but Robin Rogers did in a Facebook post.
The first one, they came out, the 20 gig, that was the reverse compatible, so it played the PlayStation 2 games. Yeah, they took that. Now it don't work. They took my PS4. They took his tablet thing that my mom gave him for Christmas, and they took the Switch.
And they took his
and they took my other phone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got all that. And they got all.
They took it all.
They said those lights too were not flashlights; that they were floodlights. That's crazy.
But I thought they didn't take it all recently. I thought the story has been changed that they didn't take it all, that they left something behind, and you tried turning it into them. Yeah, she said that the TBI told her that they had passed. Yep.
There are videos out there that are floating around the internet that I haven't even seen, and I don't even know where to start with some of the stuff, because it's like, is that the same video that I watched? Is that the same? You know, that's why getting the PIs helps alleviate me of having to do that research for me to sit there, because I was searching all day, then coming home, scouring the internet to find out what people like Nick Barris was putting out, so on and so forth, information that I didn't have, and then doing podcasts and interviews. You know, I was burning it at both ends. I'm still burning it at both ends, only it's burning a little bit slower now.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely did burn it at both. You still are, really, though. You're doing everything that you possibly can. You're keeping Sebastian's name.
I've got more gray hair in my goatee now than I did before Sebastian went missing.
I know you're losing sleep. I've heard it. I've talked to you during it. Voice change and everything. You could just tell that you're, stressed out and super tired. But yeah, you're not giving up. That faith is instilled in you, and you're out there looking. Now, I don't know if you can speak on this or not, but I know the PI spoke on this. She said something about SOs in the area. So what is the?
It's really interesting. The part that really intrigues me is that you hear Seth speaking on his own behalf, right? He's fully having conversations with creators. He's more, in my opinion, candid. It's not as performative. This is about the time Tony started coming in the picture, was the end of April. By May 3rd, he was starting to be on panels next to Seth. Seth was speaking very openly for himself. Everything was the Seth show. Like, he was answering questions. Now look how things have changed since Tony's been involved. The changes in stories, the details that have been added to, taken away, manipulated. Tony has a way bigger hand in shit than people want to believe.
The current focus of the private investigators regarding registered sex offenders in the area. I don't know if you can speak on that any at all, but I remember her saying during the interview that there was something interesting to her, and that caught my attention a little bit.
Yep, close to the vest.
Close to the vest. Keep that close to the vest. That's good. At least it's being looked into. That's all we care about. At least it's being looked into, and I'm glad that you hired a PI that's digging into everything and actually got to sit down with that, county sheriff.
I can go and knock on people's doors and ask them if it's okay if we search the property, but they don't have to let me. They don't have to let my PI.
Yeah, that's true.
But normally if I call the person and I ask them, hey, is it okay if we search the property? We're looking for my son.
Now,
I haven't been told no yet.
Yeah, that's good. At least you ain't been told no. At least you haven't been told no.
The death threats and stuff that were coming to 150C, they walked onto private property in the dark at night after I already told them, stay off of private property. If there's a place or location that needs to be searched, bring it to me. I will find the person's name and phone number.
Liza, but I'm going to encourage you to think about it. Think about any missing children's cases that have been brought to social media, that have gotten a lot of social media attention, that haven't turned into this. For the last 5+ years, every single one, Quentin Simon, turned into a complete shit show. Summer Wells, shit show. And it doesn't have to be just missing children. Tragedies, Marvon McRae. Molly is still going after Dre. The man has passed away. Leave him alone. If there's something going on, her family, loved ones, friends, people around her in her community, they will be the one. Leave it alone. They've turned, this is a playbook. They use a playbook and they create these shit storms in every one of these cases. And this has been the perfect storm because you have a parent willing to do all of this shit alongside these people. It's absolutely insane.
And I will call them. Standard operating procedure. I need people to be safe. Permissions need to be asked and granted.
That's true.
They didn't do it.
Damn.
I mean,
it was happening before social media. If we look at it too, it was happening on the Jerry Springer, the Dr. Phil's, the Maury Povich, all of those channels were bringing on, Larry King brought on John Bonet's family. Like, it's been happening. It just moved to social media. It's so ridiculous. We're almost done with this one.
I told him you're lucky you didn't get shot, because if I owned acreage and I saw somebody, because I would have no trespassing signs up. Welcome to Tennessee. You're trespassing on private property. You might get shot. And it was a horse ranch. Now people still steal horses these days, you know.
Right. That's crazy, but yeah.
We're not in the country western day, you know, for horse thieves, but people still will steal people's livestock.
Yeah.
You know, that horse may be a $1,500 horse, or it might be a $25,000 stud.
Okay, I can't listen to this anymore. Can we switch? It's just progressed over the years, and now with social media and the ease of access to instant gratification and the need to know, and people thinking it's their right with gathering all the FOIA, you know, Freedom of Information Acts have absolute need and necessity. Transparency within the systems are absolutely needed. But social media and creators, lazy ass fools that shouldn't be touching any of these things, have used it as a way to manipulate audiences to prey off of people going through their worst times. It's truly disgusting. And this is why I will continue to say every fucking day, I don't give a shit who doesn't like it. I don't fucking care what you call me. Did you hear it? Clip it. Get it to whoever runs with it. Call me a tragedy pimp. I will continue to sit here and show people why this is important, that we push back, because who knows who the next family, who the next victims are. Laws need to change to protect victims and their families. Laws have to change to protect the dignity of the minor children involved in these situations. These are vulnerable children. They are missing. They should be considered at their most vulnerable state, and exploitation by their family or strangers should be illegal, period. And I don't give a fuck who calls me. Call me all the fucking made up names in the world. By the way, tragedy pimp isn't even a recognized actual insult for anybody that doesn't know. More manufactured bullshit just to fucking stand for nothing while the rest of us stand for something. I mean, it is what it is.
You don't know the lineage of that horse. Well, I'm going to protect my livestock as much as I'm going to, maybe not as much as I'm going to protect my son, but I'm still going to protect it because it provides for my son. It's my livelihood. So, I mean, it's common sense. And they didn't.
We've gotten to the point where people like Tony Mathis can package up the parent of a missing child and basically sell him. Again, you might not like the term that I'm using, but it's basically selling a product to an audience, limiting access that you have to go through this man. He is controlling a vulnerable adult. His words, not mine. He claims Seth is a vulnerable adult. Well, sir, you are trying to control that man. Oh, I got off here last night and I called Am last night and I was just rambling because I was like, wait a second. There's laws to protect vulnerable individuals. And he's telling us over and over again that Seth is incapable. He's a vulnerable adult. He can't even make financial decisions. Like, isn't there laws to protect victims like this? And then I started branching into children when they go missing. They're at the most vulnerable time. None of us know what's happened. They're vulnerable. It shouldn't be that hard. So I started looking into laws in Tennessee specifically to see how they protect their vulnerable population. Sebastian has special needs, so he's in the vulnerable category as is. On top of that, he had an endangered alert. The exploitation shouldn't be that hard to get stopped. Unfortunately, it seems like it's going to be an incredible feat. All right, we're going to move along. I need a palate cleanser. So we're going to go to this bullshit from August 17th, 2024. This is a screen recording that I uploaded. So bear with me. There might be drop downs and shit. I don't even know. But this is my screen recording of BJ's when Tony went on panel with her, because she was going to be talking about the messages that Tony had released out of one of his Facebook groups of all the creators that he had aligned with that were attempting to take down other creators. That's what BJ was going to be talking about. And this is the live stream where Seth came in and basically was like, if you do this and you support Tony, or if you don't support Tony, then I can't be here and I can't support this. And she quickly jumped in line. The date of this is August 17th. This is the date when Brittany sold her soul. Well, I don't even know if she had a soul to sell at this point either, to be honest. But became fully engulfed in the bullshit and directed by Tony. Well, fast
and
forward.
be biased myself. So
Here we go. Let me pass that little thing there.
hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate that. I was trying to get something prepared to show real quick. So tonight is going to be I feel like I need to say this because the last thing I want to do is to give the wrong impression.
Everybody in those group chats, by the way, I'm not on the approved creator list. They can't share any of my shit. They're not allowed to share any of the nonsense stuff, which you all understand why I'm not on the approved creator list, which is a good thing. I won't be ever approved on any side of it, which is wonderful because that's exactly the position we want to take. This goes across the board. Any exploitation of the parents, all of that shit is disgusting. But this is a real good tell of how Tony controls the narrative and the storyline and what Tony is actually meant to be doing and involved in this case. By the way, fire up those little group chats. Try to figure out how you're going to come for me. Bring it. I dare you, because you've done it to everybody else. Why have you all avoided me like the plague? Because I only use your own words? And I'm not afraid of a single one of you? Not at all? Because you're playing games in a missing child's case, and I can show that and I can prove that? Well, you try to tell everybody that you're doing this because you're such an amazing human being while you sit there and pat yourself on the back that you spent $17,000. Buckle up, Tony. I think the limelight needs to be on you like you want it. You wanted to be the national spokesperson. You wanted to be a public figure. Here you go. Don't cry when you ask for this attention. By the way, we also have his declaration we can read through of him being a plaintiff in this RICO case.
Until I see proof of certain things, I do want to stress this very much right now, okay? This stream is not about Seth, okay? Until I see evidence of some of the things that are said, I don't just take things and run with them. And until I see something that concerns me,
that's not true. Let's back that up, though, so you can see that quick little blip right there where she shows the title of this video. Let's see. Where was it? Let's go back.
Not about Seth.
Let me pause it right there. Tony Mathis trying to take creators' channels down. What the fuck is going on? They made sure she took this video down and changed the title. She changed the title and the thumbnail while they were doing it because it was one of their demands. Oof. Yikes.
Until I see evidence of some of the things that are said, I don't just take things and run with them. And until I see something that concerns me, that's when I will, address it. But as for now, I'm standing exactly where I have been. Seth is a father whose child is missing and who I very much have sympathy for. I have sympathy for Katie too. So it's not about Seth. This is merely about things that are coming out in regards to Tony Mathis and Bullhorn Betty. And I want to discuss it. I want to talk about it because here we have to be fair, and I'm going to be fair. And we have to be, I can't sit here and go at other people and say that they're hypocrites and be biased myself. So I'm going to stand on principles, and
she stood so firmly on principles. I love this little puff of the chest here. I really do.
I'm going to be fair all around, regardless of anything. But I do ask everybody in chat, please. I'm asking you all to please, please, please be respectful. And yes, please, people, I don't.
Misfit, she's on my list to get later on today if I have the energy to do it. She's on my list for tonight.
See, Seth, but if he does come in chat, I'm asking you guys to be respectful. It's not hard to be nice. But before I get to the things that have surfaced in regards to Tony Mathis and Bullhorn Betty and all of the, I don't even know what to think or how to feel, what's true and what's not true. I have no clue. We're going to go through it, sort it out, and then we're going to talk about it. Everything has to be respectful. This is a touchy subject. It's 100% a touchy subject. Right. Seth is trying to do what he thinks is right. We need to be respectful of that and support him. He just wants his son back. Wait a minute. What, Sarah?
I just closed out 34 windows. I feel so much better now because now we can just laugh at this one. Now we can just finish it out with laughing this.
I never disrespect. Hey, Grace. No, Sarah, I didn't say that about you. If that's the way you took it, I didn't even see anything that you said. I was talking about just in general. That's what I was going to come out and say to everybody. I want everybody to be respectful because it's a hard touchy subject. Now, have I heard some things that are concerning? Yes, I have. But
Cash, I didn't even touch like 34 of them either. I just had them up in case, and then I was like, nope, I'm not even doing this. Nope, I want to focus on Tony's bullshit.
But I need proof of this. I haven't seen any evidence. We just keep getting these allegedly, hypothetical, or in my opinion, I need to see rock solid evidence. It's so good to see everybody tonight. I appreciate you all being here. I'm going to do this as best I can. And I hope y'all understand. And I think y'all know. Crap, what did I miss? April, you didn't miss anything. We are just getting started. Give me just a second, guys. All right. So, thank you so much for becoming a member. That means so much to me. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the green team, my love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go ahead and just do my intro, and then I'm going to show. I want to brandish a couple of screenshots. What's going on, Ben George? How's it going? How's it going? Okay, so thank you so much for everybody being here. It means the world to me. If you don't mind, and if you like what we do here at AWBJ, there's 485 people here.
Nope, never have.
Can you take a moment
but we're still here. Carry on.
Click that thumbs up, please? It's greatly appreciated. Means the world to me. It helps us get the video on the algorithm. The more thumbs up we get, the more our videos are pumped out to people that don't know we exist. We're suggested to more and more people. 3 ways to support the channel. The thumbs up. Secondly, is by becoming a member. If you like it here, you want to support us, becoming a member is a huge contribution to the channel in so many ways, and it helps more than you know. So if you'd like to join up and become.
I do too, Cash. None of this has anything to do with Sebastian. None of this, even Seth, Tony, the Lore Lodge, none of that has anything to do with Sebastian's actual disappearance, because all they did was talk about and regurgitate rumors and speculation. I separate in my head. Also, it's completely 2 separate situations. The sad thing is they've used Sebastian's name for all of it, but they're completely separate situations. Thankfully, law enforcement is the only investigative agency involved in that.
One of the best communities on YouTube. Please join the green team today. It's so appreciated. And then last but not least, my links are in chat. If you want to tip your humble host, it's not expected, but I do have Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo if you want to support the channel by leaving a tip. It's greatly appreciated. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Just Debbie. Wait a minute, I got that. Barbara Warren, welcome. Barbara Warren said, Brittany J. Hey from Newfoundland, Canada. Well, hello, beautiful. Welcome. Hey, Lee.
There's probably some of you in chat now that used to be over there. Don't run. Don't do anything. You're fine. We all followed or surrounded ourselves with people that we wouldn't nowadays.
Lisa. Hey, Just Debbie. Hey, Busby. Muscles, Tinks, Carolina Moon, Tammy Shepherd. There's so many of you guys. I'm just going to say, hey, welcome. Before we get into the meat of the live stream, hey, Jeanette. Britt, I have always believed in Seth, but the question was about Tony. I know what I saw on that TikTok live. It was disrespectful to Sebastian. Seth called it fake, which we all know it was not. Are you talking about the the ping pong. Hey, guidance. Hey, Crazy Moon. Hey, Just Debbie. I've got questions.
Just Debbie, I remember how much you disliked me for quite some time. It always cracks me up though, because I'm like, I hope these people sooner or later, and one by one, again, I'm not pulling her subs away from her. She's sending them away.
Questions about that myself. I don't know. I'm not gonna comment on that one, but you know, each to their own. Hey, Casey, good to see you.
No apologies needed.
All right.
None.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to.
Absolutely no apologies needed. I surrounded myself with people I can't even stomach. So there's that.
Take this
Y'all do
opportunity
it.
before we start. I need to show a couple forms of evidence, if you guys don't mind. Just bear with me. We are going to get into the Tony screenshots, but I just would like to take just a little moment to show a couple of things that I need to show as my proofs. So I have there were some people who made a live stream about me, and I had mentioned that my Patreon, someone tried to access my Patreon account. Someone had tried to.
This is, if you guys remember, Mal and I did a live stream together. Mal came on my channel at the beginning of August and laid out her history, what had happened between her fallout with BJ. She had it all organized, everything. So BJ started this whole campaign that Mal and I were inciting people to go real life on her. We were threatening her. We were bringing all this harm to her, yada, yada, yada. It went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Meanwhile, none of that was ever done. Anything happened. But I find it funny because she was still trying to spin maneuver. You know, we were the ones that were responsible for everything bad happening to her. Insert August, where she becomes a fixture in the green team's little plan. And then everything switched to Granny is doing it to me. Granted, the reason why she always tries to tell people the reason I started addressing her was Granny solely. I didn't even know Granny at the time at all. Like, I knew who she was, but I'd never spoken to Granny. When I started reviewing her, had nothing to do with it. But yeah, fun, huh?
To get the password to gain access into my Patreon. And it happened.
Candace, are you asking in my live stream?
A couple days ago, and I'm being called a liar. People are saying that I said that as in an attempt to get donations, sympathy donations from you guys. I don't know how the hell saying that my Patreon is going to get me donations, because one, I said I'm going to be disabling my Patreon and deleting it. So people aren't going to go log on to my Patreon by me saying that. So it doesn't help me get Patreon members, and it certainly doesn't help me get donations by saying that. So I'm not really sure why they're saying that, but right, exactly. I wish I knew, Jules, how that brings donations. I said it because
this one is deleted, so I'm not really sure if he was or not.
Because it was the absolute truth. So with that being said, they have continued to say that I've lied about that. So I'm going to show the proof that my Patreon someone tried to access it, and it happened. Hold on a second. Let me show.
I'm playing this out because everybody knows BJ, the first hour is setting up the victimhood of how she's being attacked. Oh, poor her. People are coming for her. Like, the whole entire hour is her priming the pump of feel bad for me, send donos, yada, yada, yada. Somebody's always after her. It's always everybody else's fault. She stubbed her toe. It's my fault. She had her hair pulled. It's Granny's fault. Like, anything bad that goes on for her is somebody else's fault. There's a list, and I could just start picking names out in the chat. PJ, it's PJ's fault. It's Alma's fault. Like, it's always somebody else's fault. So I'm just showing full context here because the switch here is fucking intense and funny as shit. Truly. We will get some laughs out of this one.
Show. Give me just a second, guys. Let me pull it up.
Just Debbie, nothing like her. Nothing like her. And that's not so. It's just, who the fuck is that? Who is that person?
One moment.
Car? Looks nothing like her. Wouldn't look like her.
So the first thing I want to show you guys is we dropped so many. Hold on. Lord, we dropped so much stuff. I got to scroll up. The first thing I'm going to show you here, and I want you to keep this date. I want you to remember this date, okay? So the person, and I'm not saying that anyone accessed my Patreon. I don't know who did it, but I want you to look here. This live stream was Nonsense and Mallory, my ex-co-host Mallory, and Nonsense went live on August the 5th to quote unquote expose me. And in this live stream, Mallory showed
it wasn't even an exposure. It was Mal telling her story, her side of the story.
Numerous files saved in her computer of documents that were labeled BJ's Patreon 2.
Mal's exceptionally organized. If you think I'm organized, Mal's OCD to the max. It's amazing.
And then like
that showed she was stalking BJ, according to BJ. That was a fun one too. We got good laughs out of that.
Like she had screenshots of the Discord 1, Discord 2. Everything was categorized and labeled neatly from anywhere between mine and her conversations with different various text messages.
She came prepared.
Screenshots and screen recordings of our text messages and our, my Discord, our mod chat, just an entire array of pretty much our entire friendship bundled up in several files on her computer, okay, of my private accounts.
Oh my, she's so dramatic. What she's saying here is so dramatic.
My just everything. So that pay attention to that, okay? I'm not saying that anybody is guilty because I have no proof, but what I can tell you is I'm not going to sit here and lie when I say that my
Cash and I'm anal about my tabs. They're in date order, like they're dated, so they go in order of dates. How I pull them, everything. I'm the same way, but it's how it works. You have to be organized. Otherwise, you're either organized or you're a BJ. You're a BJ type channel. You're either organized and you run this shit like a machine and you just go through because you're trying to prove a point and lay things out, or you just have people come up and flounder and say all the stupid shit like she does. I mean, that's the benefit of not running a channel by yourself, I guess. You can do BJ.
My Patreon, someone attempted to log into it. Thank you, God. When it happened, I sent it to my mods and I showed them, hey guys, someone just tried to get into my Patreon. I had no clue that she was going live at this time. Now, let me show you guys the proof that it happened before Nonsense went live. Nonsense.
Oh my God, this is so stupid. Like right here, she's trying to basically imply to her subs that somebody attempted to get in or gain access. Sorry, I'm too lazy for that shit. Definitely not.
But Mallory went live, okay?
Poor BJ, the chronic victim of her own bullshit.
On 1 second, and just thank God in heaven that I shared these screenshots with my mods, because by doing that, I have the dates and timestamps of everything.
Hey, New Leaf, I hope you feel better.
1 second. Damn it. Hold on. I got to send them to myself. I forgot they're in my phone. Bear with me, guys. And for those of you that don't, you're here to see the live, pretty sure you don't care about this. Just hold tight. I got to get this out because I don't want to waste my time doing an entire live stream to share these things. Okay, I can just share them right now.
Share them. Share away. Mal's incredibly.
And I want to make it abundantly clear, I don't have an Apple phone, which is really bizarre to me. Okay, I've never owned an Apple phone. I'm not an Apple person. I've always been Android. If anybody's here with me that's been with me for a long time, I have long professed that I am an Android person. So
nobody gives a shit. Nothing was gained.
On August the 1st, I think it was the 1st.
She has to do these big, huge crybaby fit fests.
Let me look. Yes. So August the 2nd, I got multiple login attempts.
Yeah.
On my computer. I mean, not my computer. It was my phone.
Sure.
And I'm going to show you. Give me just a second. Make sure that there's nothing personal on here. I don't think there's anything personal on there. Okay, so I received, let me share this with you guys. I received an email out of the blue, just out of nowhere. And I'll show you. If you see this, it was at 8:29 p.m. Here is your login code. Copy and paste this code below to log into your Patreon account. The code expires in 15 minutes. So for those of you that may not know what this is, basically it's the same thing as when you try to access your account with pretty much anything today. Google, Patreon, whatever. If you don't have the correct password, but you have
all of this is under the title. Let's see. Let's go back. What was the title? Something about Tony. Something about Tony and it going after creators.
Correct login name. They will send you a link, or they will not a link. I'm so sorry. They will send you a code, and you use that code to prove that you are who you say you are. And with that code, you can access your, your account. I just got this out of the blue, you guys. Okay. It was 8:30. You see it right there, 8:28 p.m. Someone tried, and of course I blotted out the code, but someone tried to access my Patreon. All right, let me pull this down for a minute. Let me just double check to make sure that I'm not showing anything private. Okay. I don't want to dox anybody.
I mean, in all honesty, we'd been amping it up that we were getting ready to do a live publicly for a reason. And it's not just out of the blue that she planned this whole like, oh, look at me days before. Yeah, we were telling you publicly that we were getting ready to do a live on you. We'd been publicly discussing it and building up your anticipation of it. You're welcome.
One moment. Okay, let me share this real quick. So here I'm going to show you. You seen that screenshot, right? Here's where I shared it in my mod chat the minute that it happened. Now I have ever so graciously made sure that I've got the dates. You can see it here. August the 2nd at 9:11 p.m. Megan asked me what happened. I said 911, but you can't see it up there. I said, call. We need a phone call. Megan says, what happened? I hop on the call, and then I immediately drop the Patreon code to my mods. Look at that. That's August the 2nd at 9:11 p.m. And that's when me and my mods hopped on a call, and I dropped this and I showed them.
911. If I ever do that to you, mods, 911, they're getting ready to expose me. I need to come up with a fucking excuse that somebody is trying to hack me. Please take my devices away. Just please. I don't even have a group chat to 911, all my mods at once that we need a call. Just take the devices away. Please write that in there. Take them all.
You guys, someone's tried to access my Patreon. Now, in order for someone to access my Patreon account,
I could use all the times that Kenzie tries to access all my shit and I get code sent and then she calls me and says, what's the fucking code? I could set Kenzie up and say that Kenzie's trying to access my shit. That's it. I'm going to do a whole exposure on Kenzie because she sends me fucking codes and tries to get into my shit all the time.
You got to know the login name and the password. Well, the person obviously knew the login name, but they didn't have the password. Okay, so there's that. Let me do this, and I'm going to show you where there were several. This is so fucking weird. Like, I'm getting several codes.
Beach Life, you're going to love the transition, though, because this is how she sets up her victimhood and the whole way Seth is in the chat, like, losing his shit, mind you, during this.
For my Apple. I'm not an Apple user. This happened at the same damn time. Okay, so let me make sure that I'm not. All right, I think this is okay. All right, look at this.
Look at this. Look at these guys. Look at this. Look at
your Apple ID code is, don't share it with anyone. They did it several times. Several times I've got Apple ID codes. Somebody was trying.
So this bitch goes to her group chat.
I really fucking, it was through Messenger. I was sharing it through Messenger.
Hey, leave it to be.
But I don't know what the hell. I kept getting this email, an Apple ID code over and over and over. And this happened, and I don't know if you can see the time because the arrow, but it's at 8. I think it's like here. I think it's at 8 something. Because you can see here it's at 9:40 p.m. right there. So all of this was around the same time. So let me stop sharing that, and I'm gonna show you where I shared that.
Hallucinogenic, thank you for letting me know. It's tax time, so all the scams start popping up around tax time. You see that, like, if you've got pending IRS debt, we can help you out. Like all the different shit that they send constantly during tax time, it's always gets insane with all the little schemes and scams and shit that they're doing. But I find this fucking shit hysterical. But every time I get a code, it's usually Kenzie, a follow-up of Kenzie calling, Mom, what's that code? Because it's always accessing my bank account, my Netflix account, the internet browser, or the internet service, so she can reset she's always doing something. You know.
Also, the Apple thing in mod chat at the same time. All this happened at the same time. Okay, let me show you. This is where I showed it in mod chat as well. I was like, what is going on, guys? Somebody's trying to access my shit. Look, 9:48, August the 2nd, 9:48 p.m. Oh my God, I said, OMG. And I showed that and I said, y'all, what the F? I don't even have an Apple device. That's when one of my mods said, oh my God, Britt, what is going on?
Lollies, she's going to talk about it here in a minute.
Like, we're still on
we just had to set the full stage here because remember, she's coming after me and Mal trying to make you guys think that somebody, because we did an exposure on her, that somebody tried to access her account.
Call at that time. my whole point of even sharing all this is because some of you guys are probably very confused that if you didn't see the live the other night, but I constantly, I'm so tired of being called a liar. I have nothing to lie about, no reason to lie.
Oh.
So there's that. You've seen it. 100%.
Sadly, I think you're such a pathological liar that you don't even recognize that you're lying anymore.
Somebody tried to access my Patreon, and it was 100% from days ago. It wasn't, can't say it's something I just did. I didn't even know that nonsense was going to go live at that time.
Yes, you did, because we were proudly announcing it and amping it up for what, Mal, a week, at least a week, maybe 2 weeks before we were we were absolutely talking about it in chat and publicly. Like, we were setting the tone and giving you the warning. Like we were
had no idea about her live stream.
But I didn't even know half the shit we were walking into. Mal had told me what she wanted to do and how she wanted to lay it out. Mal came with her receipts, laid it out like a fucking art, left no holes to poke, and we walked away from it, and that's where we left. It was fun.
Give me a second, guys. Hold on, I'm checking my chat.
Oh, I also got yelled at during that because how dare I make my daughter go get my little girls, my adult daughter.
Okay. All right. So Seth, the reason that I'm hashtagging you in this was in hopes that you would come in here because listen, I want to support you as much as I can.
Do you want to see that switch again right there? This is the best part right here. This switch. Okay. Ready?
Nonsense was going to go live at that time. I had no idea about her live stream. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. I'm checking my chat.
Nonsense was going to go live about me.
Okay. All right. So Seth, the reason that I'm hashtagging you in this was in hopes that you would come in here because listen, I want to support you as much as I can. I do. And the things that are being alleged about Tony is not helping Sebastian at all. If Tony's trying to have creators taken off of this platform and he's paying for him, if any of this stuff is true, this is a problem and I can't stand behind it. I want Sebastian found. And
not only was it true, is true that he had a whole group chat that was exposed, but she not only stands behind it, she stands in front of it, she stands beside it, she is helping lift these people's voices. She got into a filing with these people. The same people she's about to be pissed off about became her co-plaintiffs in a filing. Remember that. The date of this is August 17th. The date matters.
I have rallied for you. And as you know, as long as I don't see you doing anything that's shady, I'll continue to rally for you. But I'm just going to be honest with you, Seth. I can't get behind Tony Mathis. If Tony Mathis took a picture of I can't even think, Caleb Harris's remains, I can't get behind that either. I'm just going to be honest with you. And if you'd like me to take your hashtag off of my live stream, I'll respectfully take it off right now. Give me just a second and I'll remove your name. I have no problem doing that. But this is, I have to be fair. And what I'm seeing right now, no disrespect towards you at all, Seth. But when it comes to Tony, I'm sorry. Like, this is not, I can't stand on this one.
That's right, Cash. Her part is a completely different filing. We just have not seen it yet. All the things that totally different. Her part is not a part of the main. Nope. She's not claiming RICO and racketeering. She just wants to be left alone.
Hold on a minute, guys. Let me go ahead and take Seth's hashtag off of my. I have no problem removing that.
Oh, this is a good one. If you haven't seen this one yet, you guys are gonna get some giggles today. It was free.
1 minute.
Right? Yeah. A millisecond of clarity, and then it's gone.
Give me just a second, guys.
Just wait. Oh, Mal, she was saying that somebody tried hacking.
Louise.
This whole first 15 minutes is her trying to say that somebody was hacking her, and she's trying to say that it happened right before we went live, trying to imply that basically one of us was trying to gain access to her Patreon, and it got sent a new code and all this shit. This was 11 days after we did the live stream on her, and she was still freaking out, blaming us for shit and blaming us for inciting all this shit. Yeah, that's why you got brought up in this one.
And I hope, I don't want to upset anybody or make anybody feel any type of way, but at the end of the day, I have to stand on principles and what I believe in. I hope it is, Seth. I hope it is. If it's not true, then it's a bunch of slander and these people are wrong for it. 100%. I really hope it is. And I hope there's a way that Tony can prove that it is not true.
Miss Britt, he would cut that line. Trust and believe. He'll cut.
Really? Dee said Stephen Crabtree was just on the live. He said it was not Tony. He did not do it. Okay, well, let me ask this.
Hello? What are you going to ask us?
Right. Listen, that's what I have gone to bat and taken a lot of shit.
Oh,
And I believe in standing up for what's right when it comes to the parents and stuff like that.
she sure does not.
And hold on a minute. Wait a minute. I haven't even had wait a minute, y'all. I haven't even been given the opportunity to go through these things and discuss it. I haven't even started my live stream out. So if there's anybody that's saying that I'm accusing anybody of doing anything, how am I supposed to know about what's going on and what's true or what's not if I can't ask questions?
No, Sammy, this was in regards to the leaked messages from his Facebook group chat when people left his TikTok girls. A couple of them had left him and leaked his chat. These were their actual statements. And you're going to hear that he comes up and acknowledges that, no, those are real, but she's still, she still ended up alongside of them somehow.
That's a problem. We have to be willing to, regardless of our personal feelings, we have to be willing to ask questions.
Mal, you came involved the moment she started the live stream.
Well, you do what you need to do, Seth, honestly. Am I not supposed to ask questions? That's what honorable people do, is take a lot of shit. That's exactly what Tony and Seth do, is take a lot of shit that serves no purpose but to stress someone out. I feel like Tony is Seth, I think you're very strong without your team. However, I understand just wanting to help so bad you take it from anyone. I mean, am I just supposed to not ask questions? These screenshots they're damning. Okay, what Steven said was that Tony did not take the picture. He didn't say he didn't send the picture out. This is horrible. Right, I haven't even had an opportunity to, I have yet to even go through anything. But if what I was honestly hoping to get from tonight was the opportunity to ask Seth the questions, but he's not even going to allow me to ask the questions. If I'm going to stand up and defend you, can you not answer some questions for me? Look, this is insanity. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. And it's not, and that's the sad part, Ginger. That's the sad part of all of this, Ginger. Ginger says, I'm sorry, but trust is earned, and Tony has done nothing to earn my respect or trust.
Sonny, I never went over them because I didn't find it to be relevant, but I might go pull those out and rehash that for you guys, because it is quite interesting. He had a group chat with some of his TikTok friends and stuff that they were basically discussing how to handle the backlash that they were getting, especially Tony, the backlash he was getting. He's actually going to acknowledge some of that in this, though. So we'll see what we need to do after this, but we're going to talk. Yeah, Polish, this is when she became full on under Tony's control. This is the moment that things changed. You guys will see what happens here. But this is August 17th. This is the moment where she went from riding the fence with the green team, was going to call Tony out. And then from this date forward, she was all in under Tony's control. You're going to see how that happens.
I really hate that Seth seems to trust him so much. Right. That's the thing. It's not even about Seth. How did I start my live out tonight, you guys? I said, it's not even about Seth. Everybody be respectful towards him. This is more about Tony. And I have questions. I saw some things today that I'm very uncomfortable with. Very. And I'm not even given the opportunity. Seth said you could email him. And then I'm still going to sit here and be lambasted publicly. I don't think people realize how much us creators, we take a lot of heat for continuing to support. And the worse it gets, the more these allegations come to light, it looks like we support this stuff. And I don't. I've sat silent for a while. Tony is a manipulative asshole. And I'm sorry, I cannot support Tony Mathis.
Wow. You're going to love that part coming up. I've done a pre-record with some of this in it, but the live stream just chef's kiss.
If that makes me a bad person, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It breaks my heart that Seth is so trusting of this man. Jewel says, no, you should not. Seth is very confused. He is asking like the supporters are his employees and he is being abused. Yeah, I can't do it, Jules. And if that means I lose people, that breaks my heart. But I got to stand on what I believe in. I'm going to drop.
Wait a second. Not allegedly innocent. Talking shit on Tony too. Oh, darn it. Did we have a whoopsie? Are we going to have some whoopsie oopsies in this one? Oh, shit.
Oopsie made a oopsie.
Told you guys we were going to end out with a chef's kiss.
Yeah, I can't do it, Jules. And if that means I lose people, that breaks my heart. But I got to stand on what I believe in. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Please, if y'all want to come up. We can go through this. Okay. What, Sherry, you saying you texted me? Here's the thing, too. I don't have a contact for Seth. I don't talk to Seth outside of the YouTube channel, outside of my live streams. Give me just a second, guys. I apologize.
And that'll change as of August 17th. Tony saw the need to get one back in control, and you will see how that happens. It is so obvious how this happens and how it goes down.
You there, Britt?
He's so upset.
Hey, Nana.
Oh, God, you scared me.
Sorry.
I got my earphones on and it was loud.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to show them in just a second, Jules. They're damning. I'm not going to lie. She says, what are the screenshots? I had no idea what went down other than Creepy Tony is spreading photos of a dead kid. How disgusting. So there are screenshots. Okay, so there.
One of the things Seth said in that chat that day was, if you don't support me and my team, then I can't be here. Apologies for all that do support me in finding my son. You can check me out on my platform later, y'all. And then he also said, people are putting Tony's family through hell with all of these false allegations and fake shit. He has done a lot for me and his heart is in the right space. I trust him 100%. It is not about anyone but Sebastian. Brittany, I didn't appreciate you hashtagging me in this. And you do realize that Tony has done a lot for helping spread the awareness of Sebastian. Those are just a few of his comments in this chat.
There's supposedly a person who was in a group with Tony who said they were fed up. And they gave screenshots of a private chat that they had. And Cluminati went live and she shared these screenshots. And Queen Bee shared them today. And I see you, Yankee Kyle. And in these screenshots, it's talking about they paid Bullhorn Betty to chase down the Bowerfoots. And Tony was trying to get several creators kicked off of YouTube for speaking out against Seth. I'm sorry, the shady dealings behind the scenes. It's just, we're going to go.
That would be a $50 Venmo to Bullhorn Betty from Tony Mathis with the little note that says, for beating up the bee socks.
Go through it. Like, hey, ATS News, I can't. People can say what they want to say about me. Fine. If you don't like me, fine. But I stand on the principles and things that I believe in. And
Brittany, you have every right to do your channel like you want to.
I can't get behind it. I cannot get behind and honestly, what I wanted to come on here and do, because I know Seth was a mod here. I was hoping he could come and be like, Brittany,
Sonny, he is a huge problem. He is probably again, I'm going to take it from his words. He is manipulating and is trying to package and sell a product that is basically the father, a vulnerable parent of a missing child. He is controlling access to this man. He's controlling this man's funds. I'm sorry. That's a problem. And if anybody thinks that that's okay, please seek help, because no parents of missing child should have strangers enter their lives and end up having access to their finances and limiting access to outsiders around them. That is absolutely disgusting and gross.
give me some explanations. So then I could be like, hey, you know, this is this and this and this is that. And they won't even,
Right,
he just dipped out before I could even talk.
Brittany, there's something that's concerning me, and yes, I did text you privately just so you take a peek at that. But something is kind of worrying me because I've asked it 3 times in chat now and it's been ignored. Seth, I'd like a yes or a no question. Have you been made to sign anything between Bullhorn Betty and or Tony Mathis? Just a yes or a no. Have you signed something that's keeping you from speaking up? Because I feel like you are, especially since you and I have gone back and forth. You have been in my comments. I've been, you know, actually kind of changed my mind on you. I think your hands are tied. I feel like you signed something with somebody, and I watched this go down in another case, so I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like.
Sammy, are you joking? Oh, well, these people.
I just like a yes.
They flip-flop so much. It's unreal.
Sir, no, that won't get you in trouble. Have you signed a document with anybody? Yes or no? I know you're in here. Please answer. Because that will help you if you just answer. Don't lie, because it will come out. It will come out. So don't lie. This is very mimicking of the Wells, don't you think, after everyone had NDAs thrown in their face?
Yeah, I've
he
never
won't
seen
answer that.
anything
He's
like
been
it.
quiet on that comment. Why?
Honestly, after all of the stuff that has come out,
Everyone's thinking I'm crazy, but I've watched it go down in other cases. You can think I'm crazy. I'm asking the question for a purpose.
well, I mean, with that, and listen, guys, don't think about.
Speaking of NDAs, Brittany's mod signed NDAs.
Seth, think about Tony Mathis right now.
And that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying Seth has his hands tied. I'm not putting nothing on Seth. I think Seth might have got into something that maybe he can't speak up. I don't know, but I watched it go down in multiple
Listen,
cases.
if there are shady dealings going on behind the scenes to take creators off of YouTube, I want no part in it. Saying that nobody owes us an explanation. If that stuff is happening, everybody has a right to know that.
Yeah, I think somebody signed something. I do. I really feel that.
No, I agree with that, Sophia. I do. And I want to say this too, because Sophia's right. And that's exactly why I'm standing where I'm at right now. As a creator, you should be independent thinker, not tied to Seth or any parents or victims. It would make you like other biased creators that many hate. And that's the thing. That's regardless of how I feel about Seth, when things like this come out, and I'm going to show you the screenshots. This is bothersome. Beyond bothersome. And if we can't ask questions, then this is a platform I don't want to be a part of.
Do you have Seth's email? He told you could. He said he would email with you, but maybe you could talk privately.
I don't have his email. Like,
don't you guys love it when I go back and start pulling shit out? That just is fun for me. Some of the ones I love to like pull out are ones like this that a lot of people didn't see. And if you just go to the date and times and like how we are, where we are today versus what was happening 2 months before the filing took place, and you notice like the change in how all of it is so telling. I annoy you guys with the clips I pull too, but I think some of you enjoy it too.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'd never talked to him outside. Maybe Justin might have a contact.
Do you see the chat? Literally everyone thinks I'm absolutely crazy and saying they're leaving your chat, all because I asked if there was a document signed, as if we hadn't seen that happen before.
Do y'all really think it's out of the realm of possibilities that someone would sign something for another? It happens all the time.
Listen, I'll never forget the call when Benny called me and said he caught.
And a month and a half later, her mods are signing NDAs because of this filing. Think of the irony of all of this.
Freaking the other dude going through his backpack. Who does that? And then, yes, there's documents thrown in people's faces that still to this day have certain people quiet from telling the truth. I didn't sign shit.
They take every opportunity, to continue to re-abuse and re-victimize Katie. It's gross. And seeing 4 grown men, 2 wet behind the ears, relish in that was really a lot today.
I do smell that in this case. I do. And that's not no hit to Seth. Like I said, it could be he's probably just trying to get the help wherever he can get it from.
It's actually in the T-Rev interview, and it's specifically a Gerber life grow up plan, but he does talk about it in the T-Rev interview in April.
Just like hell bent on getting the help, that maybe he got in too deep with someone who is more worried about than themselves, if you will. And like, I don't know. I'll just leave that alone. I said it. That's how I feel.
This is so freaking funny. So funny. Because not only was he a mod,
okay.
Co-plaintiffs.
Busby said, Brittany, I personally wouldn't ever add a parent of any case as a mod. Let me explain that. The only reason that I ever added him as a mod wasn't because it was to get, special treatment from one of the
Bullshit.
parents. We added him as a
Bullshit.
mod because there's about 50 Seth Rogers.
It's easy for mods to check if it's a real account or not. I mean, that's so much bullshit. They do that intentionally so people think that they have access and inside info from a parent of a missing child. It's part of the playbook.
Fake accounts. Seth was added as a mod so we'd know it was him when he came in.
And it
That
gives
was-
them a fair playing field too.
Yeah, so it wasn't because I.
You
know
have
what I mean,
Tony
was
in
trying
your
to get him
chat.
good.
Tony's in your chat. You want to make sure that's legitly him. He's
Is
saying
that-
nobody has signed anything on either side. Why is Tony in here answering that, not Seth?
Okay, if that's really Tony, I
That's
want to
weird.
know. Would Tony answer these questions regarding the screenshots that have come out?
I'll just mute because I'm good at biting my tongue.
They should have kept on with their concern over Seth and Tony's position with them. They should have kept on. You were on to something there. You were on to something here. But then you quickly retracted as soon as they got you in line.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I
unfortunately.
can now. I didn't hear you before.
Okay, is that really Tony? I need one of my mods to check and make sure that's really Tony.
How can you not do anything?
We do. I don't. I
Oh.
mean, I'm actually very kind of sad that I'm seeing so many people get upset about that, guys. We're in true crime. We have to ask questions.
That.
Be very careful. That may not be. That's why I need one of my mods to double check. And I want to, if that really,
We're in true crime. We have to ask questions unless you're asking about a legal filing that I don't know shit about and can't explain it. So I can't talk about that, but we're in true crime, right? I know about laws and like legal stuff, but I don't even know what I signed or I'm a part of. But my part isn't a part of the other 9 plaintiffs. Mine's its own little separate entity over here, even though it all goes together and claims that these people are doing a RICO and racketeering. But we're in true crime. We have to ask questions.
he is Tony. Okay, is that free to come and go on either side? Well, let me ask you this, Tony. Did you pay Bullhorn Betty to follow the Bauer socks? Accounts 2019, Mandy said.
Yes.
Tony, why did you answer my question and not Seth's? Why'd you come in here and say there's no document signed? But you did say on Pascal's that there was an engagement letter signed. I ask questions I already know the answer to, and everyone can go ahead and hate me. I don't give a crap.
I mean, no, Lord.
I'm over here playing with buttons.
So y'all said you had Seth's back. So y'all said you had Seth's back in here. Then
That's
you
not fair.
questioned shit. Illuminati has a party, and good Lord, no. It ain't about Illuminati. It's the screenshots that I saw. Lucky lady, do you know how much backlash I take for supporting Seth? If I'm going to support him, I'm not. First of all, I'm not going to support anybody blindly. Anybody, if there's something, there's a cause for concern. I'm going to ask questions because that's what we should do. We all should ask questions.
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
Oh Lord, you can't make this shit up. Oh, take us to church, Britt.
Tony said I did not say that. It don't have y'all remove Illuminati out of the equation. It don't have anything to do with her at all.
All right, I'm gonna jump down. I'll be watching. I got my answer. Absolutely, something was signed. Tony's a liar. Bye.
Bye. Tony Mathis, this is what happens when you're a scam artist. And can you show this? Yeah, let's just go through the screenshots. Let's go through the screenshots.
I got all my
Hold on a minute.
favorites right here.
I'm going to pull up, and I have to pull up Illuminati's chat because she's the one that showed them. If one of the mods wants to grab the link.
Stop. Me in the butt.
I'm not demanding answers. I am asking questions. Because we have a right to ask questions. Wait a minute. Hold on, Feisty Nana. What the hell are y'all going to do if it turns out Seth is behind Sebastian's disappearance? Then he needs to go to jail. Whoever's behind it needs to go to jail. I don't talk to Seth on a regular basis. I don't have any outside contact with Seth Rogers.
I'll be honest. Like you guys could hear it in my voice. Like last night and today, I hit that like the re-victimization and the complete lack of understanding of what is actually happening and how they are manipulating people. And the Lore Lodge just opened up his platform of over 500,000 people to allow Sebastian to be compared to a rescue dog. And then the just constant disrespect for Sebastian, as they say, it's all about Sebastian. It was too much for everybody. So I apologize. So this is your palate cleanser. And I hope you guys can at least have some laughs. It's still really concerning though, because you're going to see the amount of control that Tony comes in and weaponizes. You will see that. Like there's laughs in here, but it is really concerning how Seth ran and got Tony and they got her right in line.
Okay. I haven't been personally involved in any way at all. The most that you can say that I've done is handed a wrench over to him so that we can know who he is.
Kathy,
that looks like the real Tony Mathis account. Tony, you are welcome to come up and defend yourself. I will gladly open my panel to you. I would absolutely love to be able to ask these questions so we can put it to rest now.
She was getting ready to play Illuminati's video with the.
That's it. That's it, Shelly. I stand with Sebastian.
Oh, do you? No, you don't.
My heart goes out to him and to Katie. I could not imagine what it feels.
Fuck you. No, it doesn't, because you would have never used that missing child's name for personal vendetta and claimed that your enemy was involved in RICO and racketeering and impeded the search for the missing child. You selfish twat.
Feels like to lose a kid. My kids cough the wrong way and I freak out. So I couldn't imagine. I couldn't. Tony, would you like for me to drop you the link? I'll gladly let you come up. And we will be respectful. I just don't understand why all of this is being said. It's being said that you are trying to get people to take other channels down. Regardless of my feelings for anybody, nobody's channel should go down because they dislike a person.
I agree with that.
These channels are keeping Sebastian's name out there too.
That is one thing I don't do. I'm tempted with 5D though. I will say 5D there's a part of me that's starting to think maybe that because the defamation and slander towards minor children, I don't care about what she says about me, but the fact that I can hit videos that she's got disgusting, disparaging titles about 2 minor children that cannot, it's just gross. And I have been thinking, but otherwise, I'm not a striker. You guys know that. Like, I don't agree. That's one part I will agree with Brittany on. I think once you start doing that, there is channels out here. There's channels out here that have talked shit about me and just blatantly lied in hopes that I will review them so they can strike me. There are a group of people that just do that. They talk shit just to try and get you amped up and hope that you review them so they strike. There is a bunch of them that strike each other back and forth. It's a really gross game that they play. I'm not into that. Not at all. But there is a group of them and they're around. Trust and believe they're around. So be careful.
We all are. Yeah, he's more than welcome to.
She does, Revival. She does. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I have to find out how though. Which
Jules, you want to come up with me if you want to.
Tutti Frutti for what? What happened? How did she get hit?
I dropped the link.
Who'd she get hit by?
Yeah, I only talk to Seth in my chat. I don't have a personal outside of my of YouTube.
She never. That's why I told her in the beginning of this, she needs to start learning what fair use is. I don't care if she uses my content. She better learn how to do fair use because she doesn't. She just clips and lets it roll.
I try to be very careful in that regard because
Julie hit her.
You know, it's dangerous to get too close to the families.
Question, Tutti Frutti, did she get a TOS violation or an actual strike? Oh, TOS, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, there's Jules. Hey, girl.
How are you?
Harassment.
A nervous wreck?
Don't be nervous.
Yeah, you gotta be careful on that.
Have you heard about any of this?
I have had one terms of service violation, and it was because BJ and crew, I don't know exactly who, but they were freaking out about me having a blowtorch with a scorpion. So they got me for a TOS on that.
What I heard was that there were pictures going around, that there was a photograph that was taken. And I thought at the time, if that's true, it would be all deals off with him.
Yeah.
All deals. Like no conversation even.
You've got fair use in there though, because I'm talking, the way you clip is perfect. Clip away.
Yep, that's Tony. Okay, I see you, Tony. I appreciate you turning your camera on. Do you want to leave it on? I don't want to. All right, here we go. Hey, Tony.
How are you?
Good. I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
Okay, so are you aware of everything the screenshots and all of these allegations that have been made? Have you heard about it?
Brittany, I got to be honest with you.
I honestly, sorry, before Tony starts talking and I let him play up to good, I wish they would do privacy complaints on her, the mocking, the things that she has incited. I wish the victim's family would do something. The family tree that she put up there, doxing the entire family, like they have a leg to stand on. I don't know if they know how, or they haven't been directed, or they're waiting to do. I have no idea, but that is one channel that the family could directly impact. But that's another thing too. Like, I'll be quiet for now.
When I saw your live pop up, I had no clue what you were talking about, but I can tell you that I can answer a few questions for you.
Okay.
The lady that said that I said there was an engagement letter signed on Pascal. There's going to be a lot of things that are just completely not true, but that's the first one.
YouTube bad actors. I'm going to back this up so we can hear that fully. I don't know on thumbnails so much, but I'm assuming you can. Russo, agree. Oh, always up to good. That is one channel that has been, hey, Whitebird, absolutely horrendous. I don't know all the ins and outs as far as thumbnails and stuff. I play it pretty safe. You guys know I'm pretty generic. I don't have any really good skills with thumbnails or like titles. We're lucky if it says anything. Sometimes it's even stupid shit that I say most of the time. I can lay out content. Don't ask me for a good thumbnail.
Want to leave it on? I don't want to.
We all have our gifts. That's not one of them.
All right, here we go. Hey, Tony.
How are you?
Good. I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
Okay, so are you aware of everything the screenshots and all of these allegations that have been made? Have you heard about it?
Over.
Brittany, I got to be honest with you. When I saw your live pop up, I had no clue what you were talking about, but I can tell you that I can answer a few questions for you.
Okay.
The lady that said that I said there was an engagement letter signed on Pascal. There's going to be a lot of things that are just completely not true, but that's the first one.
Okay.
And there are receipts to that. You can go back and watch Pascal's show. I simply said that Pascal is the one that introduced us. There's never been an engagement letter signed. I'm free to quit donating my time and money anytime that I see fit. And Seth is free to get rid of me anytime he sees fit. It's a volunteer job, and there is no money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
As far as
again, the date of this was August 17th. So now we know by the end of August, beginning of September, they actually signed into a contract with At Night Media.
Trying to take content creators' channels down. Brittany, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened, but in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews, and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So
okay.
I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
Where is that, Tony? Where is this civil suit tied to a criminal suit on somebody that's not on this platform? Let's listen to that again. Again, this is August 17th.
Up. I had no clue what you were talking about, but I can tell you that I can answer a few questions for you.
Okay.
The lady that said that I said there was an engagement letter.
Liza, this is 100% not a stage. I do not believe in any way, shape, or form. Brittany was about to show the messages that had been leaked. I genuinely believe that Seth started freaking out because they had already started losing footing. People were starting to push back the divorce papers, the questions about the age of Katie when he met her. Like, people were really pushing back. Enter Tony as the fixer, the cleanup crew, which is what he's going to acknowledge that he is in this live stream. But Tony couldn't even get grasp of control. And I think that's why Tony brought in At Night. I truly believe that we saw a culmination of things. And I think if you go back and put the dates in order and what is going, this was a genuine freak out of their team of we're losing footing of one more person and we can't do that.
They're signed on Pascal. There's going to be a lot of things that are just completely not true, but that's the first one.
Okay.
And there are receipts to that. You can go back and watch Pascal's show.
That's our bill.
I simply said that Pascal is the one that introduced us. There's never been an engagement letter signed. I'm free to quit.
And there's been a lot of communication about that. Who introduced Tony to Seth? It's been stated a few different places that it was Pascal. I do think that Coffindoffer plays a role in introducing Tony to Nick, and he was also friends with Coffindoffer before, but I think that Pascal introduced Tony to Seth.
Donating my time and money anytime that I see fit, and Seth is free to get rid of me anytime he sees fit. It's a volunteer job, and there is no money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
As far as trying to take content creators' channels down, Brittany, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened, but in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews, and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So
Okay.
I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
Okay.
Hey, Casey.
Okay, because so I just want to tell you so you know, because
Hi, Michelle. We
and
need to know.
I do want to be fair and say this, Tony. I have from the moment I started the live, I said I don't know. I don't
I
know.
like
I'm going
that.
to ask questions because we have supported Seth. I still support Seth.
You think?
I don't think I think
Yes, I
Seth is the one that has been trying to find his son. I've seen him out here pleading with the public.
Like Elmer said.
So I'm not coming at this from a nefarious standpoint. It's just really concerning when you see things like that. But what they're alleging is there was someone in a group with you, who has.
I think that's important too, up to good, because if it is barbecue, which is my assumption too, a creator from another platform, he said a civil with criminal tied to it. You think though, a month later, by September 16th, again, this was August 17th, by September 16th, they are using at night to send cease and desist with an injunction attached to it to barbecue. The 17th to Cluminati. So Tony claims that he had this pending other stuff with her one-on-one. Now, you guys know how I feel about that. Defamation and all that would have been, if these individual plaintiffs, we would have a whole different thing here. But nope, they decided to try and create something, to concoct something like RICO and racketeering.
Has taken screenshots of some group you were in and shared them with another content creator. And in these screenshots, it's basically they're accusing you of paying Bullhorn Betty to follow the Bower Sox. They're saying,
So let me give you a little background. We were in a Facebook group. See if I can get a light on in here. I'm sorry it's so dark. I'm sitting in here watching a football game.
I just appreciate you coming on to clear it up for us. You didn't have to do that, so I appreciate it.
Did he say he came up here? He has not seen these pictures yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a little shady. Like I'm no fan of Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I do think that could be easily manipulated. Like, why would Tony go on Facebook and send pictures like that? Like, obviously, it'd go back to him. So I'll give him that.
So let me, and I appreciate that.
Sorry, Cash.
So we were in a Facebook group of
Cash, can we nickname her suit? Cash, come up with a name and we'll just call BJ's suit something different. Give me a name. What are we going to call her suit? It's not the RICO and racketeering. It's the ignorance and I don't know. I don't know. She's my Michelle. She has deleted so much. Right, Wendy? Right?
a bunch of TikTokers that supported Seth that I created a group with. We had 2 or 3 ladies that were in that group.
Bob,
that
right?
left the group. Them and the other girls had a falling out. As you guys.
Oops, we got to back that up. I'm talking too much. I'm trying to pay attention to the comments now that I don't have 39 tabs open. And then I get caught up in here and talk to you guys. I want you to understand he is not denying that this group with these screenshots isn't real. He's acknowledging that this group that these screenshots came from are real.
See if I can get a light on it.
The cry to your mama lawsuit.
Here, I'm sorry it's so dark. I'm sitting in here watching a football game.
I just appreciate you coming on to clear it up for us. You didn't have to do that, so I appreciate it.
Did he say he came up here? He has not seen these pictures yet.
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a little shady. Like I'm no fan of Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I do think that could be easily manipulated. Like, why would Tony go on Facebook and send?
whoever thought the day would come that Cher would be the one with the common sense on that panel? I mean, it's still lacking, but who would have ever thought the day would ever come in YouTube world that Cher, there's a licensed mental health professional on this panel, and Cher is the voice of what is happening. Like, are there air? Y'all breathing okay, air?
Pictures like that. Like, obviously, it'd go back to him. So I'll give him that.
So let me, and I appreciate that. So we were in a Facebook group of a bunch of TikTokers that supported Seth that I created a group with. We had 2 or 3 ladies that were in that group that left the group. Them and the other girls had a falling out. As you guys know, I seem to somehow get the blame for everything. So when they left, they took a lot of that frustration out on me. And there was 5 or 6 subgroups that these girls created that I was not in. And what created the falling out is a couple of these girls went and they chased down a content creator's mom in her hometown and connected with her mom. And they did a bunch of really wild things that
He's acknowledging that his associates went and chased down Barbecue's mom. And then somehow, a month later, think about that. He's acknowledging that his associates, his group of people, went and chased down Barbecue's mom. Now, again, I don't agree with a lot of the things Barbecue has said and done on. You all know I've been very vocal. But I still will never condone the fact that this man became part of a RICO and racketeering to make allegations of that when it was on a personal level, and he knew that his associates, his TikTok girlies, were chasing down her family. Yeah. Yep.
I did not know about because it was all going on in a group that I was not in. And they told me that was for my protection. But yet when it all blew up, somehow they blamed me, which is fine. I mean, as a spokesperson, you get blamed for a lot of things. But I can tell you now that regarding Bullhorn Betty, Betty went down, when she went down on that trip, she had been hanging flyers all day. She had had lunch with Seth. She had helped him set up his YouTube account. And then on top of that, she'd been stalked by Terry. He got her pulled over, and then they had their little altercation. And I knew that she said on her live that
I think it's also important to hear that right there again. Bullhorn Betty helped Seth set up his YouTube channel.
Somehow they blamed me, which is fine. I mean, as a spokesperson, you get blamed for a lot of things. But I can tell you now that regarding Bullhorn Betty, Betty went down, when she went down on that trip, she had been hanging flyers all day. She had had lunch with Seth. She had helped him set up his YouTube account. And then on top of that, she'd been stalked by Terry. He got her pulled over, and then they had their little altercation. And I knew that she said on her live that she was getting ready to go have a steak. So I bought the woman.
Wait, hold on. Didn't Bullhorn Betty fucking freak out about Duchess? A fabricated lie in Betty's head. But she said that Duchess was like kicking it with Chris and Katie at a motorcycle rally that they weren't even at. But she fabricated a whole story and had a whole come apart. And come to find out, Tony just acknowledged that Betty was out to lunch with Seth. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem.
A steak. And it was because of all she had done for Sebastian and Seth that day. And it was due to what she had experienced with Mr. Bowersox. And I sent her $50 to buy her steak. And that's the extent of it. And in the memo on my Venmo, it says, enjoy a steak or get yourself a steak, or
no, it says beating up the bee socks. That's what the memo says. I've done a whole pre-record on this, and it's got all the receipts in it of like what the memo actually says and everything. If you want that, I can drop that link for you guys. Whoops. It's a long pre-record.
Something to that effect.
It's pretty good though.
So that shows you how things get spun out of control. I'm a person that lives in Oklahoma. We back the blues strongly. I don't do things that break the law.
Would you be willing to share and be transparent with your Venmo and Cash App and stuff, at least towards, I don't know if you know her name's not Betty, it's Andra. But
it's Andrew Griffin.
So
yeah,
would you do that?
I certainly would.
That'd be appreciated.
I don't know. Let's see here. Let me see. I don't want to.
But you don't got to do it tonight. I was just wondering, would you be open to doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not, I'm not gonna pay somebody stalk somebody because
So, Liza, the full story is the day that Betty was freaked out in traffic behind Terry and jumped out in traffic when she was following Terry Bowersox, she was freaking out and she was like, I think I deserve a steak. I think after she talked about needing a GoFundMe for a pew pew and all of the other wild shit that she had done, when as she's unraveling, she was talking about how she thought she was going to go buy herself a $50 steak and at Jonathan's or Anthony's or whatever she was claiming. And Tony sent her $50. And in the memo, it said Venmo. In the memo, it says for beating up the bee socks.
that's not what she was there doing. I mean, if you watch the live,
Okay.
you know, she's a close friend of mine, and whether you like her or not, she's very close to Seth and I, and she was not there to stalk anybody. She got in an altercation with Terry after she noticed that Terry was following her and taking a picture of her license plate. You can clearly see it. She saw him in her rear view mirror. But I'll share a Venmo. I mean, I have receipts for my claims. The sad thing is that people don't have to prove guilt. It seems that we are always having to prove innocence. Regarding Caleb Harris, I had an administrator of our Facebook group that sent me a picture and a video that I did not, I did not care to see. I was not involved in the case anymore. And I can assure you that I sent that to nobody. And I had many people ask me for it. And I told them that Randy was a coworker and a friend of mine, and there was no way in hell I was going to be sharing that information. And quite frankly, when it was sent to me, they didn't even know if it was him at that point. So, that didn't happen either. I mean, and Brittany, the only thing I will say, and I have no, you can have my cell phone number. I gave it to Josh the lab the other day, and we had a great conversation. If you ever want to ask me a question, I would much rather make myself available than to be tagged and have a video with that kind of a title on it, because I'm not hard to get a hold of. I'm glad to talk to you at any time.
Right.
It is a little disenchanting, to hear you just make up your mind that I'm an asshole when we've never even had a conversation.
I don't think
No,
that's
no,
fair.
no, no. She's just questioning it.
No,
She's,
I don't think that's
she's
fair.
just questioning it.
No.
She's honestly gone honestly privately for me being too hard on you and Seth privately. Like this is not fun for her to do tonight, Tony. I'll tell you that.
When you were talking about Brittany here, you were talking about someone who has put her butt on the line. She has had faith in Seth. She has been there 100%, and she's not done anything questionable. So that doesn't work.
I get that. But Brittany, am I incorrect here? Was it you that said I think Tony's an asshole, or was it somebody else on the
I may have said that.
I said that. I said you're a liar and you're an asshole. I said that for sure.
Okay. Well, my apologies.
Bah. Oh, sometimes let's just see here. Let's go back and look at this really quick. Oh, where was it? Where did she call him an asshole? She called him an asshole. Let's see. Where was it? I need the timestamp. Hold on, I gotta find it on my own. You guys aren't muted, okay. But just a few minutes earlier, she's taking the hashtag off. Where is she? I'll have to look for it. Hold on. We'll play it.
Apologies, and I thought it was you that said it, Brittany.
No, I did say that I want to be able to ask questions because I don't blindly follow.
They all lie for her. And it was absolutely said. She said he was an asshole.
Anybody,
because that's fair. That's fair. Completely fair.
Honestly, Tony, there have been some horrible things that have come out. And if it is things that you are innocent of, Seth is innocent of, it's horrible. And I will say I'm sorry if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's got nothing to do with any of this. They've sent emails to my work. They've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address when he sent an email. Believe it or not, the same person was sending emails to the pet rescue that we're donating money to, and he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP addresses got captured. But we've been through it. The pictures you're talking about on TikTok, that did not happen either. What nobody talks about is I went back and replayed the live. I showed a recording of me going into my TikTok lives, pulling the video up from the night before. They said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I was with my best friend, who's a 60-year-old stage 4 cancer patient, fishing in Minnesota when I did that live that they put that overlay on. It's the same person that sent the emails to my work and to this poor lady at this pet rescue, who also sent emails to Joe Petito. So they said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I went back and played pretty much the entire live so that people could see the real live unedited. And of course, there was nothing there. I was in my pajamas sitting in the hotel lobby when I did the live, and my phone was face down on a table. But you just get tired of defending yourself against this craziness because it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole. So for that, I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but
That's right. You know what though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably gonna get some shit for it. But
Who cares?
people don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
12:02. Look at you go. 4137. Let's go back here. Hold on. Thank you.
And with that code, you can access your account. I just got this out of the blue, you guys. Okay, it was 8:30. You see it right there, 8:28 p.m. Someone tried, and of course I blotted out the code, but someone tried to access my Patreon. All right, let me pull this down for a minute. Let me just double check to make sure that.
No, must not be. We'll go back. It's in there somewhere. I don't remember. We'll find it.
And I'd represented him for a month before I even knew that, because I thought he'd been in.
Oh, I went too far. Sorry.
Oh, I may have said that.
I said that. I said you're a liar and you're asshole. I said that for sure.
I love how they go into like hyper speed to defend her from it, though. Oh my God. Yeah, Sunny. Yeah, it's in there. We heard it in the beginning. I just didn't clock it on the time. Sorry, guys. And it doesn't pull cuss words in the transcript usually.
It's horrible, and I will say I'm sorry if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's got nothing to do with any of this.
Wait, what? Polish? Yeah, it's just nonsense on the web. Hold on, I'll put it in the thing. What? That guy said that? He's wishing we were all unalived? These people are unhinged. If it's on X, you can show or tell me where to go and I'll pull it.
They've sent emails to my work. They've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address when he sent an email. Believe it or not, the same person was sending emails to the pet rescue that we're donating money to, and he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP addresses got captured. But we've been through it. The pictures you're talking about on TikTok, that did not happen either. What nobody talks about is I went back and replayed the live. I showed a recording of me going into my TikTok lives, pulling the video up from the night before. They said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I was with my best friend, who's a 60-year-old stage 4 cancer patient, fishing in Minnesota when I did that live that they put that overlay on. It's the same person that sent the emails to my work and to this poor lady at this pet rescue, who also sent emails to Joe Petito. So they said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I went back and played pretty much the entire live so that people could see the real live unedited. And of course, there was nothing there. I was in my pajamas sitting in the hotel lobby when I did the live, and my phone was face down on a table. But you just get tired of defending yourself against this craziness because it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole. So for that, I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but
That's right. You know what though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably gonna get some shit for it. But
who cares? You see how fast that switches up though?
People don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
That's true. You walked straight up into the lion's den.
That you got my respect for that. Because, yes, I told Justin to get his butt up here.
Tony, when stuff like that happens, sorry, Justin, when stuff like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
So, in a court of law, I was a federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with, attorneys for day in and day out for quite a while. And, you have to have legal standing when you turn things over. And
I want you to pay attention to this part too, because isn't it ironic that he is a plaintiff in this filing right here? He worked with attorneys and around attorneys.
Because it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole, so for that I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but you know.
That's right. You know what though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably gonna get some shit for it. But
Who cares?
people don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
That's true. He walked right in, straight up into the lion's den.
That you got my respect for that. Because, yes, I told Justin to get his butt up here.
Holy fuck, the Lore Lodge says, no, I'm very much sick of it. No, I'm very much sick of it, you blithering fucking idiot. I'm sick of you freaks and lunatics spewing utterly baseless accusations in order to derail public opinion on the investigation. What? I'm sick of you harassing me day in and day out. Oh, another one that thinks that public content is harassment. I'm sick of you pretending to have the moral high ground as you ignore the actual abuse and focus on finding the least charitable way to view the words of a grieving father. Oh my God, Aiden. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, the world would be a better place if every single one of you kicked the bucket. It's harassment to commentate on his public opinion. And he is sick of you freaks and lunatics spewing utterly baseless accusations in order to derail public opinion on the investigation. That guy's got some major issues. Woo! Audacity, right? Backwards world. Ooh, his little immature, childish ways are shining through.
Tony, when stuff like that happens, sorry, Justin, when stuff like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
So, you know, in a court of law, I mean, I was a
Yeah, he claims to be God-fearing. He also claims to be a Mason. Yeah, he claims to be educated, caring, compassionate, and all he really is ooh, let me just walk away because I could say some things to hurt some feelings.
federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with, you know, attorneys for day in and day out for quite a while. And, you know, you have to have legal standing when you turn things over. And even defamation cases, you know, you can go give an attorney a $2,500 retainer. And if you win, if you can't show measurable damages, you're going to win the case and you're going to get $1. And so it gets to a point where you realize that most of the people attacking aren't doing anything to help my client or Sebastian. And so you become oblivious to it. But, you know, the truth is that, you know, Seth and I, this is what a lot of people don't know. I'm more like a brother to Seth than I am a spokesperson. And he's got another lady that.
You know what, Audacity? I had this conversation with somebody the other day. Just because you are educated or work in a professional capacity does not mean you have any intelligence whatsoever. They do not always coexist.
It's more like a sister to him than she is an event planner. And it's just the three of us for the most part. And, you know, the relationship we have is private, but it's also very, very deep. I represented Seth for about a month when I found out that he and I grew up 15 minutes apart, literally spent Sunday eating dinners at the same place.
Starting to sound like little Mr. Aiden might need some anger management classes if he can't handle public commentary on his displays of disgusting ignorance and sympathizing.
You know, and I'd represented him for a month before I even knew that, because I thought he'd been in Tennessee and California and didn't know that he grew up in a little town in Kansas. And then I dug a little deeper and got to get close to his sister and found out that her childhood best friend was one of my wife's bridesmaids.
Do you hear him again? This is a typical Tony maneuvering. This is how he tries to become trustworthy and relatable in the public eye. I know people. We have connections between people, just like he did with Randy Harris. He's a coworker of mine. He leads this way so people in the audience feel that he can be a trusted person around these victims. Again, he's a stranger. He didn't know anything about Seth, Sebastian, any of this family, in my opinion, until proven otherwise, up until Sebastian went missing. He's an opportunist, in my opinion. You guys want to keep watching this one? I've got more time. We're on 4.5 hours, though. You guys good? You want me to keep going? You know me. When we get going, I can just keep talking. That's one thing. I have the gift of gab. My daddy always said, I have the gift of gab. I sure do. I sure do. I couldn't sit here and talk for 4.5 hours just about nothing without content to lay. But with this type of stuff, I can absolutely. Okay, perfect. Let's go. Sorry, it's windy. I'm going to mute now.
So, we're connected in a lot of ways, and we've got a very, very brotherly relationship. And, that's why he gets defensive like that, because
Bob, you cooking tonight? I'll be there. You cook dinner tonight?
he knows what happens behind the scenes. He knows when he's having a rough day, who's there for him. And Brittany, I didn't take a dollar from Randy Harris either, but, when I go to Tennessee, I'll be in Tennessee for 5 days, leaving on Thursday. And, those hotels, that travel, those meals,
so weird.
Those come out of my wife and I's pocket. They don't come out of a GoFundMe.
I believe you, Audacity. I believe that those stories are true, but it's weird how he uses those as posturing for public trust. He's trying to use those type of things for public trust, which is really strange. And I'm interested to see what you come up with. Hey, Adrian.
Can I ask? I want to ask this question. I do want to clarify this. I looked this up myself. Michaela's Mutts is not the same Michaela.
No,
that's not her. This lady was she's a veteran.
It's a very unfortunate name, but
well, damn it, Bob. I will have to cook again. Nothing sounds good for dinner yet.
It's not the same Michaela. And she is a phenomenal human. So is her husband. They have their business licensed. Everything's filed properly.
Where's my phone?
But just to show you how vile some of these content creators are, her husband is the one that trapped this IP address. The gentleman that sent it did not realize her husband was an IT guy. Mm-hmm. So he had 4 or 5 emails that were sent. I think all but one of them were from a VPN, but one of them was captured about 6 minutes from his house. Mm-hmm. So
Mal's over here sending me pictures of food now, Bob. Look what you started.
It's not that. But to your question, sorry, I got off on a tangent. But it's not the same Michaela. It's not not any relation at all.
Well, one of the things I'm seeing people frustrated with, and they keep asking in chat, is why is the money from the vigil going to Michaela's Mutts, and why is there not a reward fund set?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. All that money, where did it go? Why not? Because for me, one of my kids is missing, and I raised something like $23,000. That's just what we saw publicly. First thing I'm doing is setting up through like an attorney or law office sort of thing, some kind of reward fund. Because Tony, these days people will talk for some money. Like with Summer, we did have quite a large reward fund. From what I remember, I want to say $50,000 to $80,000 somewhere in there, and no one came forward, but sometimes a little bit.
So here's what I'll say about the reward. First off, anytime that any money goes to Seth for anything, which it hasn't since I've been representing him, he gets viciously attacked. And he didn't want that to happen. So he wanted to donate that to a cause that would make Sebastian proud, which was a pet rescue. Sebastian's favorite animal is a cat. We actually tried to get a kitty rescue, but we couldn't get a return call from him. So
is that where all the GoFundMe money?
I still find this really interesting. And here you go with the GoFundMe talk again.
No, the GoFundMe money, you're fairly accurate on the amount there. To my knowledge, again, I don't have access to that.
Just over like $23,000. I was just wondering, did that go to Seth? Did that help? Maybe it helped with living expenses. I understand that because he wasn't working. I just want to know, where did that go? Do you know?
So I will tell you, without sharing Seth's private information, which I won't do. I'll just simply say this. The first 60 days, as you guys know, he was searching every day. Mm-hmm. And he was off work. And he was off work far beyond that when it got to the point that he couldn't hardly walk because of his neck. So he did not get any relief from his job until just recently.
He just had surgery too, right?
That's correct. That's correct. So he had to live, and that GoFundMe money is not gone. But without knowing, when he was going to get some relief from his job or when he was going to go back to work, and the other thing too, the law enforcement has been pretty adamant, and there's a lot of things that they advise that we may or may not agree with, but they've been pretty adamant about there not being a reward offered. It is something that is still on the table. And it may still happen, but I can tell you this: if you know anything about Seth Rogers, Seth Rogers has not spent a penny of that money that he didn't have to spend to live. The man is not a fancy guy. The man does not have, I have not seen the man have one new item anywhere around him since I've been representing him. You know, they attacked him over his motorcycle, and he had his motorcycle far before Sebastian went missing. So
We didn't see him out shopping for a new one, so
no, I mean, he's not a guy that buys, you know, fancy clothes or fancy
he's still in the same apartment. Sorry, like that. He's still in the same spot, right?
Yeah, they raised his rent and he didn't
Yeah.
even want to move
And he
because
didn't
you know,
move.
that's it. Right.
Right.
Tony, Tony, I'm Justin. I have a few channels, Justin for All Clips and Pearls. I've never spoken to you publicly or privately, but nice to meet you. I have a couple questions. First, why do you think, in your opinion, the perception that people, you know, have of you, like what do you think it is that gets you the amount of criticism? And I'll be the first to say I have criticized you, and I'll tell you why here in a moment. But I try to take things. I always try to be sort of fair. I try to be as fair as possible, on each individual basis, right? On each individual thing. Like I'll be the first to say whenever that, you know, they said your junk was being shown or whatever. I don't think it's. I've never thought it was anything. I think it's, in my opinion, it was just something that. But
I agree with that. Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, even I agree with that.
But there is things that I will say here shortly. But I just want to ask you that question there. Like, what do you think it is that everyone comes hard on you for?
It would be simply an opinion, Justin.
Yeah, I'm just asking your opinion. I mean, you know, what do you hear the most?
So here's where we struggle. You hear all these things and these reasons people have made up their mind, and you won't see a situation where I've disrespected somebody. I have a couple times I've gone in on a couple of creators that were.
Are you fucking kidding me, Tony? Your hobby is disrespecting Chris and Katie.
Vicious.
And more so Sebastian, especially when you called yourself Uncle Tony to a child you've never met. The disrespect. August 17th is the date of this. This is a deleted stream of BJ's.
Attacking Seth. And I don't apologize for that because that's my job. But in a normal setting with people like you and Brittany and people that, you know, haven't been attacking my client, you'll never see me be disrespectful.
I want you to take that into full account right here. What he says his job is. I'm going to rewind that. Oh, it is. It's recorded on high speed. I forgot.
Anything. I think it's, in my opinion, it was just something that. But
I agree with that. Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, even I agree with that.
But there is things that I will say here shortly. But I just want to ask you that question there. Like, what do you think it is that everyone comes hard on you for?
It would be simply an opinion, Justin.
Yeah, I'm just asking your opinion. I mean, you know, what do you hear the most?
So here's where we struggle. You hear all these things and these reasons people have made up their mind, and you won't see a situation where I've disrespected somebody. I have a couple times I've gone in on a couple of creators that were viciously attacking Seth, and I don't apologize for that because that's my job. But in a normal setting with people like you and Brittany and people that, you know, haven't been attacking my client, you'll never see me be disrespectful. You won't see me raise my voice. I think a lot of it has to do with, at least initially, getting Seth off of YouTube and creating more of a professional situation for him where he doesn't get on a channel and look down and see the chat and lose his mind and then give content creators more content to play the next 4 or 5 days attacking him.
Sure.
And I think me taking him off the.
Amber, very good point. Very, very valid point. Boundaries. And he has them all blurred. He goes from spokesperson to friend to brother to spiritual advisor to all of the things.
Those channels, it pissed some people off. But you know, even the people that are the most vile towards Seth and me, I can tell you that I've never met those people. I reached out. You know, I'll just say this, JLR, and I hate talking about other creators on your channel, but you know, some of the harshest critics, JLR, JS for Justice, and some of his crew. I initially reached out to those people. I reached out to JLR through Justin on TikTok. We reached out to him through Magnolia. I knew that at one point he supported Seth, and you know, it seemed that he had quit supporting him. Yeah. I asked him if he'd like to have a conversation because I thought that we could use his platform for Sebastian. He had no desire to talk. He'd never met me, never talked to me. You know, they put.
He had no desire to let you control his platform like you require. They have no desire to be told what questions and pre-screened and all that stuff like you attempted.
A criminal record of mine out there that was not mine, which was fine. I mean, you know,
I don't care for JLR, but JLR plays the game that you're attempting to play, and he's much better at it than you.
I carry a lot of federal documents that I wouldn't have been able to have with a record like that. But again, I don't owe that to anybody. And I even reached out to JS for Justice through email. And
You carry federal documents, like what? What qualifications there, sir? What federal qualifications do you have to be a crane salesman? Are you talking like clear pass at the airport because you fly a lot? Is that what you're talking about? Federal documents, a passport, a birth certificate, social security card? Because I don't think you have any qualifications outside of typical.
said, hey, if you'd like to have a conversation, I can answer some of your questions and we might be able to get on the same page. And, you know, we could come on and do an interview. And she didn't want to talk. She simply wanted to bring me and Seth on the panel. And, you know, you put Seth in a situation on a call-in show where if she's got all these things in her mind that she doesn't have answers to, then they're calling in like they used to on another show. And again, he loses his mind and he gives everybody content. And that's not what was good for him.
Right.
So I think a lot of it has to do with that.
Well, that was going to kind of push you on this. So my main opinion about you in the negative form has been because, and I'm going to tell you why, because of Trevor Lee. I've known Trevor for a long time. I've worked with Trevor from in person to afar. And I know that you and Trevor, whenever you first, started becoming, I don't want to say managing Seth. I don't know what the term you guys use, but, working with Seth, Trevor did call you, and from what I understand, he was disagreeing with something. I can't remember what it was about, to be honest with you.
You're already inaccurate there. I'll tell you what happened with Trevor Lee. So his team before me had made the determination that there was people on his team that needed to go. Now, these are people that I did not know, never broke bread with them, never talked to them. I had a phone conversation with one of the PIs. This all stemmed from his team and Seth deciding that it was time for the PIs to go. So when that happened,
that's what it was. Yes, yes, it was a disagreement on the two PIs, and I think he was expressing his opinion on the PIs. And
he wasn't expressing his opinion, Justin. He was blaming me for Seth firing his PIs. So
well, I'm not going to say because I don't, he's not here. So but I'm just telling you what
I have the text.
Okay, that's fine.
I have the text, and I will tell you. And I don't want you.
By the way, I dropped the link for the pre-record that I did, and I actually clipped the segment where the text messages between Trevor Lee and Tony are read out, and that's included in that pre-record. The link is above on my channel, but it's all there if you haven't seen that. Tony's completely misrepresenting what actually happened.
Down the wrong road.
Imagine that.
Which is why I'm kind of cutting in. He called me.
Wait, whoa. Don't say something like that and try and drive right past that. What does that mean?
I think he's meaning he doesn't
No,
want
I want him to answer. What does that mean, Tony?
Which part?
What just come out of your mouth? You came up here. You don't want to see Justin going down the wrong thing. Yeah. So you're up here tonight. What does this mean? The words that just come out of your mouth before I interrupted. What's that mean?
So what that means is he's starting to tell the story and there's already inaccuracies.
Yeah, but you kind of give him a warning, right? Or no?
So
okay,
that's how I took it. But
I was just wondering.
That's how I took it. But just let him carry on. Explain.
Sorry.
So what happened is Trevor called me and he started getting aggressive with me about being the reason that the PIs were gone. I very quickly told him if he had questions about that, he needed to reach out to Seth because he had an open line of communication with Seth. Then he started texting me and I redirected that text to a group text with Seth on it, which I have screenshots of. Seth told him very clearly in those texts that I had nothing to do with the PIs being gone. I mean, I had no PIs I was trying to bring or anything like that. I mean, my PIs before were in Corpus Christi. But his team and Seth decided that it was not the right fit for him for whatever reason. Trevor would not let it go. He continued to press. He continued to come at me and blame me. And no matter what I said, Justin, he was not going to let it go. And when they got rid of some of the search people, again, not people I knew, not people I had ever met or talked to. I was the fall guy for all of that. And I had nothing to do. I've had something to do with people that, have come in to help since then, but they're not people that were related to what Trevor was doing or what the PIs were doing at all. People that are helping with signs and whatnot.
I mean, it was okay. So what? He wouldn't let it go. I mean, can't you disagree on issues, and it still doesn't have to be war. You know what I mean? Like,
In my opinion, the war started because Trevor Lee started being vocal about what was actually going on behind the scenes.
I've just never, I mean, Trevor's going to express his opinion just like we all are, but Trevor is literally the first person I knew that took Sebastian's case when nobody, and I mean nobody, was speaking about it. Nobody was interested in it.
Yeah.
Nobody cared. 40 people in his chat. And this was a, he's a man now, but he was a kid back around the time Summer Wells went missing. And the kid at the time, you know, gave like $1,000 of his own money.
Yeah.
He has really high character. And let me tell you something. The night I was once,
Can I
one second.
interrupt just a second? He has
Sure.
Trev has never attracted any kind of controversy. Not
No. I mean, I think probably the biggest was Nina. And there's, I mean, Trevor's like, I mean, he's like a family member almost to me. The night all of that went down with Seth. Now, listen, I have always stand up for Seth. I know the man is innocent. He didn't do anything to his son. It's clear. I mean, there's not a better alibi you can get than being literally in a jail. Right. I mean, that's what I tell people. There's not a better alibi. But I was furious with Seth the night he came up on Smiley's, and I told Seth that. But just because I disagree with Seth or I disagree with you on one thing, to me, it's I can disagree with you on something and still not think you're a horrible person and just the vilest person at the end of the earth.
Right.
So,
and we still have grace for Seth because he's,
of course. I mean, he's a grieving, he's a grieving dad.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. Let me address that for you. That blow up you saw that night, it came after 15 to 20 different screenshots that were sent to him and some of them to me about things that Trevor was saying on different platforms. And quite frankly, most of them were directed at me. And I think Seth had just had enough, and he decided that he wanted to let everybody know that it was his decision. It had nothing to do with me. And to this day, Trevor still blames me for all of that. Now, you don't see me talking about Trevor. You'll never see me talking about him. Anything I've had to say to him, even to the point that, you know, he was texting me while I was on my fishing trip and saying nasty stuff to me and, you know, what have you. Anything I've ever had to say to him, I said it directly to him. I haven't said it to, you know, to other people. But he's young. You're right. And he chose to take to social media and call me a criminal and call me a crook.
You're talking about him.
Say what?
You're talking about him right now. You said you never talk about him, but you are right now.
I'm simply telling you what he chose to do.
I know, but you just told us that you weren't going to talk. You were going to take it directly to him if you had a problem with him.
Well,
all you got to say is that he was saying things that were not nice to you, and then move on.
Okay, we can do that then.
Yeah. So, you know, that's personally for me, that's been.
It's shocking to me that all these people saw how Trevor was done and they all signed right up to be right beside these people. Justin doesn't stand for shit. It's so gross. None of them do.
You know, it seemed like whenever you came in, this is my opinion. I'm giving it to you honestly, and I hope you know I'm really trying to be respectful.
We're going to do another 20 minutes of this, and then we will finish this either tonight or tomorrow because my brain is starting to mush.
But it felt like, I think probably people felt like, you know, they were, you know, giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like, you know, you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see what the perception was there. But when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
I had my hands full right there. He acknowledges he's the cleanup crew. He couldn't clean up the messes that were created. Enter Nick the Hat. Tell me I'm wrong. Seth's panel appearance on BJ's had happened before this. All the things that had came out and he had said openly out of his own mouth. Tony was brought in to clean up. Tony failed at cleaning those up, in my opinion. Only made things worse for his client, as he calls him. And then needed more help to control the public optics of what was going on.
giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like,
A lot of us felt, yeah.
you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see how what the perception was there. But when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
While I was doing that, Seth was working with the rest of his team to get rid of the people that he did not want involved. And it was 1000% his call. I had never met any of these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and much like not meeting Brittany and her, her moderators and people in this panel, I approached the people I had a chance to meet the same way I approached you guys tonight, with kindness and, hey, let's talk. But the decision to get rid of those people had already been made before I came on, and he was in the process of doing that. It just took him a while to make it official. But, Seth can tell you himself, and he's told many, many people that was 100% him. And he has always been the guy that controlled his team, period.
Sure. I don't know, it may have been timing. I don't know. But that's the way it felt. That's the way it seemed to look from my point of view.
I get it. It's a lot easier to keep people. If there's people that Seth and his mind and heart thought that added value, it's a lot easier to keep people than it is to find new ones. So I'm sure he had his reasons. A lot of the Trevor situation had to do with the PIs. It really wasn't even Trevor himself. And, I don't know that Trevor directly ever did anything, to Seth until after the PIs were let go. I mean, again, I don't know.
Yep, the Lore Lodge plays a role in it too. Yep, because they've got swaying public perception. And he's got over 500,000 subs. They need that reach. They are really attempting to sway public perception. But if you go through the timeline and see the switches, the changes, who's brought in, their connections to whom, and how everything changes and the stories get changed and they get added to. He didn't clean anything up. He added to, and he very calculatedly re-victimized and re-abused the mother of the missing child while stripping the dignity of the missing child further and further.
Know those people. I had one conversation with.
I don't either, really.
With one PI, and then I had a few conversations with the other one after she was gone. And, I never had any bad conversations with them. Never had anything against them. Really didn't know them or know what.
This is when my screen recording caught up with them in real time. So
they were doing or any of that kind of.
The speed changed right there.
Stuff. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, I just think it would be one more thing, and I'll promise you I'll shut up.
No, you're good.
I think it would just be nice to at least heal things where you can.
Yeah.
Go to someone and just say, can we talk this out? Can we, just for the sake of it all, really? Relationships matter, perceptions matter. And, I think we should always be, to at least, offer that, and maybe not, be on the same track, but at least have a general piece about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Justin. And I will tell you that it gets to a point, there's not a lot of members of our team at this point. It gets to a point where we've got a full plate, plus we've got a full-time job, plus we've got a family.
And this is where Spanky and BJ earned their spots on the green team.
When it gets to the point that you're getting attacked every day and a lot of it is baseless, you don't really have a lot of time to try to talk through things with people that have already made up their mind about you without giving you a shot. So, if you got into trying to have conversation after conversation with people that had already made up their mind about you.
Wendy's in my head. Wendy, absolutely. They created a completely new narrative to fit what they want to be public perception. The revolving door of an audience gives them new people to push their versions of events. Yep. And that's what the other night was all intended for. They specifically they said that they wanted to come out and address these things. They didn't really want to address them or clear them up. They wanted to reignite them. That's why they added two things. That's why emotional manipulation in the public sphere works very well for a lot of these things because it's an emotional driven topic. Anytime anything around a missing child. PR illusionist, yes. Baby boy mom, boy man, yes. Yes, you guys are. I'm so thankful for all you guys that see it.
You wouldn't get anything
And it's being done on multiple angles too.
done for Seth.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, I know, again, sorry, one second. Go ahead. Someone talk. I want to plug.
They're
Okay,
on
just one thought. So it's the story that
My Michelle. The only platform that I don't know if they are on is Instagram, but I know like certain people have presence on Instagram. They're on X, Twitter, or X. They're the same thing. Never mind. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, all of them.
that you were telling earlier, that at the beginning Seth was kind of going around on the different YouTube channels, and then you
Right,
came onto the
Yep.
scene, and you guys decided to work together and whatnot. You said tonight that part of
Sometimes this one here, me, myself, nonsense, says things like, "Ooh, I think I'm so smart and read cachet, and it's actually cash instead of cachet." And I thought I was so, yeah, that happens. Not, I don't always lead with the smart foot.
that your role was to make this, I think you used the word professional, to make it a professional thing, that he wouldn't go up on a channel, get upset about what's being said in the side chat, and then
That's another thing. You make a good point there. No time to go search. They are busy online day and night. How do people even remotely wrap their brain around that these people are searching? Or that's ever been a thing when they are in YouTube chats from sunup to sundown. They start out with Betty in the morning at the coffee club. How have people even convinced themselves that what they're saying is true? I guess when you're told over and over and over again, he's the only one that searched. He's searched from day one. That is Spanky and those guys play such an impact in that. That's why they rally around creators who are willing to spew the bullshit, because it helps build the public perception. If you are told something, sooner or later, people just start believing it.
act out and make more content for later, right? That's not really how I remember it at all. The way that I remember it, and tomorrow I'll go back and double check my memory, but the way I remember it is that Seth came on the scene and he was devastated that his son was missing, and he was activated, searching anywhere and everywhere that he could. He had friends of his, I think, from where he worked.
Angel, and that was a moment they should have been like, "You dumbass." I was like, "You guys,"
that were also with him. And he garnered an immense amount of support on social media. Everyone was standing beside this man. Everyone. He was answering questions. He was thoughtful. He was kind. People's heartstrings were, everybody felt protective. They were worried about Sebastian, but they also felt protective and worried about Seth. And it seemed like that when you showed up, when you began to be a part of the conversation, it seemed like that changed.
I'll go look, Kimberly.
It seemed like suddenly Seth was a lot more combative.
How are
The
you, buddy?
team,
I'm good. How about you? Good. I'm listening.
the team is falling apart, and then people online began being attacked, and he lost a lot of his support fell off. And that's kind of how I seem to remember it like different than the way you described it.
I agree with you. That's what I'm curious when he says he had to come in and clean up things that Seth has said. I'm curious, where does that come from? Because like Jen, sorry, it's a tiny screen. Jules, sorry. Like Jules
that
just
was
said,
used a lot. That term was used a lot. Clean up stuff.
clean up stuff. And that sounds in true crime. Well, you can take how that sounds, right?
Give me just 1 second, Cher. Listen, prayers for Sebastian's not being removed, but here's what's gross. You're coming in chat trolling with the damn rooster, but attaching prayers for Sebastian on.
Yeah, there's actually an order in the above case. Notice, okay, so what it says, there is something updated. I'll let the girls go over it. Yeah. Kimberly, I got it. It says Rule of Civil Procedure number 236. Notice is given under Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure number 236 that an order in the above case has been entered on 2/20/25. Signed, and then the judge. It doesn't say. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Granny and Barbecue will know. It doesn't say. Let's see. Let me look a little bit further. Let me look. There's no judgment listed. It might update later. That's all there is right now. Yeah, it just says, hold on, let me show you guys on the screen. It's nothing major, so that's why I feel I don't want to break news for them though. They will find out from their attorneys. Their attorneys will be sent a copy of whatever this is. So give me 1 second. Let me pull it up so we can see what this is. One minute. Oh, no. No, I don't want that. Sorry, give me 1 second. Give me a minute. Let me pull it up on my computer and I'll show you guys what's entered. Okay. Docket entries. So it's a docket entry right here. Order 236, notice of order sent on 2/20. Judge Kelly D. Eckel. And then here is the notice of the oral arguments. And then the second one, which is the notice that the girls got. And then the notice of 236, making sure you guys can see it. Yeah. Is the notice of order. And all it says that, let me make sure there's no information. No. Here's what it says. That's all it says. So it says, in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, Pennsylvania Office of Judicial Support, Rule of Civil Procedure number 236 at night versus Barbecue. Notice is given under Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure number 236 that an order in the above case has been entered on 2/20/2025. And then it's got who's copied on it. Lesniak, Fisher, Berth, King, Stickley, Martucci. That's it. Read the bolds. Time and legal liability do not permit the Office of Judicial Support to give docket information by telephone. That's the bold part. So something has been. Yes, Wendy, that's what I'm assuming. So it'll be sent out to the parties, like their attorneys, and the girls will get a copy of it through their attorneys. and then it'll be entered into whatever her decision is will be entered. So she made a decision really fast. To me, that sounds like that's a pretty fast one. Yeah, in other words, don't fucking call. Don't call. We're not telling you all. No, this isn't the order. This is just a notice that an order has been entered. Her decision has been made as of today. That's just a notification on the docket that her decision has been made. And they will be providing the plaintiffs and the defendants and the non-opposing party, which is Mr. Fisher, Stephen Fisher, with the information. So Granny's attorney will get that information sent over to him, and then he will discuss that with his client, whatever the outcome is. Lindsay, after all the chaos that's happened and people calling the courthouse the other day during court, I'm not really shocked. So hopefully by later tonight or tomorrow, the girls will know something. They might already. But I think that's a great place to wrap it up for today too. So we are at, just so everybody knows, we're at the hour and 3-minute mark on that one. We will see what happens. I hope that it's a good outcome. I'm going to go put my groceries away before I have to put kids or handle kiddos. But I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. I probably will. I'll be honest. I'm pretty tired today. So chances are I will not be back tonight. I've got groceries and dinner to cook, and I need to ding around my house a little bit and get some work done. I got to start my classes. So I might do that tonight too. But I probably won't be back till tomorrow. Pay attention to Granny's channel, because whatever the outcome is, they will be the ones to go over that and give you the information. So make sure your notifications are on. Hopefully it'll be a great outcome, but no matter what the outcome is of this, please don't get discouraged, because we are going to continue to push no matter what this happens here. We will not take and just be okay with whatever. So no matter what this is, that's what I'm thinking, Wendy. I don't know if a decision's been made or if it's just like the order for, I don't know. But whatever is happening will be discussed between the clients and their attorneys, and then they will tell you guys. No, you're okay, Kimberly. You're okay. Just so you guys know, though, because this is something that I think is very important for the defendants to break. Even if there was an order that was in there, I wouldn't have read it through. I went and looked at this just to make sure what it was, and it's nothing significant. So whatever's happening is happening. But I won't break something like that, because it's up to the defendants to, this is their case. This is their lives that are being impacted. I'd rather you hear it from them, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. No, you guys are good. Don't apologize at all. Yeah. Polishing, they're going to continue to. They're going to continue to stand up for themselves. Whatever the outcome is here, don't get discouraged. Even if there's something that's doesn't sound great, don't get discouraged. They've got great legal representation, and nobody is going to be okay with this being called RICO and racketeering. Oh, Wendy, good catch. Wendy said the signing date on the order is the same date that the order for the oral arguments was signed. So chances are there's not a decision in this yet. This is just going over that. Thank you, Tebow. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing there. Whatever is going on is between all of them. So, all right, you guys, have a great day. Got to go put groceries away. Bye.